Please take your seats. We're going to get started. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dan Garodnick, Chair of the City Planning Commission, Director of the Department of City Planning. Welcome to today's public meeting. We're going to start this morning's agenda with several votes, starting with the Brownsville Arts Center and Apartments. Part of the Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development's Brownsville plan to create thousands of new homes. This project would bring 290 income-restricted homes, new community facility space, and nearly 20,000 square feet of open space to 376 Rockaway Avenue. It's close to multiple bus and subway lines and the Long Island Railroad. In Elmhurst, Queens, we will vote on the 8808 Justice Avenue restrictive deck termination, a proposal next to the Queens Place Mall. That would include around 180 homes, offices, community facilities, and retail. The building would be less than a block from the M and R train and several bus lines. Our final votes for today are centered on individual home authorizations or certifications on Staten Island. We'll vote on an enlargement of a single-family home at 76 Cedar Cliff Road in Sunnyside, an enlargement of a single-family home and new patio and swimming pool at 283 Ocean Terrace in Tote Hill, the development of a single-family home, a walkway, driveway, and a patio at 18 Callan Avenue in that same neighborhood, and the development of two single-family homes at 113 Glenwood Avenue in Sunnyside. For today's first public hearing, we'll open the floor to testimony on the renewal of office space at 300 Gold Street for the New York City Police Department. This space would continue to house over 200 personnel for the next 5 years, as the NYPD searches for more suitable and modernized spaces to fit its needs. Next up is our public hearing on the second phase of Willets Point, an extensive plan to create 1,400 income-restricted homes, a 25,000-seat soccer stadium, a new hotel, and nearly 3 acres of open space in an underutilized part of Queens, all steps away from the 7 train. With the groundbreaking for Phase 1 having occurred in December, this priority of Mayor Adams that is being led by the Economic Development Corporation is expected to create 16,000 jobs, add over $6 billion to the New York City economy, and bolster this area's role as a premier sports hub for New York City. The Commission will also hear testimony on a proposal to turn a parking lot at 341 10th Street in Park Slope, Brooklyn, into 2 new mixed-use buildings with around 300 homes, over half of which would be income-restricted. About 100 of those income-restricted homes would be for seniors and families making at or below 50% of the area median income. The buildings would be less than a block away from the F, G, and R train stations along 4th Avenue. Last, but certainly not least, the public is invited to testify on City of Yes for economic opportunity. This important citywide initiative will foster vibrant neighborhood corridors and streetscapes, bolster flexibility, update outdated zoning rules, and boost growing businesses across our commercial and industrial sectors. Many parts of our zoning resolution for commercial and industrial districts have not been updated in over 60 years and arbitrarily and needlessly restrain small business growth, entrepreneurship, and innovation. For example, in certain commercial corridors, you can easily cite a model car hobby center, but not laser tag. In a home, you can be a music teacher, but not a home decorator. You can have a rock band in a bar, but in many places, zoning doesn't allow you to dance to the music that you are listening to. You can bake bread, but you can't make salsa on a retail street. These barriers mean a less vibrant city that stymies people from being able to start a business, that has vacant storefronts dotting our commercial corridors, and that causes businesses to move out of their neighborhood or city to find room to expand and thrive. City of Yes will make sure our zoning helps and does not hinder our city's ongoing economic success. Under these changes, we will say yes to more types of stores in our neighborhoods, making it easier for small businesses to open and grow and help to reduce storefront vacancies. Yes to the largest expansion of space available for manufacturing in over 60 years by permitting small-scale, clean production to locate in commercial areas for the first time, more than doubling the space available for businesses like pottery studios, microbreweries, and apparel makers. Yes to making it easier for life science hubs to grow and expand, securing the New York City region's role as the national leader for this fast-growing industry for decades to come. Yes to supporting entrepreneurs by expanding the range of home businesses allowed to create more opportunities in this ecosystem in our residential areas where more than 600,000 New Yorkers work at 76,000 businesses. That's more people than live in Baltimore. Yes to creating a path for 265,000 New Yorkers to gain easy access to new corner stores where they could buy a carton of milk or other basic necessities, an option that can't be easily built under today's zoning in these residential areas. The Department of City Planning has been to all 59 community boards, and we've had 140 meetings with community boards on this subject alone. There's lots of views on this, of course. This is New York. I will note that I shared with my 13-year-old son this morning we were going to have a hearing on this issue, and told him about the proposal in a little more detail and shared with him that there are a lot of opinions on the subject. He listened, and then he asked me for the link. And I was so excited. My 13-year-old was taking an interest in what I was doing, and I said, "You want to listen in today?" And he said, "No, I actually want to offer my opinion." So with that, I will note that we have a busy day ahead of us with lots of expected testimony. So Sarah, let's get to it. The floor is yours, and thank you, commissioners, for your time and attention today.
Good morning. This is the City Planning Commission public meeting held remotely through the NYC Engage portal and in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, Lower Concourse. Today is Wednesday, January 24, 2024. I will now call the roll. Chair Garodnick.
Here.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Here.
Commissioner Benjamin. Present. Commissioner Cerullo.
Here.
Commissioner Crowell.
Present.
Commissioner Dueck.
Here.
I believe we have Commissioner Gold on Zoom.
Yes, here.
Commissioner Goodrich. Commissioner Kermani. Here. Commissioner Marin.
Here.
Commissioner Osorio.
Here.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Here.
A quorum is present. The first item is the approval of the minutes of the public meeting of Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024.
Great. On the minutes, I make a motion to approve the minutes of January 3rd. Commissioner Ramprashad is second. Thank you very much. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Minutes are approved.
Scheduling calendar numbers 1 through 9. We have resolutions for adoption scheduling Wednesday, February 7th, 2024 for a public hearing to be held in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, and remotely through the NYC Engage portal.
Great. Thank you. On the resolutions, I make a motion to approve the resolution. It's been seconded by Commissioner Marin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Resolution is adopted. Thank you.
The next part of the calendar is the report section on page 7. Borough Brooklyn, calendar numbers 10, 11, and 12. Brownsville Arts Center and Apartments, CD 16, calendar number 10, C240029HAK. Calendar number 11, C240030ZMK. Calendar number 12, N240031ZRK. In the matter of applications for a UDAP designation, project approval, disposition of city-owned property, zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning Brownsville Arts Center and Apartments. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 10, 11, and 12, Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin. Aye. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dueck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 10, 11, and 12. Borough of Queens, calendar number 13, 8808 Justice Avenue Restrictive Declaration Termination, CD4, M210229LDQ. In the matter of an application for the cancellation of a previously approved restrictive declaration concerning 8808 Justice Avenue. For a favorable report on calendar number 13, Chair Garodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin. Aye. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dueck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Accused.
Recused. Yes. A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 13. Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 14, 15, 16, and 17. Calendar number 14, N230265ZAR. Calendar number 15, N230266ZAR. CD1, 76 Cedar Cliff Road. Calendar number 16, N230175ZAR. calendar number 15 in 230176 ZAR, CD2 283 Ocean Terrace, and the matter of applications for the grant of authorizations concerning 76 Cedar Cliff Road and 283 Ocean Terrace. For the adoption of calendar numbers 14, 15, 16, and 17. Chair Grodnick. Vice Chair Nichols.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Doak.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich.
Yes, and I also vote yes for the Brownsville Art Center and the 8808 Justice Avenue Restrictive Declaration.
Thank you. Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Meden.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Calendar numbers 14, 15, 16, and 17 have been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 18 and 19. Calendar number 18 in 240119 CCR, CD2 18 Callan Avenue. Calendar number 19 in 240065 ZCR, CD1 113 Glenwood Avenue. And the matter of applications for the grant of certifications concerning 18 Callan Avenue and 113 Glenwood Avenue. For the adoption of calendar numbers 18 and 19, Chair Grodnick.
Vote aye, and I will note, we do appear to have the microphone is on? Okay, thought maybe that we lost them for a moment. Several mics are off, so for the benefit of those behind the scenes, and we just want to make sure that we are properly recording and able to be heard. But I vote aye, and we'll just alert. Okay, maybe we're back.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye. Aye.
Here.
Did it work?
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Doak.
Yes, and this mic is out.
Okay. Commissioner Gold.
Yes. Hopefully my mic's working.
Yeah.
Commissioner Goodrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Calendar numbers 18 and 19 have been adopted. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 10.
Great, thank you very much. And as we note the technological issues for the benefit of commissioners, mics are working for some of you, even though it has a red light. So that means you're on all the time. So I just share that as a public service announcement. Okay, let's move on to our public hearings. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. I will just note that we're going to ask people who are here to testify today, with the exception of an applicant team, to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. We'll make sure that everybody has the opportunity to be heard for 3 minutes, and we will, of course, ask you to finish up at that time. And we ask that courtesy and decorum be observed at all times during your testimony. And with that, Madam Secretary, let's go on to the first item.
For Brooklyn, calendar number 20, 300 Gold Street, NYPD office space. Oop, 1 second.
Great. We have an applicant team for this one. I believe they are here on Zoom with us today. They include George Donahue, Chris Grove, Michael Grease, and William Costello. And whenever you all are set and ready to go, you may proceed with calendar number 20, the 300 Gold Street NYPD office space. Thank you.
We're promoting them right now.
What were the two middle names? I have George Donahue and William Costello. Who else is part of that team?
Chris Grove and Michael Grease, G-R-I-E-S.
The team should be able to unmute and turn on their cameras.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to the chair and to the commissioners. I am Lieutenant Bill Costello, and I'm joined by my colleague, Detective Michael Grice. And after the presentation, I'll be joined by George Donahue and Chris Grove of DCAS for any questions and answers. Next slide. The 300 Gold Street is located in downtown Brooklyn near the foot of the Brooklyn Bridge. 300 Gold Street is a mid-block property bounded by Flatbush Avenue to the west, Gold Street to the east, Tillery Street to the north, and Johnson Street to the south. Next slide. On the 300 Gold Street premise, there is a 6-story office building, an associated outdoor parking lot, which also has a 1-story garage. The main entrance is located off of Gold Street through the associated parking lot, as demonstrated on the photo on the left. And the photo on the right is the building's main lobby. Next slide. The NYPD has occupied this site since it merged with the New York City Transit Police Department in 1995. 300 Gold Street currently houses 5 NYPD investigative units comprising of approximately 203 NYPD staff members and 30 vehicles. NYPD is seeking to remain in this space under a new 5-year lease agreement, which would provide the time for NYPD to move these units into existing police department facilities. Next slide. This is an aerial map of the site. Across the street from 300 Gold Street is the NYPD's 8-4 precinct. Next slide. These are photos of 300 Gold Street parking lot and the associated 1-story garage. Again, approximately 30 vehicles can be parked in the lot. Next slide. These are some interior photos of the 6-story office building. Next slide. Currently, the 5 NYPD units assigned to 300 Gold Street are the Quality Assurance Division, Fugitive Enforcement Division, Warrant Section, Chief of Department's Investigative Review Section, and the Financial Crimes Task Force. I'll now give you a quick overview of these units. Next slide. The Quality Assurance Division is an internal investigative unit that provides a comprehensive audit of individual commands, ensuring document compliance with department directives. Next slide. The Fugitive Enforcement Division has investigators that work in collaboration with the U.S. Marshal Service and various other investigative entities that search for those with an active arrest warrant. Next slide. The Warrant Section is the arm of the Fugitive Enforcement Division tasked with the physical execution of apprehension plans and custodial movement of wanted individuals. Next slide. The Investigative Review Section is a unit that conducts confidential investigations, surveys, and audits to evaluate the effectiveness of department management controls and compliance measures. Next slide. And lastly, we have our Financial Crimes Task Force. They work with our federal agency partners to investigate claims of citywide financial crimes such as counterfeit money laundering schemes, forgery, and growing cases of identity theft. As mentioned, the NYPD is seeking to remain in this space.
Thank you very much.
Time.
Thank you. We're at time. Let me see if there are questions for you all. I know this is a relatively straightforward application, but let me see if there are questions. And if you want to just take the next 20 seconds to wrap the presentation, since you're mid-sentence, why don't we'll let you do that and see if there are final thoughts from you as the applicant.
Thank you, sir. So as mentioned, the NYPD is seeking to remain in this space under a new 5-year lease agreement, which would provide the time that the NYPD needs to move these units into existing police department facilities. This is associated with both the police department's commitment and the city's commitment to consolidate operations where feasible in an effort to create savings via lease expenditures. Thank you for the extra time.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions? Okay. Thank you very much. I don't see questions for you, and I also do not see members of the public wishing to testify on this item. So we'll give a final call for members of the public on calendar number 20, 300 Gold Street, the NYPD office space. Seeing none, we will close the hearing on 300 Gold Street and move on to the next item of the day. Madam Secretary.
Borough of Queens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Borough of Queens, calendar numbers 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25, Willets Point Phase 2, CD7. Calendar number 21, C240092 ZSQ. Calendar number 22, C240094 ZSQ. Calendar number 23, C240095 ZSQ. Calendar number 24, N240093 ZRQ. Calendar number 25, C240058 MMQ. Public hearing and the matter of application for a special permit zoning text amendments and city map amendment concerning Willets Point Phase 2. Notice. A public hearing is being held by the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the above ULURP actions to receive comments related to a draft second supplemental environmental impact statement. This hearing is being held pursuant to State Environmental Quality Review Act and the City Environmental Quality Review.
Okay, great. Let me know we have an applicant team here, and forgive me, I'm not going to do this in any particular order other than the one that is in front of me right here, but includes Chris DeVolder, Sergio Munoz, Nathan Riddle, Lynn Doe, Melissa Roman Birch, Ethan Goodman, Frank Monterisi, Jennifer O'Sullivan, Matt McInerney, John Stemp, Daniel White, Rashed Singabi, Brad Sims, Chris Vitolano, Autumn Visconti, James Cito, and Esther Dockery. That's the applicant team. And Melissa, good to see you as always. Welcome. And whenever you are ready, you can get started.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Chair Gorodnick, and thank you to all of the commissioners for hearing our presentation today. My name is Melissa Roman Birch. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the New York City Economic Development Corporation. Willets Point is a generational project that will bring economic opportunity to a community in Queens that has been long underserved. As many of you know, Willets Point has suffered for decades from environmental pollution and a lack of critical infrastructure. While there have been multiple attempts at redevelopment, this administration will be the first to write a new chapter for Willets Point with the proposal before you today. Grounded in the vision set forth by a community task force, the transformation of Willets Point will be anchored by 2,500 units of 100% affordable housing, the largest newly constructed housing development in a generation. Also at Willets Point, this project will deliver a new 650-seat standalone public school, over 2.5 acres of public open space, a 250-room hotel, neighborhood serving ground floor retail space, and New York City's first ever soccer stadium, the future home to the New York City Football Club and seats for 25,000 fans. This stadium will be 100% privately financed and union built. We are building a neighborhood, and equally important to the spaces and places that residents, fans, and New Yorkers will enjoy and inhabit are the investments that the city is making in the dirt and the land itself. Specifically, environmental remediation and infrastructure that will serve the neighborhood with new streets, sidewalks, open space, sewers, and a brand new water main that will serve all of Queens. All told, this project will generate $6.1 billion in economic impact over the next 30 years and create 14,000 jobs during construction and 1,550 permanent jobs. This is a once-in-a-generation project that responds to our city's affordable housing crisis while bringing jobs and economic opportunity to Queens. Thank you to all of the commissioners for your time and interest in this project today, and I look forward to taking your questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chair Gorodnick. I'm Ethan Goodman, a planner with the firm of Fox Rothschild, and we represent the joint venture development team here comprised of the Queens Development Group, Sterling Equities and Related, and the New York City Football Club. 20 years ago, I sat with a member of Related's development team at 110 William Street when EDC first released its RFEI for Willets Point. And over the course of the past 20 years, I and so many members of our current project team, both on the private developer side and on the city side, have worked tirelessly to bring forward a viable development plan for Willets Point Peninsula to literally rise it from the ashes. Next slide will show you phase one of the redevelopment is already underway as QDG broke ground on the first 880 affordable units. Do I have a clicker or is there? Okay, great, thank you. And now we're proud to be before you seeking approvals to develop the additional 17 acres of Willets Point on land whose environmental remediation is nearing completion, reversing over a century of pollution on land that F. Scott Fitzgerald famously dubbed the Valley of Ashes. This phase two project, as Melissa mentioned, would bring 1,400 additional affordable homes, a hotel, open space, and the first soccer-specific stadium for the New York City Football Club. The image on the slide here shows the phase one development currently under construction, which will establish a gateway entrance into the new Willets Point community at its southwest corner. The next slide will show you the project that's before you today on 4 blocks, comprising the triangle parcel, the stadium, the T parcel, and the northern parcel. To show you what's proposed for those, the triangle parcel, which will contain the hotel and 350-unit affordable building, the stadium in the center with 25,000 seats, the T parcel to the north at 340 units of affordable housing, and the northern parcel, which is the largest 710-unit affordable residential building. These next few images show you important elements of the project that you'll hear more about. First, you'll notice in the northeast-facing image on the screen that the first two phases of development will establish a uniform development frontage along the east side of Seaver Way, directly across from Citi Field. While there will still be almost 35 acres of Willets Point to be developed in future phases, these initial phases will strongly establish a new community fronting on Seaver Way. This will be a community of 2,500 families and individuals, which Queens Development Group will speak more about in a moment. Now, as you'll see in this west-facing image, the stadium has been designed by HOK architects to integrate into the existing block form at Willets Point and rise to a height concurrent with the adjacent residences. As such, the stadium will not be some object placed on the community, but rather it will be an integrated part of the new community. In addition to the physical form of the stadium, the football club will soon speak about how programming and operations will further integrate the stadium with the community. So without further ado, let me first introduce Frank Monterisi of the Queens Development Group to speak more about the affordable housing that's planned for the project.
Thank you, Ethan, and thank you to the City Planning Commission for hearing our application today. My name is Frank Monterisi. I'm an Executive Vice President at Related. Related and Sterling Equities are the Queens Development Group. We're a 50-50 joint venture that has been the designated developer of the Willets Point District since 2012. Most people know Related for Hudson Yards and for Time Warner Center, projects like that. But our company was actually started in affordable housing in 1972 by Stephen Ross. And for the past 50 years, that commitment to affordable housing is centered to everything we do at Related. We are the largest owner of affordable housing in the country. And as you can see from projects like Hunters Point South, Riverwalk Park, Harriet Tubman Houses, and Far Rockaway, our commitment to affordable housing in New York continues to be strong. So the housing affordability at Willets Point, in last month, we just broke ground on 880 units of affordable housing in phase one. We will continue with another 220 units of senior housing that we expect to break ground on later this year. And after we complete the ULURP for this phase for the next phase of the project, we will bring another 1,400 units of affordable housing to Willets Point, and the 1,400 units of affordable housing in the second phase will mirror the affordability that we just broke ground on for the 880 units that we just started on. That affordability will include over 50% of the units will be for low-income households, and 15% of the units will be set aside for formerly homeless households. To give you a sense of the kind of residential district that we're building, here are some renderings of the future phases of Willets, and as you can see, this is dramatically different than what exists on the site today. And we're very proud to bring forward this vision and to transform this area into New York's and Queens' next great neighborhood. And just to talk about sustainability for a second, we are committed to sustainability and to delivering the highest level of sustainability that we can. Just to call out some features, this project will be an all electric project. We are raising the entire district out of the floodplain, and as you can see on the slide, we have many features of sustainability that we're very proud of that will transform the neighborhood in the future. And with that, I'll pass it off to my colleagues at the New York City Football Club.
Thank you. And on behalf of NYCFC, I want to begin by saying how grateful I am to be here sharing our vision with the City Planning Commission. This approval process is so crucial to the club's future and fans, many of whom live in this community and the borough of Queens. For those who don't know us, we are New York City's only Major League Soccer team, 2021 MLS National Champions, and 2022 Campeones Cup champions. I want to be clear, if this stadium is approved, it will not simply serve as a place to play soccer games. It offers a community hub, a home for our club, for our fans, and for the local community while bringing significant economic benefits into the region. Beyond enhancing our community work in Queens, this private investment will bring immense economic benefits to the families and businesses that call Willets Point home. In addition to the $6 billion in economic impact over the next 30 years, the $800 million privately financed stadium will be entirely union-built, creating thousands of new jobs, including 4,000 construction jobs, resulting in over $300 million in construction wages, salaries, and benefits that invest directly back into the community. Local procurement is essential to this project, and we would make it an absolute priority to partner with local businesses in Queens and across the city during the construction process and once the stadium is up and running. If this project is approved, NYCFC will provide free space for community groups to hold meetings, run events on non-event days that will further enrich this vibrant community. In addition, a community activation fund will be created to help offset any event-related costs incurred by community event sponsors. We're excited to have the opportunity to move our staff of over 100 people.
Time.
Why don't you finish your thought here, and then we'll see what you all have left in this presentation. We can decide.
About 1 more minute left.
Okay, well, I'll give you, go for 30 seconds, and then we'll see what you have left.
We're excited to have the opportunity to move our staff of over 100 people to Willets Point, which includes our award-winning nonprofit arm City in the Community. And earlier in ULURP, community members in Queens had a chance to hear from our football club employees who lead that nonprofit work, many of whom were born and raised in Queens, benefited themselves from our soccer programming, and are genuinely the heartbeat of our clubs, Having a permanent home in Willets Point will help to expand that programming and reach even more children and families across the borough of Queens. We're also vividly aware that Willets Point has a challenging history of environmental degradation, and if approved, we will do our part in protecting vulnerable communities from the effects of climate change, which is why we're building the very first ever all-electric stadium in New York City, first in Major League Soccer's history, working towards a zero-waste stadium with a goal of credible net zero emissions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anything further that you had set for the presentation, or was that it? Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. I will. First of all, let me just congratulate all of you on what clearly is going to be a transformative project for the borough and for the city. EDC, our partner agency, QDG, Sterling related, and the football club. We know how much work has gone into even getting us to this day. So I just want to congratulate you on that. And of course, marrying an extraordinary amount of affordable housing with an economic development opportunity for the city as significant as this is a really once in history moment. So we see that and really appreciate it. Let me go to Commissioner Benjamin for first questions for 5 minutes.
I have fewer questions. Thank you. Ethan, could you tell us how many regular season games there are and how many postseason games?
Sure. I probably could, but I'll let Daniel White from the football club or Jennifer talk about that briefly.
Good morning, Commissioner. Daniel White with Ghetto and DeMilly. We play 17 home and 17 away games. This season, we generally make the playoffs, and if the playoffs are made, we would continue the season into October, November.
And how many, December. If you won the playoffs, how many games would there be, the maximum?
Probably around 34.
And about half of them would be home games?
Yes.
And what other events do you anticipate? Since that would only equal about 35 days of games, what other events do you anticipate having at the stadium?
It's a great question. We envision and expressly want the stadium to have a living, breathing, functional life throughout the year. So in addition to our events and our matches, we would be looking at a number of conferences, workshops, seminars. We've got a space called City Square, which is at the heart of the base of the stadium, that we intend to have as a function for community events throughout the year. We would explore opportunities for, graduations.
Concerts?
Potentially some concerts, yes.
And how would that be coordinated with Citi Field and with the National Tennis Stadium so that the neighborhood is not overwhelmed?
That's a great question. So we will be a good neighbor to the Mets and to the USTA. We are working to make sure that we're coordinating all of our matches. We already coordinate our matches right now with Major League Baseball. That's the first thing to say. And we will continue to do that on a going forward basis. So if it's for our games, if it's for, community events, other festivals, we would be doing so in coordination with both baseball and tennis.
Because I'm just thinking of October, which is, if the Mets were ever to be in postseason play, and you were in postseason play, there could be some conflicts.
We play at Citi Field now, and we have for many years, and our season runs, currently, into October currently, so we work it out, but I take your point.
Okay. I'll see.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Vice Chair Knuckles?
Thank you. This is for EDC. And I think I raised this during the certification process, and I certainly agree. This is a grand project and a great project. But as you know, there were several, 100 businesses there that operated under, deplorable conditions for years. And my question is, how many of those businesses have been relocated, and to where have they been relocated?
Thank you for your question. You are correct that there has been a very concerted focus by the EDC in the City of New York to make business relocation assistance available. This has actually come in the form of 3 different programs that have actually totaled $16 million and helping and assisting 80 businesses. To go through the 3 programs, the first is a worker training and assistance program that was implemented through a partnership with LaGuardia College, which is the local CUNY university that is proximate to the site. The second are business relocation services that were specifically offered, and I should say that all of these services were offered at a period of time to everyone on the site, and many of the businesses decided to take advantage. 80 businesses were helped. Those business relocation services resulted in about half of the businesses being relocated within Queens, and the other half of the businesses being relocated within the 5 boroughs. And then finally, there was a third program that provided supplemental benefits in the form of grant funding for businesses. So those are the 3 programs that comprised our business relocation services.
So you're saying you impacted 80 businesses?
Correct. 80 businesses with a total of $16 million of investment that was put forth to assist those 80 businesses.
Well, that's a small percentage, right, of the businesses that were there, isn't it?
It was up to the discretion of the business to decide to take the offer of the assistance, but the assistance was offered to all the businesses in the district.
Do you know how many businesses were there approximately?
I don't have that number here right now, so I can get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Commissioner Goodrich?
I have a few questions. The first is we don't often get a lot of 100% affordable housing, and so I'm always happy when they do come through. My only concern, which I always raise, is sometimes the affordability isn't actually affordable. Sometimes they start at $80,000. And so I'm curious about what the breakdown is for this project. And we can just start with, for example, what's the minimum income in order to be eligible for the affordable housing?
Right. So first of all, while the development plan, the funding plan for the 1,400 additional units is not yet finalized, the intention is to mirror the AMI bands and the breakdowns that have been in place for phase 1, that has been completed, or that is under construction right now. I will tell you right off the bat that 50%, am I correct? 50% of the units are for those earning 80% or less AMI. 15% of the units are for formerly homeless individuals. And there are bands that range all the way from, I believe, in addition to the formerly homeless, from 30 or 40% to 120, is it? 100 to 120% of AMI.
Yeah, so that's the 120 can go up to like 6 figures. That was my concern.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's arguable. I don't think it's really. Okay, so that's the first question. So the second is traffic congestion. I mean, with the combination of the residential homes, the games, and then the hotel, there's going to be a lot of more people coming in and out. When we've had another project this large, one of the questions asked was even considering an additional train stop, and that would obviously be conversations with the city, but I'm wondering what would be done to lessen because there is going to be more traffic, so what would be done to make sure that it's not destructive to the neighborhood?
Sure, excellent question. And as I had mentioned in my testimony, in the many years I've been working on this, we've actually are just in the process of completing our third full environmental impact statement for a large development project on Willets Point. The first statement, and I use we colloquially, the first statement was conducted by the city in 2008 when the 61 acres was rezoned in its entirety, and then another one was done in 2013 for a prior development plan. If you compare this development plan to the prior the plans that were assessed in the prior two studies, we're actually substantially less dense here. It's about 1 million square feet of the 9 million in density that is less in this plan than the prior plans. And that is largely because a large portion, in addition to the affordable housing, is the soccer stadium. The main benefit of the soccer stadium is it will not be in operation for major events simultaneous to Citi Field. And so the approach here has been largely with respect to the large, I think when people think traffic, they think major spectator event traffic, right? And it is a lot of traffic. We represent about 60% of the capacity of Citi Field. And so what you're looking at when the soccer stadium is in effect is a traffic situation that will be somewhat less than Citi Field. I understand there's also a lot of housing as well. But not dismissing traffic, even though it's less than was previously studied. A good news here is that recently the MTA has actually converted the transit stops here to 24-hour, 7-day-a-week transit stops. It used to be very limited service here for just sporting events. That has converted and is now actually operating as a full subway and train stop, and which we are essentially right next door to. So in addition to that, we're also committing to coordinate with the MTA moving forward to ensure they're providing adequate service during peak periods such as after a soccer game and before a soccer game.
Only limited to 5 minutes of questions, but is the only recourse would just be the 24-hour train stops for the?
So the current plan does not build new transit infrastructure. However, there are bus lines that actually go on Northern Boulevard and Roosevelt past Willets Point. Should the demand arise, the MTA has agreed that they would reassess the bus service and potentially actually add bus stops up Seaver Way that goes right past Willets Point. But other than that, there's not new capital stations that were proposed here.
Okay. My last question is, there's been a lot of whispers and whispers about the hotel. I didn't hear that much about it, and I wanted to give you all an opportunity to talk about the purpose of the hotel.
Yeah, sure. So the hotel is proposed to be a 250-room hotel, and it would be the main entrance would essentially be directly across the street from the front door of the soccer stadium. There were a lot of questions about the hotel and how it would operate that arose at the community board. There was some resistance. They expressed some hesitations that it might be used for a migrant shelter or a homeless hotel. There is no plan for operating this hotel as other than a standard hotel. We're looking at what would likely be, we're targeting something like in the order of a 3-star hotel, like a Courtyard by Marriott or something like that. We think there's a really great market, not just for the sporting events, for the local community that will live here and also for the airport. So we think it'll be a really thriving hotel.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gold on Zoom.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for the presentation. Just wanted to delve a little bit more into the parking, particularly for the stadium. I know at one point, maybe when this was certified, there was some discussion on, perhaps coming to an agreement with, one of the neighboring facilities. Where are we on that? I guess there hadn't been a lot of mention on, having something, but it does sound like, particularly on game days or event days, we could pull a lot of cars there.
Sure, a very good question, and you're completely right. There's been a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion on parking and how to handle that. parking and scheduling. And this also just follows up on Commissioner Benjamin's question with respect to coordination with other sporting events. I'm happy to report we have a signed MOU with the Mets, right? So that we can utilize up to 4,000 spaces in their many parking spots that are directly across the street, right? One guiding principle in developing Willets Point here is that from the beginning, we determined we did not want to use the land at Willets Point to build large multi-story parking facilities and parking garages. It just doesn't make sense since there are thousands of spots right across the street. So we have a signed MOU with the Mets. We are working towards finalizing that agreement with them and hope to accomplish that shortly. I also want to say that that agreement not only sets forth the number of spaces we'll have, but also sets forth a very specific scheduling protocol, right? So that we don't overlap with baseball events, with major events at Citi Field. And in the rare circumstances where there might be an event on the same day, we've got a sufficient temporal buffer so that there's no danger of parking spaces being used by people at the same time.
That sounds like great news and great progress. I'll tell you, just from having been through during the U.S. Open on a game day, it was, I would agree with some of the earlier commissioners' comments. It was a complete mess. So the plan or the goal of scheduling around or sort of in partnership would definitely be welcome. But that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rampersad.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions both with the stadium and the affordability. I'll start with the stadium. If you do have concerts there, what are the maximum number of people you would have at the stadium? Mm-hmm. And then with that in mind, what would be the loading schedule for trucks coming in and out to prepare for concerts, even for game days? How do you have that set up?
Right. So soccer will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there is a potential for a maximum capacity event as a concert too, occupying the 25,000 seats. As far as loading goes, do you want to speak more about loading? I mean, loading generally for soccer events, and I would anticipate the same thing for stadium, for concert events, is largely takes place long before the event actually occurs, right? They want to set everything up before the event occurs. And most of the events are generally, I would say a good portion of them are scheduled soccer events for Saturday nights. So loading typically occurs well before that, earlier into the day.
So that leads me to the next question with regards to scheduling, because the community board brought this up, the borough president also. With regards to scheduling, how do you determine the schedule? Isn't the league, do you have like blackout dates? You say this is going to be a conflict with the tennis stadium and the Mets, so can you change the date?
Absolutely. And that's how our current scheduling works right now. The MLS works based on the Major League Baseball schedule, and so we already have to do that and coordinate, and so they're well-versed in doing it across the league, by the way, in other markets. So we've been acutely aware of the need to do that. We've spoken to the league about that already, and there will be every intention of working through Major League Baseball's schedule. Typically comes out before ours anyway, so we'll know what those days are when we can start scheduling.
The other thing I'm going to relate, pedestrian experience, the sidewalks during game days and just in general. I didn't see any slides, and I know the presentation got cut short, but can you just speak to what it's going to be like coming in and out of that stadium during game days, both with the residents, because, there's always a concern about the crowds mixing, and also on the stadium, I don't think there was any, but you don't have any display boards that are shining towards the residents, right?
No, so all the scoreboards are going inside. Okay. With respect to the sort of public environment, we didn't get a chance to dive too much into this, but first of all, something that I think probably in our presentation got a little short shrift is not only the buildings we're building, but phase 1 and 2 would have just shy of 3 acres of public open space all around it. And that public open space actually surrounds 3 sides of the stadium, the west, south, and east. And so in addition to a generous 15-foot sidewalk, we've got an additional substantial space that totals up to about 60 feet of width around the stadium so that people can actually gather, around the stadium and not just on the public sidewalk. And so there's substantial open space not only for the community of residents that'll live here, but also for the pedestrians. We anticipate primarily most of the spectators are going to arrive at this sort of grand southwest corner. You saw like an image of the board with the southwest corner. That's a large plaza with steps that go down to the sidewalk and then the street. So there's ample opportunity for fans to circulate around that plaza. We've also had very intense conversations with city agencies, with the police, with the fire department, to make sure we have a safe Seaver Way crossing environment, because we understand vast majority of people park at Citi Field and take the subway. We want to make sure they can cross Seaver very safely.
My last question for the first round, because we get 5 minutes, is with regards to vendors. I know the borough president had mentioned this as well. Can you speak to, will vendors be allowed? Where will they be allowed? What are the hours, restrictions?
Let me let Daniel White talk to that for a moment.
So, thank you for the question, Commissioner. The stadium will have a extremely diverse culinary program, which will include restaurants and food and beverage operators from across the city and including in Queens. The process for that is at some point in the future, as we get closer to opening the stadium, the football club will select a food operator, a partner, who will be instructed to work and have a very open and transparent process with prospective F&B operators who would like to understand opportunities in the stadium, and they will design a program that reflects the culinary diversity of the city.
Will you guys allow vendors outside the stadium, around the perimeter?
Outside, I'm not sure about that. That specifically is a question we haven't delved into with because we don't have an operator yet on board for that.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Kermani.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. This was in some of the written documents we received from EDC, but I think I'm going to ask it again. I think it's important. Folks might have the same question, which is how will affordability be ensured if it's not formally mapping MIH?
Mm-hmm. So in terms of the affordability, these are the projects here will be financed through HPD and HDC, so there will be more regulatory agreements than we could probably count on two hands. And just to go into one of the questions that was asked before on the affordability levels, the deal we just closed with HPD and HDC that phase 2 will be similar to, as I mentioned before, over 50% of the households will be for 80% AMI or less. That top band of the deal we just closed, there was only that 120% band was only 9% of the units. Just to allay any concerns that the affordability is really weighted towards the top. And again, it's in consultation with the Councilman Moya, the Borough President, HPD and HDC. We really worked hard on these affordability levels. It really becomes a balance of affordability, how much subsidy goes into it. But I think we got towards a really great solution that we look forward towards pushing forward. And just again, in terms of just to allay any concerns that this is affordability, but not real affordability. In related 50-year history, we have never once taken the unit out of the affordability program. We always go back and put the units back in, but the affordability for this will be governed by many regulatory agreements through many agencies.
Thank you. And one more question. This is building a little bit on Commissioner Rampershadd's question, but more about the jobs. If you could give a little bit more detail into the type of permanent jobs versus the type of temporary, and what do we mean by temporary, weeks, months, years, and what recruitment will be like, specifically from the local community.
Sure. Great, thank you. I'll start, and then my colleagues from the soccer team will elaborate. So I shared with you the projections that we have developed for this project. We expect over 14,000 construction jobs will be created as a part of the build-out of this entire Phase 1 and Phase 2 district. I will add that many elements of this project will be built with union labor under a project labor agreement, including the stadium, including all of the Phase 2 infrastructure, and including the hotel, as well as the school. In terms of the permanent jobs, we're expecting over 1,500 permanent jobs, and those jobs will include jobs in the soccer stadium, which my colleagues will discuss, but will also include jobs in the local neighborhood serving retail. There's retail on the ground floor of the residential buildings. In addition, the residential buildings will also have long-term permanent employment.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The stadium component alone will create about 4,000 construction jobs. We're extremely proud that the stadium will be built union. We also are extremely proud that we think, of the essential operational jobs in the stadium will also be union. I think you asked a question about how we're going to handle recruitment. It's something also the borough president raised during his public hearing. We're doing that in a number of ways. As early as this summer, if we're approved for the project, our construction manager, Turner, will be convening a number of job fairs in the area. We've identified specific zip codes in and around the project site that the borough president recommended that we look into. We will be doing this in connection with Turner, where we'll be inviting folks to come and work with the trades to get into apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs that way. We are also working with a number of nonprofit workforce development organizations to help with the recruitment there. And one step that we've already begun to take is because for the first time, the football club will have, a home of its own, hopefully, which means it'll have its own operating budget and procurement budget. So that gives us the opportunity to circulate the dollars that we would generate locally. We are convening procurement information sessions for construction firms in the borough to understand opportunities to be part of the job. We convened the first one of those in November. We're doing them on a quarterly basis over the next 12 to 18 months. So, taken together, we think it's going to be an extremely robust program to help source local labor for the project during and post-construction.
Great. And I would assume too that LaGuardia Community College will be part of that, or could be part of that, and also encourage, and it will be no surprise to anyone here, encourage you to reach out to the New York City Housing Authority. And
yes, we're fortunate to be working with our local officials, the Councilmember Moya, Borough President Richards, and other stakeholders in the community board. We're soliciting information about how to do that. I will say, though, that we will be working with LaGuardia and other colleges. We do have a fairly robust partnership network with Queens institutions right now, which I can speak more about in more detail or send you information about in writing. But we have a model that we use with institutions to help provide employment pathways to the club. We have a number of schools, Queens College, LaGuardia. We've got alumni from LaGuardia working for the club right now already. So it's there, but it'll be much, much more robust if we open the stadium.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's certainly exciting to see things coming together. I have two questions. The first question is for EDC. It's a quick follow-up to Vice Chair Knuckles' question. I'm also very concerned about the displacement of the businesses. And I was just wondering if in your written response, you don't mind providing a little more information in terms of what is the actual status of those 80 businesses? In other words, not just how many businesses have taken advantage of the programs, but where are they? Which of them are still in operation? Are they in operation in New York City? And as much detail as possible in terms of what has been the impact of those resources. By the same token, I understand that your response has been focused on the businesses that have taken advantage of the program, but I'm wondering if you can also share as much information as you have on the businesses that didn't, and where are they right now? I think it would be important to understand, to really understand the impact. We need to know, how many businesses and where are they?
Thank you for your questions. I will respond to the ones that I'm able to right now, and I think that we should provide some written follow-up, in order to provide the level of detail that you're seeking. I would just reiterate that the relocation services were offered to all of the businesses operating on the project site. Not everyone chose to take, to work with us in that, in those relocation services, it's at their discretion. We understand that the programs have been successful for those that have decided to utilize them. Half of the 80 businesses that we worked with have stayed in Queens, and the other half are within the 5 boroughs. We will provide additional correspondence with the detail that you're seeking. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And in the time that I have questions for the design team. So it's also really exciting to see a building that is 100%, or a project that is 100% electric. That's congratulations on that. I want to know if you can expand a little bit on the information that we have about the solar or just renewals in general. And it's clear that you're both creating renewals on the stadium and in the residential areas. But I'm wondering if you can lay out a little bit exactly how much energy is going to be generated on site versus how much energy is actually going to be required to run both of those parts, and whether there's any synergy between the infrastructure that will be required for it. For example, I'm assuming that you're going to need a considerable amount of battery storage, and I don't see that in the plans. So I'm wondering if maybe it's a little bit early for that, but I want to understand how the system that you're designing would work. And in addition to that, I would like to know if there's any provisions for resilient energy, meaning are you thinking about a microgrid or any opportunities to support resilient energy in the residential areas, given the amount of, the big infrastructure investment that you're making with the stadium?
Right. These are excellent questions. I would not pretend to be able to give you a full-throated response now, and I would ask if you would give us the deference to actually, write this out for you and provide you in details. A couple things I just want to note is, number one, the stadium is itself anticipated to include solar, which would, with it, come battery storage, which we didn't really get a chance to dive into too much. I also want to note that in addition to the stadium being electric, we are also looking at the residences being electric too, right? Other than emergency backup generators, these would be fully electric residences, which is a great new place that we are in the city here and at Willets Point. But in general, in short, yes, we've considered many of the things that you mentioned, but I'd ask maybe if we can just have a chance, we'll just delineate all of them for you, and if there are follow-ups, we'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I have one last question, but I may wait for the next round, or can I?
You got one more minute, go ahead.
Awesome, thanks. So you clearly have explained this both in the presentation and in the written documents, how you'll be required to elevate the program from the floodplain. A lot of this is going to happen by raising the new streets and so forth, and so it's clear that the highest points are going to be closer to the stadium, which will leave the residential areas in between. So I'm wondering if you can explain a little bit, this would be sufficient to protect the development against sea level rise, but I'm wondering if you can explain how will storm surge work here? How will you be protecting first floors in the residential areas? And what is really the level of permeability that you're proposing in and around the stadium to absorb the amount of water that should be expected here?
Yeah. So, and again, this might benefit from a little bit more of a full dive in as a follow-up, but I just want to just to communicate sort of the elevations in general of Willets. The lowest point of Willets is in the southwest corner near the subway. Once we get up to Northern Boulevard, the elevations raise actually fairly substantially, so you're actually close to the flood elevations of the northern area. However, what we're doing is we are building up via essentially structures and roads, ramping up from Seaver Way to the east, most drastically at the southwest corner. By the time we get to any openings or entrances in the building proper, they are above the floodplain, along with the freeboard. So the building entrances at the southwest residences are above the floodplain, and the same goes for the stadium proper. You'll notice in the plan, there's this sort of series of steps at the southwest corner of the stadium that take it up above floodplain for the entrances of the stadium. The northern two buildings, similarly, the lobbies would be above floodplain. And so when all is said and done, while the roads, right when they emerge from Seaver Way at its western boundary would be below floodplain, because you've got to tie into Seaver, which is below floodplain, fairly rapidly the entire district is anticipated with main entrances to be above floodplain. The one sort of a little nuance to that is the streets at the north that bound the T parcel in the northern because there hasn't been a full property acquisition immediately to the west and the east, we are not yet able to raise those streets. And this is 34th and 35th Avenues, right? And so the design treatment over there is essentially the primary entrances to the residence would be at the current street level, because we got to keep the streets there. We would be making up that grade interior to the lobbies of the residences at those two buildings. And then in the future, when phase 3 of Willits is developed and all the properties adjacent have been acquired, the concept is that those streets ramp up much more rapidly, and the streets in front of the T and Northern are actually raised above the floodplain, and then we raise the interior lobbies so that it's a straight shot into the lobby. So there's sort of a retrofitting that is built into the design of the residences for the eventual future development of Willits to sort of future-proof this once we acquire the adjacent properties.
Thank you. That's super useful, and that addresses my question. Maybe one quick response to that last part is that because I was referring to that sort of those two blocks that are sort of like on the other side of 35th.
Right.
And so my suggestion would be to not undermine the need for a sooner mitigation actions to anticipate storm surge there, rather than sort of like relying on phase 3 for that.
Yeah, let me get back to you on interim efforts. I don't want to anticipate that it'll be 20 years before we do anything. There may be deployable barriers or other measures that we're taking, but we'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Marin?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to go back and query the development team on a question that Commissioner Kermani asked, which was about the affordability. And I do understand that there are regulatory agreements that are being filed, but as we know, regulatory agreements do have expiration dates. So I'm trying to figure out what is the trepidation or concern about mapping MIH and keeping those units permanently affordable, assuring the fact that the city would then be forced to find funding for that housing. In the future, I understand administration change, thought processes change, but this would allow us to understand that those units would be affordable in perpetuity.
Right. So first of all, something Frank was very clear on the regulatory agreements. I also want to be clear, all of this will be city-owned land. Most of it is city-owned land, right? So all of this will be subject to a lease agreement with the city, right, which is an additional layer of requirements on everything that gets developed here in terms of affordability in the stadium and everything, right? So sure, the regulatory agreements will bind that moving forward, but the agreements with the city set forth standards as well. And beyond that, do you have anything to add on that? Okay. Yeah.
I do understand those mechanisms to assure that, but again, I repeat, the MIH would assure us that the housing would be affordable in perpetuity. So that is a real concern that I'm looking at as I view this and review this proposal. And then my other concern would be, you mentioned that at the T parcel and northern parcel, not all the private properties have been acquired. So what is the status of those negotiations, and should they fall through, what would happen to those parcels in terms of housing development?
Right. So every part of the development site is either acquired, is either city-owned, has been privately acquired, or is under contract and should be closed imminently. So there's not a lot of property sitting out there that are to be assembled and to be acquired as part of the property. Essentially it's almost all assembled.
Right. Is there any way that the development team or if someone from Related could answer the question about the regulatory agreement? Because I'm going to harbor on that for a while, because I really think that is a point that we need to drive home and assure that we have permanent affordability and perpetuity.
I think it's
and I understand there's a lease. I mean, so let's peel this back a little bit further. Then there is a land lease. You'll be the owner of the asset. The city will be leasing to you the land on which the asset sits. So at any time, the asset could be turned back to the city. I do understand that, but I still am very concerned about the permanent affordability and keeping it in perpetuity of the portions that would be MIH should MIH be mapped.
So the ground lease for the site, the one that we just closed, for example, and this will mirror it, is a 99-year lease. Built into that 99-year lease there's affordability protections built into that lease, and then with HPD and HTC, there's also regulatory agreements, and I think we'll have to get back to you in terms of MIH, because as I remember, there was some of the MIH provisions are written into the ground lease, so I think we just need to get back to you on some of those details.
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
That's our first round of questions. I'll make sure there's nobody else. Go back to Commissioner Benjamin.
Hi, me again. I have several questions. The first is, can you tell us what the apartment mix will be? Studios, ones, twos?
And again, I can get back to you on specific numbers right after this, but we put together a mix that in terms of for phase one, the 880 units, that was, and I can get these numbers in just a couple of minutes. I can right after this, I can get back to you. But we did it with HPD and HDC, and there's, if you give me 2 minutes, I can actually pull the data.
Let's do that. My second question is actually for the soccer people, which is one of the things that doesn't work at Yankee Stadium is that despite the fact they have many entrances, they only use one entrance with magnetometers, actually two. And so there's always a huge crowd outside trying to get into the tens of thousands of seats through a very limited number of magnetometers. What is the intention here?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to have Rashid, who's the architect, answer that question.
Morning, Commissioner Rashid Sengavi with HOK. Happy to be here. Largely, the stadium's population is 25,000 seats, and it's divided by the east side entries and west side entries. Along the west side, we're anticipating 18,000 people to approach the stadium, and on the east side, we're anticipating 7,000 people to approach the stadium. Those are largely coming from the southwest corner through the train and arrivals from the Citi Field parking lot. The southwest corner plaza is sized, understanding that this is the stadium's Times Square moment. That's our opportunity to create the first splash, to create that first impression. It is sized to accommodate more than the anticipated population, which is around 60% of people that are anticipated to enter through here. We're building it to accommodate close to 75% of the population to enter through that corner itself. So we understand that there will be that excitement to enter through that entry, but soon enough people will learn the fastest way to their seats as they return to the stadiums, and that's where the other entries accommodate the population dedicated to these as well.
And how many magnetometers will be at those entrances?
We have this detailed at the most popular entry on the southwest entry. We have around 24 magnetometers stacked along 100 feet of width to accommodate for queues, taking people off the sidewalks and onto the plaza as they proceed into the stadium.
And so with 60% of the population anticipated to go through that 24 magnetometers, how long would it take to get those 16,000 people through the magnetometers?
That's a great question. And we do have a detailed crowd flow study that proves this out correctly, and I'm happy to share more details on this. The anticipation is that each of these magnetometers can accommodate around 600 people at a time. Understanding that those are not all arriving at the same time, there is a window where people arrive an hour before the game, an hour and a half before the game, half an hour before the game, and there is a peak moment of arrival. And the magnetometers and procession process is designed to accommodate the peak arrival moment. Now, shall people arrive all at the same time? And that's very theoretical for the 15,000 people to show up exactly at the same minute. The magnetometers can accommodate pushing into the depth of Citi Field, which is Citi Square, which is very generous on that southwest corner to take queues off the street completely.
Okay. I would like to see that work.
Certainly.
Okay.
Certainly.
And last, if there is a casino in the vicinity, how will that affect these plans?
Okay, so first of all, just to be clear, this is not a casino project, and we are completely two separate and distinct projects, right?
Understood.
Obviously our greatest concern, should there be development of any sort across the street, would be ensuring that we would still have parking spaces for our facility. And given that any development there that the Mets engage in or approved for would indeed need to keep sufficient parking for all of Citi Field, we feel confident that we will have sufficient parking for our 60% size stadium across the street. So parking is our primary concern, and really we don't have remaining concerns about that. Other than that, since
even the plan for what might go there, really, we have not had a chance. It hasn't been really articulated, entirely and fully and deeply. We're still processing like what that might mean. It's all very theoretical right now. So we would have to continue to engage. But I will say that we have had a very productive relationship with our neighbors across the street in both coordinating to make sure the environmental reviews are doing what they need to do in tandem on parking, on arrangement, on anything to do with improvements in streets and entrances and exits. So we've got a great relationship. We anticipate that will continue and we'll be able to work out any issues.
Okay.
Thanks.
I think.
I can answer I can come back and answer the unit mix question. So on buildings 1 and 2, the ones that are now underway, we have a mix of approximately 25% studios, 25 or 50% one bedrooms, and 25% 2s and 3s. But again, we haven't solidified. That's what's been solidified with HPD and HDC. When you do one of these big affordable projects, you go sit down with the agencies and look at like really where the need is, and you work out the mix with the agencies. We haven't gotten into that level of planning yet on the buildings.
Right, but I'm assuming that the senior housing that you referenced that would be in phase 2 would include a large number of the studios and ones?
So just to be clear, the senior housing is in phase 1. It's the last building in phase 1 that we anticipate starting on later this year. And yes, all of those units, the 220 senior units, are all studios and ones, and that will be financed through the SARA program with HPD.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. With that, we are going to release the applicant team, and thank you for your time. Obviously, you're welcome to stay with us all day. We will be here all day. But we are going to take testimony now from members of the public. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
First up, we're delighted to call the local council member for this neighborhood, Council Member Francisco Moya. Mr. Moya, we are delighted to have you here. Thank you very much for your presence. And whenever you are settled and ready, you have 3 minutes. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Thank you so much for having me here today, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak about a project that I have poured my heart and soul into. We are at a point where we once thought we would never reach, but we're here as we continue on our journey towards the next significant milestone in the Willets Point development. In 2018, when I came to the City Council, I had made a commitment to bring affordable housing to Queens. Today, I'm proud to say that not only did I fulfill that promise, but I also worked tirelessly to secure historic AMI levels. This ensures affordability for a broad spectrum of income, including units dedicated to low-income seniors and for formerly homeless people. This project represents the most significant affordable housing initiative in 4 decades, and that's just the beginning. I always emphasize that finding the right partners was key to reaching this point, and we did that with the New York City Football Club and the Queens Development Corporation. We believed that we could, and we did, and I want to thank the incredible team, and many of whom are present at this meeting. Special thanks goes to Mayor Adams for his support and for allowing me the opportunity to rework the entire script for Willets Point. This collaboration led us to achieve the lowest AMI levels we've seen in this area. This investment is not just about buildings, it's about shaping the future of our community. It's about creating stability and security for the working class community that's struggling to make ends meet. It will provide essential support for the educational aspirations of local children. It will stimulate our local economy. It will establish a pipeline for local employment and stand in solidarity with our hardworking brothers and sisters in labor who have been the backbone of building this city. Additionally, we are bringing the first ever fully electronic and 100% privately funded stadium that will bring joy and unity to a borough that sleeps, eats, and breathes football. Together, we are creating life-changing economic opportunities through the tens and thousands of jobs, building not just 2,500 units of housing, but 2,500 homes, and raising a community that was always called the Valley of Ashes. So once again, I want to thank everyone for their help in creating a project that simply makes sense. And now I hope that we can go and finish what we started. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to be here with all of you, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councilman. We appreciate it. We appreciate your presence and your years of advocacy. And as I've noted to you, I remember you making this point to me years and years ago that this was one of your highest priorities in your time in public life, so we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let us move on. We are going to move on to everyone who has signed up to testify on Willets Point Phase 2. And as is our custom here, we go back and forth between people who signed up in favor and who have signed up in opposition. With that spirit, we will hear from opposition, Ashok Ramsaran from Queens Civic Congress on Zoom, to be followed by Robert Losalzo. Forgive me for mispronouncing your name if I am mispronouncing it. Madam Secretary, we have Mr. Ramsaran on Zoom, if we can pull him up.
You should be able to unmute your microphone in Zoom. Ashok, you should be able to unmute your microphone in Zoom.
Mr. Ramsaran, if you can hear us, you can unmute yourself and begin. We'll give you a couple more seconds here, and then we'll move on to the next person. We'll try to pull you up a little later on. No, okay, let's move on. We'll obviously pull Mr. Ramsaran back in as soon as we can. Let's move on to Robert Losalzo, who I believe is on the phone.
Currently, I do not see the phone number associated with that registration.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to Jenny Lando, be followed by Guadalupe Aguirre. Do you see either of them? Okay, great.
Promoting right now.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Guadalupe Aguirre Gómez. Voy a hacer mi interpretación en español porque quiero expresarme bien al mensaje que voy a dar. Soy parte de la comunidad de Corona y el día de hoy estoy aquí para darle las gracias por este apoyo a este gran proyecto. La comunidad de Corona está muy feliz, ya que este proyecto trae muchas oportunidades, no solamente de viviendas accesibles, sino también de nuevas oportunidades de empleo que ahora la gente en realidad necesita, y escuela, sobre todo que la comunidad está trayendo educación. Este proyecto está trayendo educación, oportunidades de empleo y pues las viviendas accesibles. Y Corona quiere darle las gracias, la comunidad de Corona, por este apoyo a este gran proyecto. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Aguirre, soy parte de la organización Casas San Judas y muchas gracias por este apoyo.
Gracias, señora Aguirre, por su testimonio y por su apoyo de este proyecto. I do not know if we have translation that is live for commissioners, but it was testimony and support. And you can do a summary. It's not like a live transcript of.
We'll get it translated.
Let's do that because I think
we'll get it translated and
okay,
included with your materials. So the applicant will get it translated, so you have a transcription of it.
But I think we can say she was in favor of.
Yes, this was supportive testimony on behalf of the opportunities that will present for the neighborhood. So thank you very much, and we will get the translation of that. Did we have Ms. Lando as well?
Hi. Hi, good morning, Chair Garodnick and everyone else. My name is Jenny Lando. I'm a native New Yorker and a Queens resident. I'm also a parent and an educator and a dedicated and passionate supporter of New York City Football Club. I want to say that I strongly support Phase 2 of the Willets Point project, not only because of the creation of a world-class soccer stadium for NYCFC, but because of the wider and long-standing benefits of the entire project. First, the development of a newly envisioned neighborhood in my hometown. This will be the first time, I think, in my life that I have seen that happen to this extent. The creation of desperately needed affordable housing in Queens and ultimately a new school and public space to support all of those families. And finally, the stadium for our team, its main offices and a home base for its nonprofit City in the Community. The team supporters have been waiting a long time for a true home, and we are thrilled that it could be in Queens. NYCFC has demonstrated a commitment through City in the Community to supporting underserved communities and young New Yorkers, and my hope is they continue to do so. I don't think there's another sporting organization in the city that is better positioned to strike a balance between sport and community. And of course, all of this leads to jobs and an economic boost to our city. I work at a Queens public school, and I bring many of our parents and students to games annually. And I'm hopeful that this project will bring the beautiful game to more people and families in our city. And I'm just thinking about the proximity of a K-8 school near a professional soccer stadium and what kind of interesting career days and community service opportunities that could lead to. As a lifelong New Yorker, I can say that I feel this project will unequivocally help make my community, my borough, and my city stronger. And I hope that the City Planning Committee votes to keep Phase 2 moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Lando, for being here with us. We'll move now next on to Lorinda Hooks of the East Elmhurst Corona Civic Association, also on Zoom. Lorinda Hooks.
Lorinda is not in Zoom.
Okay, let's move on to Jason Osborne, please, followed by Luke Sinto.
Jason, you should be able to unmute.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jason Osborne. I'm offering my support today in two capacities. I'm a proud resident of downtown Flushing, Community Board 7. I'm also here on behalf of Community Preservation Corporation, the other CPC. We are a nonprofit affordable housing and community revitalization company based in New York City, and we partner with HPD and HCR to finance affordable housing throughout the state. I've been financing affordable housing in New York City for the past 10 years. Proud alumni of New York City Housing Development Corporation, so I'm excited for the development proposal and partnership with HDC and HPD. And congratulations on the first phase that closed in December. On a personal level, and consistent with the chair's comment of our children having opinions, I have a 4-year-old son who participates in the NYC Soccer Kids program, who has a partnership with the football club to receive discount tickets. His opinion, I respect that as well. We participate in Saturday soccer. So this development proposal is important both professionally, with the opportunity to create 100% affordable housing, 2,500 units, as well as the connection with community and the blend with the neighborhood of Corona and Flushing, supporting that rich culture of the world's game. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next up, Luke Sinto.
Luke is not in the Zoom.
Okay. Sarah Pennenberg, followed by Ari Espinal. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you, City Planning Commission, for this time to testify on Willets Point. My name is Sarah Pennenberg, and I'm a political coordinator at SEIU 32BJ. 32BJ is dedicated to represent the interests of 175,000 members across 11 states in Washington, D.C. Our union members are the pillar of the property service sector here in New York City, performing crucial roles in commercial and residential buildings, stadiums, airports, and a multitude of other locations. 32BJ has secured a credible commitment with Related for the creation of good, permanent residential jobs at the aspect of that project. In addition, we have a credible commitment with NYCFC for good stadium jobs. These commitments ensure the standards and adhere to prevailing wage and benefit standards, which 32BJ members have diligently fought for and achieved in the industry. With the increase of affordable housing here and our membership, we see a great gain in that. And then also to touch on the stadium, the inclusion of the NYCFC stadium in this proposal is a crucial component to job growth in the area. Our members have a track record of working in stadiums across New York City, iconic venues like MSG and Citi Field. The football club's new flagship home will join the ranks of NYC stadiums by generating quality jobs in the area, from union-built to post-construction positions, showcasing the impact of positive, well-crafted jobs on the community. 32BJ is proud to support the reimagined Willets Point and will believe that it will catalyze economic growth and investment in the city of New York. Thank you guys for the time.
Thank you. We have a question from Commissioner Osorio.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony and for taking the time to come here. Quick question. In the conversations with the development team, have any discussions specific to green jobs have been included in addition to the construction jobs directly? In other words, jobs associated with the installation or the maintenance of the solar system that is being proposed, the green infrastructure that is being proposed, anything in that regard that we could know?
What I can speak to is that our membership and our training fund has a Green Super program, which employers have utilized throughout processes in new builds like this. So I imagine something like that will be utilized. I haven't been privy to any conversations about any installation, but when it comes to the post-construction staffing and those other certifications, our membership and our union does support those jobs.
Thank you. If there's anything that you can share later in that regard would be super useful.
Sure, we can follow up. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Ms. Pennenberg. Next up is Ari Espinal on Zoom, followed by Patrick Shields, who I believe is in the room.
Ari is not in the Zoom.
Okay. Mr. Shields, you're up. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm testifying strongly in favor, confident that the development satisfies my priorities as a New York citizen first and a soccer supporter second. My name is Patrick Shields. I'm a 40-year New York City resident, a proud union member, a small business owner and advocate, a member of the Manhattan Plaza Tenants Association, and former 25-year member of South Village Neighbors. I'm a veteran participatory budgeting delegate and an NYCFC founding member and Third Rail Supporters Club charter member. I've been a soccer player for 52 of my 60 years and a nonstop local, national, and international soccer traveler since 1988. At the intersection of my community work and my soccer advocacy, two things I have learned. One, no development negotiation is perfect, certainly not one with this history, complexity, and scale. But New York City must always come first. Two, if you fail to take full advantage of the soccer aspect of this development, you will have wildly underestimated its potential, economic, of course, but also social. Willets Point as a whole will be a residential, business, and waterfront gem when complete, but the soccer growth will be exponential, new, and blue chip. Ancillary to the pro-soccer aspect of Phase 2 can be new businesses in player agency, travel and tourism, health and wellness, merchandising, public relations, graphics and printing, coaching and training, catering, soccer-themed entertainment and film, and of course, bars and restaurants. The USA, and in particular New York City, are about to reach out and grab a substantial percentage of the world's soccer economy, which dwarfs all other sport. The domestic and international soccer communities have been waiting for this modestly sized American crown jewel. Socially, soccer has gender, sexuality, and racial equity like no other American sport. Heroes matter. It has a global outlook, thus defying growing nationalism. Phenomenal real-world impact. Different backgrounds, common passion. Sports matters. No more the immigrant sport as an insult. Now the immigrant sport as in we are all immigrants. Meld this thoughtfully with the other proposal you addressed today and watch a soccer-specific jobs and business hub arise from those ashes. This is not hyperbole. The economic and social impact will be well beyond what you are likely now imagining. Soccer is here, and its economy is in its American infancy. You may look back on the impact of this as the crowning achievement of your time as commissioners. Thanks to you all for your consideration today.
Great. Thank you very much. Next up is Jennifer Quesada.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, Commissioners. It's an honor to be on this call. Hi, my name is Jennifer Quesada. I am the proud founder and CEO of Digital Moda, a small apparel business. Having collaborated with NYCFC, a true advocate for the community, I've witnessed their commitment for the city. I am in support and in favor of this wonderful project. During the beginning of the pandemic, as a CUNY student with a first responder mother, we've pivoted production with garment work all the way to producing PPEs for the city of New York and hospitals around the tri-state areas. This includes support from NYCFC with this project, making sure that it's for the city, by the city. NYCFC reached out to our family business in such crisis to partner up in creating PPEs from jerseys, showcasing their dedication for the community's welfare. It was my last semester of college, and I'm pivoting garment production for my small business, which is a family business, to PPEs was very much overwhelming for our small business. But the club has supported us in every step of the way, as they've done for multiple small businesses, including myself. As a native Latina, Ecuadorian, New Yorker, small business owner, I affirm that NYCFC genuinely embodies unity and support for the city. NYCFC's commitment for sustainability to the community and for the community support is evident in collaborations with businesses and my own stories with the PPE on collaboration. It is a commendable and honorable project, I would say. I stand on one of many successful stories of small businesses supported by NYCFC as they continue to foster and grow through grants for businesses within their community. Thank you all. We are making history for New York City today, not just as a small business owner, as a native New Yorker, as a girl that dreamed and looked up to many businesses, wishing that that was me. NYCFC is making sure those kids that are dreaming are having to dream big. And thank you so much for such an impactful project. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Quesada. We appreciate your being with us and for those words. Let me go back to Robert Locelzo, who I believe is now in the Zoom and who I'd called previously. Let's see if we can bring him up.
Robert, you should be able to press *6 on your phone to unmute.
Can you all hear me now?
We can hear you.
Wonderful. First of all, I'm coming to you from a hospital bed, which may be your first. Secondly, I want to cut into my time, but I want you to know that the instructions on the New York City Engage portal about how to get through this meeting are wrong. And God only knows how many other people are trying to get through by telephone, not Zoom or any other way, and having a hard time doing it. So I hope you will ask me about that when I'm finished. Anyway, here's what I would like to say, and as no one better than Dan Garodnick knows, two of the key objectives back in the day of Willets Point in 2008. Two of the objectives: eliminate underutilization that was claimed to exist on the site and to remediate allegedly contaminated land. Today's proposal fails on both of those counts. Briefly, on underutilization, What could be more underutilized than a gigantic stadium that is used for just 17 home games per year, leaving it basically unused for the other 348 days? Now, I will say that when the community board had meetings with the team before the ULURP began, they repeatedly asked them, what other uses will this stadium be put to? They had no good answer, and they deferred to the next meeting and said, we'll have to get back to you. That tells me that whatever other uses they're claiming for this, concocted to avoid the impression that it is going to be underutilized. And certainly those uses can take place in a lot smaller space than a stadium that spans across many blocks. On remediation, let me say that the commitment was to enroll all 23 acres of the site into the state brownfield cleanup program, which operates under the auspices of DEC, and to remediate the land to their standards. However, there are at least 6 lots in the area that you were discussing that were never enrolled in the brownfield cleanup program. And this is counter to what David Quart of EDC told the Queensborough Board back in 2013. I'm going to read you a quote from what he said that day on November 18, 2013. As was indicated by the joint venture and EDC's most recent letter to you, which was sent late last week, the intention and the absolute requirement is to revise the brownfield cleanup application to ensure that all 23 acres of the site will be included in it. And that is absolutely the 100% requirement of our agreement, that once we have full vacant possession of the 23 acres, it will be transferred to QDG, whose first obligation is to fully remediate 23 acres. You are correct that the current state of the application does not include all the parcels, but it absolutely will. It will be amended, and it will be in accordance with what we represented to date, around 23 acres of remediation. Now, that's the end of the quote from David Quart back 10 years ago. All right, the other thing I want to bring to your attention, if I have a couple of more seconds, is that Community Board 7 made it a condition of their approval that the parking problem be solved, that Steve Cohen and the Mets have to permit 4,000 parking spaces to be used. Otherwise, according to the EIS, folks will just have to realize there's no parking.
You're at time. Why don't you wrap it up, please? You're at time.
I just did. I think you heard my point.
Okay.
Do you want to say anything?
Thank you.
The inability to get through on your numbers?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to next up is Samir Mullick, and we have confirmed, by the way, for the benefit of the public and the commission, that our information is correct for people to log in and speak via Zoom and telephone. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Samir Mullick, please. Mullick.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, and can see you too.
Yeah. Okay. my name is Samir Mullick. I'm a young leader with New York City Football Club, and I've been working with City in the community for the past 3 years. I've initially joined as a young player, soccer player, in one of their programs called Saturday Night Lights. I was 14 when I started, and since then I've developed so much as a player, as a person as well, because Saturday Night Lights, which is run by City in the Community, has exposed me with different career-oriented programs such as Young Leadership Council and Young Leadership Training, which helps young people like me develop leadership skills. I used to be the person sitting behind the class, at the back of the class, not participating or anything. But now I'm here giving a public testimony and doing so many things with, I'm also a coach, so it shows how much of a better person I've become. And City in the Community is also expected to get their own section in the stadium, which public space, to be more specific. So people like us and like the local community could come and like show their creativity and really have a safe place to show their skills, because right now we don't have that many like events or really like events for us. So having a stadium, having a space where we could do these amazing stuff is definitely a thing that I'm looking forward to.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us today and participating in the hearing. And we wish you all the best, too. Let me go on to Sean Cambero on Zoom, followed by Ingrid Young and Thomas Grech.
Hello? Am I on?
You are on. Tell me your name, and then let's hear from you.
Good morning. My name is Sean Cambero, and I have been running youth soccer programs in Queens for 36 years. I was also an educator with the New York City Department of Education in Queens for also a long time, 31 of those years. Currently, I'm working with 3 high schools doing a soccer program, over 100 kids participating. New York City has been supporting our soccer program since their inaugural season in 2015. That first year, they already helped us obtain very badly needed soccer equipment. Since then, they have also provided us with coaching, league support, summer jobs for our participants, opportunities for our players to become soccer coaches themselves, as the previous kid spoke, and free tickets to all of our participants to New York City FC games. And if that wasn't enough, this coming Saturday, a brand new Saturday Night Lights program is coming to our very own Flushing High School campus. Providing opportunities for our young students to grow up as responsible adults is what NYCFC is all about. Soccer is a wonderful, healthy, safe activity that teaches kids how to relate to each other in positive ways and provides a platform for a more fulfilling life. Soccer transforms children's lives for the better, and no matter what they choose as a career, it greatly contributes to them becoming productive members of society. A local soccer stadium is something that is for them, something that we build for their future. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Great. Thank you very much for being here. We're going to call next Ingrid Young, who I believe may be with us here in the hearing room. Right. Okay, gotcha. Thank you very much. Ms. Young was here on behalf of the applicant team. Just have her erroneously in the list here. Thank you very much. Next and possibly last is Thomas Grech, but before I go to Mr. Grech of the Queen's Chamber, I will note that if you are interested in testifying on Willits Phase 2 calendars number 21 to 25, we are almost at your last opportunity to do so, at least at the City Planning Commission. So if you want to jump in and testify, please make sure that your name is on the list, and we will call you after Mr. Grech. With that, Thomas Grech of the Queen's Chamber on Zoom.
Thomas Grech is not in the Zoom.
Okay. Then I will give final call for anybody wishing to testify on calendars number 21, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I would like to speak.
Oh, okay. We'll get you in. Hang on one second. Give us a moment. You know what? Just come on up, state your name, and then we'll get your testimony. And thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alicia Boyd. I'm a Brooklynite, so I'm not that familiar with this Queens project. However, I'm very familiar with the language that always happens with affordable housing. Every time they come into our community, they never have the numbers. Oh, we're going to get it to you. Don't worry. We're going to get it to you. There's specific points where, is this going to be in perpetuity? Oh, we're going to get back to you. They've been working on this project since 2008, and you still don't know the numbers. Oh, but we got the amount of apartments, but we don't have the numbers. We don't have the target. We don't know who we're actually going to be providing the affordable housing to. And then that 120% AMI, do we know how much that is? That's like $150,000 a year. How is that supposed to be affordable to the average New Yorker? How is that supposed to be affordable to the 100,000 people that are homeless that this project is supposed to do? Oh, no, yeah, we have the regulatory agreements. I heard that one before. But every time you guys continue to push the applications through, oh, we have all this great affordable housing. And then when you see who's in these housing, these are middle-class people who have a lot of options for a lot of other places. You don't target it to the low, even though we hear about the low, moderate income. Where's the numbers? So again, you're having this major project and you don't even have numbers. You can't even tell us, well, yeah, it's going to be, 30% of AMI. And what is 30% of AMI? And how many apartments are going to be there? They still haven't given it to you, even as of today. Oh, but don't worry, we're going to get back to you. We hear it every day. It comes to our communities every day. We get the same nonsense. And you guys just rubber stamp, move on, another affordable housing opportunity while the homeless rate just continues to increase and increase and increase. Try to get some numbers next time, some of these guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wait, Ms. Boyd, if you don't mind, we have a question for you from Commissioner Goodrich.
Hi.
I think my mic is, there it is. I'm curious, how long have you lived, I have a feeling it's going to be a very long time. How long have you lived in New York?
I've lived in New York all my life. I'm a Brooklynite.
I can spot the Brooklynite. Can you talk about a project that you have seen that came in, was, obviously framed, it was going to be affordable, and since you've lived here for so long, what was the aftermath? Because this is, you have...
Okay, I can give you one. I mean, that's not hard. We had another stadium, right? Oh, it's the big one right down in Brooklyn, right? Oh, remember that one 20 years ago? Oh, yes, we were going to provide all this affordable housing. Oh, my God, the lawsuits and all the promises of affordable housing. Oh, we're going to get tons of that with the stadium and all the money that was going to come into the neighborhood and how much we were going to benefit from it, especially all those black people. 20 years later. Not one unit built. Not one. Not one. Last developer, oh, we ran out of money. Oh, we're putting down the project. Oh, this was huge. This was all in the papers. It was all over America, all over the world about this stadium and this affordable stuff. And not one affordable unit has been built on that site. Not one. Do I need another example?
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's do a last call for Ashok Ramsaran, who I believe is in the Zoom and may be able to unmute at this point. Let's just to make sure that he has a shot.
Ashok, you should be able to unmute your microphone.
Yes, good morning. I'm the Executive Vice President of Queens Civic Congress, and our organization is an umbrella organization of over 80 civic homeowner civic associations in Queens. And we are opposed to the City of Yes because it infringes on the...
Oh, sorry, sir. We are, we're not yet on that item. Are you here to testify on Willits Phase 2?
I'm sorry, my apologies.
Okay, we'll put you on for City of Yes for economic opportunity. Make sure you're on there, okay? All right, great. Let me just do a final call on Willits. Willits?
Yes.
Come on up. And before you start, let me do one final call. Anybody else want to be heard on Willits? Okay. Welcome. Hello. If you could just introduce yourself.
To follow on what Ms. Boyd mentioned, I want to remind everyone that there was news this morning now that there's a reduction of the percentage of neighborhood people who are going to be have a bigger opportunity for this affordable units. It has been reduced from 50 to, I think, 25. So the communities are losing ground. It's in the paper, unless it's something that someone made up, but it was in the New York paper. So the New York papers covered it. I just didn't read the whole thing. I glimpsed at it. But let's remember, as hopefully, more of these projects that offer affordability, and again, affordability is a relative thing depending on how much money you earn and where the city is going. The higher the income in the city as a whole, and there are a lot of people coming in making a lot of money. It's been happening for a while. It's not yesterday. The AMI is relative to the totality of incomes, to the totality of the 5 boroughs, but adjacent counties. As more wealthy, high-income earners come, what are we talking about? 60% of what? 70% of what? 80% of what? 120% of that. The way this has been going, and it's been for a while, the numbers are there. Even 30% of the what? For many people in New York City who have who are not going to make extra. They don't have master's degrees. They're not, the many reasons why people come to the city to make a living. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. They're increasingly difficult to make it here, no matter how hard you work. So, referring to Willets Point, because from what appears from the testimony of development, there's still a lot that hasn't been figured out. There's years of this coming forward. Incomes are rising, at least for the time being, very high. Please keep that in mind and ask the hard questions. And I'm appreciative of those hard questions that are being asked of detail, because like Ms. Boyd said, we'll get back to you. City Council knows about the "we get back to you." I watch those. I watch you on Antenna TV. I watch the City Council. When you get to my age, sometimes you can't sleep at night, and but it's so interesting. It doesn't put me back to sleep, unfortunately. But that's a testament to the challenges of City of New York, whether it's development or running a city like the City of New York. I'll stop there. I thank you for the opportunity, and I didn't introduce myself, and I apologize. I'm Maria Roca, Friends of Sunset Park, South Brooklyn.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roca, and we're glad that we had our, I suppose, intended soporific effect, and we're able to help you sleep at night. Yeah, thank you. Let me just make sure that we don't have anybody else on Zoom or in person.
So we're going to get Thomas Greck, who was called earlier into Zoom, calling in right now.
Terrific. So let's just pause for a moment for Mr. Greck.
Thomas, if you press *6, you will be able to unmute your microphone. Oh.
Hello. Hello. We can hear you.
Can you folks on Zoom hear me?
We can hear you in the room, and I believe they can hear you on the Zoom.
Chamber. I got locked out of the Willets Point testimony. May I?
You are actually right in the Willets Point testimony, and in fact, maybe the last word on the Willets Point testimony. So go right ahead. We're delighted to have you.
It's wonderful, and great to be the cherry on top of a great project after 2 hours of waiting. Anyway, all good. Willets Point has been a challenge to develop and revitalize for many, many decades, and it shows. However, we now have the opportunity to fix this and bring a truly incredible project that will bring much provided affordable housing, the city's first ever soccer-specific stadium, and most importantly, as the Chamber of Commerce president, thousands and thousands of good-paying jobs and billions with a B in economic activity to Queens. We are getting Queens' economy back on track, and projects like this need our full support in order for that to happen. This Willets Point project will turn the neighborhood into a beautiful mixed-use development neighborhood with 2,500 affordable homes, the largest 100% affordable new construction housing in New York City in over 40 years. This project will generate $6.1 billion economic impact over the next 30 years, creating 1,500 permanent jobs and over 14,000 construction jobs, transforming the area around Citi Field and the Billie Jean Tennis Center into the region's premier destination for sports, entertainment, and culture. The NFC Football Club Stadium will undoubtedly be the center of this project. 100% union labor built, employing residents from Queens and throughout our great city. The club is committed to supporting Queens businesses, and in particular the Queens Chamber of Commerce, through localized procurement, and the Chamber stands ready to support them in this effort. In the community, the club has proven to be an incredible partner through their grassroots community work. Witness Francisco Moya, Borough President Donovan Richards, and all their supporters. NYCFC has already worked with many local schools and community boards across the borough to bring their award-winning free programming to local children and families. Once they are able to open a new stadium, it will serve as the new permanent headquarters for this community work, as well as over 100 members of the club's front office staff. This stadium will only benefit our borough and allow NYCFC to continue expanding their work and support for Queens. I strongly urge this group to support the Willets Point, the redevelopment project, and I thank you for your time, and I'm grateful for being the last word on this.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Grech. We appreciate your being here. With that, we will close the hearing on Willets calendars 121 to 25. Madam Secretary?
I'll just note the record is going to remain open on this item through 5 p.m. on Monday, February 5th, 2024, to receive written comments on the DSSEIS.
Great. Let's move on to the next item for today.
We'll just give a second to clear the room.
I have the same one. I just, the laptop, this comes off. Okay, I like it.
Okay, I'll just note the next item and we'll give it a second.
I have that one too. I can get one out.
Borough Brooklyn, calendar numbers 26, 27, 28, and 29. 341 10th Street rezoning and LSGD special permits. CD6. Calendar number 26, C230337 ZMK. Calendar number 27, N230338 ZRK. Calendar number 28, C230339 ZSK. Calendar number 27, C230340 ZSK. Public hearing and the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments and special permits concerning 341 10th Street rezoning and LSGD special permits.
Great, terrific. Let me call up the applicant team today, which consists of Kathy Gormley, Paul Healy, Richard LaBelle, Guy James, Benjamin Rubenstein, and Karen Hernandez. Mr. LaBelle, good to see you.
Good to see you, Chair Garodnick. Commissioners, good afternoon. Richard LaBelle of Sheldon Bell PC. We're here to present the 341 10th Street rezoning and large-scale general development special permits. I'm joined by Paul Healy from Marvel Architects, who will present the architectural aspects of the program, as well as Benjamin Rubenstein from Stellar, the applicant, who will discuss some operational concerns and issues. The application before you today consists of 4 parts. The first, a zoning map amendment, a rezoning to change an existing R6A zoning district to R73 C24 districts along 9th Street at the project site, an existing R6A district to an R73 district along the southern portion of the development site, and an existing R6B district to an R73 district along the southern portion as well. The zoning text amendment here, which is proposed, would result in establishing the R73 within this area and within MIH areas, and to amend the Appendix F inclusionary housing areas to allow for this MIH project within Community Board 6, which would allow for several options, including 1, 2, and the workforce option. The third action is a special permit pursuant to 74-743, which would allow for buildings to be located without regard to height, setback, and rear yards pursuant to the large-scale special permit. This is particularly important on this site, given some of the challenges at the site with the existing MTA cover traversing the site, which Paul can discuss. And finally, a special permit to reduce required parking for this site from 77 spaces to 39 spaces, and to waive parking for new developments here. And this is important given the fact that the site, again, has challenging portions of it, but more importantly, as we'll discuss when we look at the area map, there is a transit-rich area. There are subways within half a block of the site. It's really an exemplary site for mixed-use, transit-oriented development. The proposed development here would result in a development with 3 buildings. There's an existing 18-story at the middle of the site. Along 9th Street, there would be a 76,000 square foot, 17-story mixed-use commercial and residential building. This would be 100% affordable with incomes up to 50% AMI and would provide roughly 100 dwelling units reserved for seniors and families. It is indeed a pleasure to be able to bring a project like this to the Commission, which allows for the creation of this substantial building with 100% affordability. There would additionally be a 10th Street building here, which would be roughly 168,000 square feet, would run to 19 stories, would have community facility on the ground floor, and would provide roughly 205 dwelling units, of which roughly 62 would be affordable. The next slide demonstrates the project area from an eagle-eye view. We note the mix of building typology, but especially note that along 4th Avenue here, you see existing 11, 12-story buildings and greater. This was rezoned in accordance with the Special Gowanus Mixed-Use District, which we can discuss when we look at the area map. The next slide is the zoning map, which shows the existing R6A and R6B sections of the site, as well as the tax map, with the development site highlighted in red and the rezoning area, roughly coterminous, highlighted in dotted lines. Before I pass off to Paul, the next slide has the area map, which really demonstrates why this is a particularly appropriate rezoning. We note the wide streets along 5th Avenue at 80 feet wide, and along 9th Street at 100 feet, and 4th Avenue, of course, a major corridor at 120 feet wide. This is a transit-rich area. There's amazing access to the site, and despite the fact that this presents a large-scale opportunity with 1.5 acres or more of lot area, this basically allows for the utilization of parking structures and above-ground parking to be utilized to create what is really a fantastic mixed-use development with greater than average affordability. And with that, I would hand it off to Paul.
Name?
Good afternoon, all. My name is Paul Healy. I'm with Marvel. We're the architects and the urban designers for the project. This slide highlights the unique conditions of the project site that were created after the construction of the Culver Viaduct, F&G subway lines in 1929. The images at the top show the condition of the site prior to its construction, a full city block with activated streets on 9th and 10th, and at the bottom after construction, a tear in the city fabric with street wall voids on 9th and 10th. The massing strategy for the project is heavily influenced by these unique site conditions. Image on the left shows the existing site divided by the MTA tunnel, which slopes down and under the existing 18-story building on 10th, with large voids on the street wall on both 9th and 10th Street. The image on the right shows the 2 proposed buildings, restoring the street wall along both streets, completing the block and positioning the taller building elements towards the 4th and 5th Avenue corridors. The location of both buildings above the existing MTA tunnel dictates where the main elevated cores can be located outside of the easement lines for MTA. The Gowanus Road plan has rezoned the 4th Avenue corridor, which now allows maximum building heights of 175 feet. A waiver is proposed for the 10th Street building to allow structural trusses which support the building to be located within the rear yard, shown in orange, and a waiver is proposed for increasing maximum building and base heights and reduced setback depth, shown in blue. A rear yard waiver is also proposed for the 9th Street building trusses in orange, and a maximum base height and reduced setback depth in blue. A waiver is also proposed for existing non-compliance of the MTA cover and the existing residential building within the required rear yard area. The proposed new construction will have a total floor area of 245,000 square feet, 234,000 of residential, 6,500 of commercial, and 4,500 of community facility floor area. 305 new dwelling units are proposed, 162 of which will be affordable. The 10th Street building will have 205 units. The 9th Street building will have 100 units. And all unit sizes will meet or exceed HPD and zoning standards. The total project will have a floor area of 409,500 square feet, 5.39 FAR, including the existing building. 459 dwelling units in total and 39 parking spaces are proposed. The existing MTA tunnel occupies the central portion of the site at ground floor level. Vertical circulation cores for the proposed buildings must be positioned outside of the existing MTA easement lines, which sets the massing. There's a large proposed landscaped open space at second floor level, which will be accessible by all 3 buildings. An accessible ramp from the street is provided at 10th Street. The rendering of the second floor open space with areas for seating, children's play, and community gardens. Existing condition on the 9th Street side with street wall void, which is currently fenced off. And the proposed building completes the street wall, activates the street with local retail and residential uses. This is the existing condition on the 10th Street side, a large void in the street wall which is currently fenced off and used for parking. And the proposed 10th Street building completes the street wall, mirrors the character and rhythm of the townhouses across the street and in the wider area, and residential and community facility spaces activate the street at ground floor level. The view of all three buildings looking west from 5th Avenue and 10th, and a view of the 9th Street building looking west from 9th. The proposed new construction will employ a range of sustainable strategies, stormwater detention and water-efficient plumbing, an all-electric building with high-performance facade, and access to quality public transport, long-term bike storage, and the aforementioned high-quality open space at second floor. Thanks, and I'll hand it off to Benjamin Starr.
Thanks, Paul, and thank you, commissioners, for hearing us today. So I'm going to go over our affordable housing strategy, and when coming up with this strategy, we took a holistic site-wide approach. So going from left to right, we have the 10th Street building, which will have the MIH workforce option 4 option, 30% affordable new units. The 9th Street building, or 30% of the new floor area, will be 100% affordable to be developed with as a senior ELA, so for low-income seniors and families with HPD. Together, that is 53% of all new units as being income restricted across the site at affordability levels that blend to roughly 70% AMI. On top of that, we are also going to preserve the affordability of 115 existing units in the existing 341 10th Street building via Article 11. So when we look at the site holistically, new and existing new units, 60% of units on the site at the end of the day will be affordable and at deep levels. If you look at the chart on the right, you see that the majority will be for households earning in the AMI bands of 20 to 60%. Again, as Paul mentioned, this open space in between all three buildings acts as the glue of the project and provides access to all the amenities located on that same floor for all new, existing, affordable market rate tenants alike, as well as a ramp on 10th Street that will be able to allow the community to come up and access that space. We've partnered with local organization Heights and Hills to then provide much needed outdoor senior programming to invite the public up, activate the space. Of course, there's synergies with the senior building and existing building on site. And again, we think this will create a really great multi-general, diverse community amenity for the residents and the community alike. So with that, we end our presentation, and thank you again for the time.
Great. Thank you very much. Say your name one more time for the record, just so we have it.
Benjamin Rubenstein.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein. Let me just start with a couple of questions, and then I will go to my colleagues here. You just had the slide up on the open space, and it showed the connection from 10th Street with a ramp up, stairs up. Is there an entrance or exit point also on 9th Street?
Yeah, so there's a stair on 9th Street as well. That came as a request from the existing residents.
Okay, so that you'll be able to access on both sides, but no ramp on one side and staircase on that same side, and on the other side, staircase.
Correct.
Okay. The R73, this is a zoning designation that typically is limited to waterfront and special districts. And we're looking at a text amendment here to map it on this site. Could you just speak for a minute or two or less, whatever is appropriate, as to why R73 here and what's particular about this site?
Sure, Chair. So the discussion with the department was with regards first to overall bulk. And the R73 here provides a maximum FAR of 6.0. So upon determinations with the department with regards to the program at the site, the appropriateness for this development here, particularly given the surrounding wide streets, buildings in the area, and the challenges of building on the site, once the 6.0 was established, there was a discussion around what district would maintain the appropriate context given the surrounding area. So what you have here is a C43A, which is at a residential equivalency of an R6A, or a 3.6. And then you go to the western portion of the site, which is C44D. which pursuant to the Gowanus Special Mixed Use District and the Gowanus rezoning provides for FARs as high as R9A or an 8.5 equivalent. So once you have those established bulk parameters on both sides of the site, the 6.0 was seen as appropriate here, and the context of an R73 was appropriate because, first of all, you are preventing the applicant from having to put in squat buildings, which would be a challenge on the site given the placement of the existing MTA cover, as well as forcing a contextual district here that would provide buildings that were too tall. In essence, the R73 here, particularly when coupled with the large-scale special permit, allows for waivers to reflect the existing context. Again, an 18-story building exists on the site, and the new buildings would mirror that context. So the R73 was chosen basically because contextual district wouldn't make sense with the large scale, and the bulk parameters were such as would allow for harmonious development on the site.
Okay, thank you. And the last question for me is, there's existing buildings here, and you're talking about adding new buildings in the midst. Can you talk about what efforts have been made in conversations with residents of the existing buildings or will be made in the future to limit the impacts here? Obviously, we live in a dense city and we, need to create housing, but also there are people there. So if you could talk a little bit about what efforts are being made or have been discussed.
Sure. So we have been communicating with the existing residents to get a sense of what are their concerns, what are their asks, and how can we ensure that this project benefits them as well. As it relates to the existing building as part of both the Article 11 with an IPNA, as well as providing more benefits to them in the building, we're going to make improvements to lobby, common spaces, other things like replacing terrace doors, and ensuring that the building systems in general, like roof and whatnot, are all in good shape. For parking, which is another concern that we've heard, we will ensure that all rent-stabilized residents will maintain a parking space if they have one. We've been able to do that with the parking plan. And unfortunately, if there's a fair market tenant or a third-party resident, they will lose that parking spot. We will be removing 6 curb cuts, 3 on 9th Street, 3 on 10th Street, which will in turn then provide at least additional street parking. As for views, roughly 80% of the units will have, minimal partial impact to no impact. We worked with the design department of the Brooklyn office to really try to put the massings closer towards the avenue and keep greater separations between buildings when possible. And yeah, I think that's about it. And of course, with the open space, we're going to coordinate with the residents to ensure that, and amenities to make sure that they are reflective of things that they would like to see and use.
Great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Benjamin, for 5 minutes.
Couple of questions. One, does the existing building become non-compliant with this new development?
There's no increased non-compliance. I think there's some existing non-compliance of the existing.
So it doesn't decrease the non-compliance, but doesn't increase it.
Right.
And once more, the apartment breakdowns, studios, ones, family, is this intended
the 10th
mainly?
Street building, which has 205 units, the unit mix will be 20% 2 beds, 80% 1 beds. And the 9th Street building, which is 100 units, the unit mix will be 50% studios, 20% 1 beds, and 30% 2 and 3 beds.
So the 10th Street building is 20% 2 beds?
And 80% 1 beds.
And the 9th Street building is 50% studios?
20% 1 beds, 30% 2 and 3s.
Any breakdown between the 2s and 3s?
I don't currently have that breakdown.
Okay, and could we get a list of the improvements that you were speaking about for the existing tenants? That seems to be a very large issue about stellar management that the community has brought up.
Sure, I can give you detail. It's split. That 15% 2s, 15% 3 beds.
Okay, so 15%, 15%.
Right. So again, we have employed my colleague Karen Hernandez to really be our lead communications director with the existing residents and community. We are working on a community benefits agreement Part and parcel to that is a tenant-landlord agreement to memorialize all the improvements that I mentioned earlier into this rezoning and make sure that is something that we will deliver on. We are going to be working with Fifth Avenue Committee to administer this agreement. And again, it's our full intention to act on all these benefits, build all the affordable housing, and we feel that we have also plenty of endorsements from residents and throughout our whole portfolio who can speak highly of Stellar as well.
Okay, if you could send us what you have, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, we'll send you a package of all the support and endorsement letters.
Okay, and last but not least, I'm looking at my notes to try and see what I'll do it on the second round if we have one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Osorio?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks so much for the presentation, and thanks so much for the documents that you submitted. I have two quick questions. The first question has to do with the open space ratio. So as noted in the environmental impact statement, the proposed actions will result in a significant decrease, quantitative decrease in the amount of open space per 1,000 people. At the same time, you've explained how the proposed open spaces from a qualitative point of view are meant to mitigate that impact. I'm wondering if you can expand a little bit in terms of, to what extent can we really sort of like equate the loss in terms of the amount of open space with the accessibility of these spaces. You mentioned the two, in response to the chair's question, you mentioned the two publicly accessible sort of like instances where the public is going to be able to access this, but I'm wondering if you can expand a little bit on that. Would this be 24/7 access? To what extent has the community been involved in the design of these open spaces? I mean, if we're going to consider them neighborhood amenities, I would love to understand a little bit what's been the decision-making process there.
Sure. So, we intend to, what we've shown you is just an imagine of what it could be. We intend to work with the community and the existing residents to design the space and make sure that it has everything that they could want and need. We need to work with the residents first to really determine, really hours when they'd want to invite the community up there. Security, of course, is a concern of ours. But I think it'd be safe to say that daylight hours would be open to the public, yes.
Thank you. Is it possible to sort of like maybe see a little bit more now the specific considerations that are being discussed to incorporate the sustainability measurements into sort of like the landscape design? In other words, what percentage of that open space will be permeable? How exactly are you going to process wastewater? Like, to help us understand how this elevated open space is going to function in terms of the sustainability measures that are being proposed.
Sure, and I can let Paul speak to it further, but just really simply, I think everything we do will increase the amount of stormwater retention on site. Most of the site is impervious surfaces, and Paul can speak to the specifics of it, but what we do in the park, in the buildings, the rooftops will act as a sponge, essentially, to help soak. So.
Yeah, currently it's impermeable asphalt over the MTA tunnel. So there'd be a system of essentially rain gardens or that type of thing. There'd be grasses that would hold water for longer. The buildings themselves will have probably a hybrid of blue roofs and detention tanks. I think there might be some detention tanks on the site as well. So there'll be retention probably in multiple forms. We're planning, for the 10th Street building to have all blue roofs and detention tanks. So there'll be several strategies that will contribute to detaining water on the roof and slowing down the release of that stormwater into the city system.
Okay, but it will be released directly into the city system. There won't be any on-site processing for stormwater or anything like that. You don't anticipate the need for that?
I think we haven't looked much further than detention, which would be a way of slowing down that system through tanks and through roof retention.
Well, thank you. I would appreciate if maybe in writing you can share a little bit more information in terms of like how much water are we talking about and to what extent this will create a potential impact on the system. The other question that I have
would alleviate the system, because that water is currently falling on hard surfaces, so it will actually help to alleviate that risk.
No, fair enough. And I'm asking this question also given the vulnerability of the stormwater absorption system on the street anyway. So I get your point. I just want to understand how exactly will this play out.
Yeah.
Thank you. The other question has to do with the community board's concerns. And so I'm wondering if you can share a little bit, you know, what's your response to the concerns that they've raised and certainly how they've voted on this.
Yeah, so the community board provided a conditional denial, so it was a deny unless. And it was a very in-depth discussion over the course not merely of the land use and full board hearings, but of the prior communications with the community board. As expressed in their resolution, there were really two main points, and the first was centered on parking. And there was a question raised at the community board with regards to whether or not the reduction in parking would actually would serve the local area. This is obviously something which comes up on many applications, particularly where a parking special permit is requested. But the numbers here did support, obviously, given the extremely transit-rich nature of the area, with 2 subways within half a block, 3 subways within a block, and 5 subways within 3 blocks. So it's a really, I mean, it presents a unique opportunity in that regard, as well as having bus service on the site. So there was that issue with them with the fact that they wanted, they were skeptical about the parking, and we felt that we made our findings. The other primary component of the community resolutions was for the CBA. There, as was suggested, there's a history with regards to the applicant at the site, and so they said we'd like to hold the applicant's feet to the fire and make sure that they fulfill their responsibilities. We did assure them, and will continue to assure through our actions, both with the council member and beyond, that a CBA, as was mentioned by Benjamin, is applicable to the site and will allow for the imposition of conditions outside of merely the rezoning and the related actions.
Thank you for that. I appreciate your response.
Commissioner, we're at 5 minutes, so you just want to wrap up.
No, I can wait for the next round.
May not be unless Commissioner Benjamin. Okay, we're going to go to Commissioner Benjamin, and then we'll re-up for you, Commissioner Benjamin.
The schematic you showed of the open space is all very passive open space, and you're talking about some number, 30% of the 9th Street building would be family housing. So is there any thought about active
I think there
open
was
space?
A children's play area proposed. There's community gardens as well. There's walking paths, and so there is active space proposed in that. The exact configuration of it is still in process.
I mean, I would just say that kids grow up and tot lots don't really work for kids who are more than 5 or 6.
Yes, there will be a children's play area, and this is also something that has been requested by the existing residents as well. So we do intend to do that, and we think there are synergies with the family units.
And on the rooftop, are there any active areas, if it's going to be blue or roofs for community? Are there any active areas that you might contemplate, or is that just kind of passive or?
Passive on rooftop.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you have more questions? No. Okay. Commissioner Osorio, back to you. 5 minutes.
So, yeah, my question is, I mean, it's more than a question, it's really a comment. So I appreciate your response in terms of the community board's request for a stronger CBA. But I think that this is a good reminder of how limiting even a CBA could be in terms of its enforcement. So I really encourage you to think about what could be other ways, or not mutually exclusive, but rather synergetic opportunities to show that you are committed to what the community is expecting in that regard.
No, I appreciate Commissioner Osorio, and I think that allowing for partnership with local organizations like Fifth Avenue Committee, who have deep experience in the area, as the Commission is aware from the Gowanus rezoning, kind of allows us to have a little bit more interaction and contact in order to develop that. But I think even beyond the contractual obligations, this is an applicant who really, wants to express their commitment, and again, taking what amounts to be a very challenging site and trying to really make it usable. Indeed, the site has been somewhat of an eyesore over the course of the years. The Commission has seen photos of the 9th and 10th Street frontages with basically these parking structures in dark areas. So, we're looking forward to those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, we'll thank you very much for your presentation today. We're going to go to members of the public on calendar number 26 to 29. First up is Alicia Boyd. We have you on this one? Yes or no? Not intentionally? You're welcome to, or are you? Of course.
Okay, let's talk about community benefit people. That's the CBA. New York City has one of the worst reputations when it comes to community benefits. We ourselves were in a challenge, and our community board, if you want an example, in which we were promised all this affordable housing. Was it 117 affordable housing units? Okay, in a part of the community benefits agreement. Remember that one that came before this board? Remember that one? Okay, right. And then we filed a lawsuit because we couldn't find the agreement. Well, guess what? Neither could the judge. Neither could anybody else. So did we get the 117 affordable units from the community benefits agreement? No, we didn't. Is that development now being built? Yes. You guys have the worst record. New York City has the worst record in the world for community benefits. And what has this commission done? You have done nothing. You haven't done nothing. Here he comes in. Oh, we're going to get it. We're going to, again, what was that? We'll get it to you later. We don't have it right now. When are you going to actually work for us? When are you going to say, you can't come before us until you have a community benefits agreement that has been signed by this one, and then enforceable. Oh, let's talk about enforcement with those community benefits. Stop. You guys come and do this every time to us, and then you wonder why we hate you. Don't wonder, because this is what you do to us. You make these promises. You have these developers come into our community and tell they're going to give us this and they're going to give us that and they're going to give us this, and they give us nothing. They give us nothing but the tall skyscrapers. Do something different. Demand something different. Demand it in writing before they come. Say, don't come with an application until we can see the community benefits agreement, and make sure that you have an attorney look over it and make sure it's enforceable. Not by a city agency. Oh, God, no, that's not going to work. But at least by some private entity. You got to start doing something better, because this is what happens to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Next, Esther Blount on Zoom, followed by Maria Garrett, I believe, also on Zoom. Do we have Esther Blount?
Esther's in the room, promoting now. Esther, you may be seeing a pop-up on your screen asking you to rejoin as a panelist. You can click that, or I can give you permission to turn on your mic where you are. I'll do that now. Oh, hold on one moment.
And like something very exciting is happening behind the scenes.
Esther, you should be able to turn on your mic. Esther may have stepped away.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll bring her back. How about Maria Garrett? Is Maria Garrett available?
Promoting now.
Great. Ms. Garrett, whenever you are settled and ready, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Maria Gary from Community Board 18, and I'm also the president of the Fresh Creek Civic Association here in Canarsie, Brooklyn. I joined this meeting. I wanted to hear what was going on. And I agree with the previous speaker that the city planning allow these here people to come into our community and sell us a bag of goods. And at the end of the day, the community gets nothing for it. You take away our green infrastructure, our green space, our parking, and you're not putting in any schools. I think that we should invest more in the schools and the hospitals, because as it is right now, Canarsie have to go all the way to Bedside or either East New York, Brownsville for a doctor's office, or either Kings Highway to see emergency. So we need to find out about getting more housing as far as schools and medical facilities, okay? Because we do have a lot of illnesses in our communities, and these here corporations and building people are coming in here and they taking over our communities. And the city is a very bad landlord. They are the worst landlords in the city because they let you come in, build these large buildings, and they don't take care of the responsibility as holding them accountable for the things that need to be done in these buildings. So if you have anything, make sure these businesses or people that's coming in, make sure they agree with the community and have town halls within the community to let them and hold them accountable for when they do come in the community and promise us anything that they're going to give us. That's all I have to say for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garrett. Thank you. Maria Roca. Maria Roca. Oh, there you are.
Hi. Didn't realize I was going to be so busy today, but I'm very familiar with this property on 9th Street, 10th, 4th, and 5th, the middle of the block. There was a question, and I forget which commissioner asked it about the reduction of the open space, which is clear a reduction of the open space. No percentage. I don't know if it was questioned like what is the percentage of the reduction, but that is something that is just like a low-hanging question. It was good to hear about the usability of that open space when this is always a family development. The Mitchell Lama housing that was there was very intentional. It was to diversify the neighborhood racially, ethnically, economically, and it accomplished that for many, many years. I'm not sure how, if it's going to continue to be able to do that. We can do fingers crossed and hope for the best. But one thing that struck me about accessibility to the platform, why not a ramp on 9th Street? There are ways of building a ramp. It doesn't have to be, you could put it in, you could fill the wall on 9th, hide it, and you're going to ask someone who is approaching the building from 10th Street, because all the little businesses are on 5th Avenue, some on 9th Street, but 5th Avenue is the big retail. And then let's say they went shopping, they want to sit outside because their friends are sitting until they go upstairs to their apartment. They have to go all the way around. I think accessibility in that respect, I think would be much more respectful. There are a lot of senior citizens, and I've noticed because I'm there at that corner very often, even though I live in Sunset Park, because there is a Greek coffee shop on 5th Avenue that makes the best Yankee bean soup in all of Brooklyn. And so I make a stop, I change buses, I go now that I'm retired and I have the ability to do that. And so I've watched that corner very, very close now for years. Plenty of children. Also, not just for this project, for many projects, aside from the homelessness, we have so many families in New York City that are so underhoused where, because life happens, you meet somebody, maybe you move in together, then you go on and you have the first child, and time passes and maybe comes the second child. All these one-bedroom apartments only cater to either single people or two people. The need for, and I'm finished, the need for two, I'm not gonna go 3, 4 bedrooms, but 2 bedrooms to give people some breathing, and then let whoever needs a 1-bedroom move into the 1-bedroom they're vacating in that neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Roper.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. Sarah Pennenberg. Sarah Pennenberg. I don't want to be presumptuous, but
Yeah,
you
not
look like
Sarah, actually.
Pennenberg, yeah.
Funny, she was like, oh, yeah, Ben, you could just do this in my stead, and then maybe didn't tell y'all, but she said she went up to the front and did. But same organization. I'm just saying it on her behalf.
Proceed.
Sorry if that throws a wrench in things.
And your name?
Oh, yeah, Ben Lavender. Oh, there we go. Solid, then we're good. Hey, y'all.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Ben Lavender.
So we're good.
Please.
Solid. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, City Planning Commission, for the time to testify on behalf of 341 10th Street, developed by Stellar Management. My name is Ben Lavender, and I'm the political organizer at 32BJ SEIU. SEIU 32BJ is dedicated to representing the interests of 175,000 members across 11 states and Washington, D.C. Our union members are the pillars of the property service sector here in New York City, performing crucial roles in commercial and residential buildings, stadiums, airports, and a multitude of other locations. Our diverse membership shares a common goal to elevate employment standards throughout our industries. 32BJ has secured a credible commitment from Stellar for the creation of good and permanent jobs within the residential housing aspect of the project. We estimate that there will be a total of 5 or more residential jobs at the site. The current Stellar Management building is a work site for 32BJ members. When completed, the project will provide quality jobs that uphold and protect prevailing labor standards in our industry. There will also be a quick and peaceful pathway to unionization if the employees so desire. 32BJ is proud to support this development project. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lavender. Ann Riley. Ann Riley.
Vice Chair, I do not see a phone number that matches Ann's dial-in in Zoom.
Don't see it. Michelle De La Uz. Where's Michelle? Okay.
Promoting now.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Nice to see you, Vice Chair Knuckles and other commissioners. I'm Michelle De La Uz.
Nice to hear you. I wish we could see you.
I wish I were there in person. Thanks so much for the
There
opportunity
you are.
to testify. You can see me now? All good?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Appreciate the opportunity to testify and to do so remotely. Testifying in support of Stellar's proposal for the 10th Street project. I believe that the actions that they proposed are appropriate, especially given the unique nature of this site. Obviously, the project is going to create critically needed 100% affordable housing. It's going to improve the open space. I understand some of the comments regarding the open space, but if you've been by this property, you know that the open space needs a lot of attention, and what is proposed would be a huge improvement. Obviously, it'll help improve the street wall issue, both on 9th Street and 10th Street. And importantly, the project, because it includes the preservation of the existing affordable housing on 9th Street, that's an important piece of this puzzle as well. As was mentioned by the applicant, Fifth Avenue Committee is in conversation with Stellar and the local council member the local council lines actually just changed, and so the area is now represented by Councilmember Alexa Aviles. Fifth Avenue Committee is prepared to work with the tenants in the 9th Street building and other local stakeholders to draft and finalize a community benefits agreement. And I'll just say that we ensure that community benefits agreements are recorded so that they can come up on searches in the future. And I really want to say that I believe that Stellar has been very creative with this site and thoughtful and committed to working to address the concerns that the existing tenants have. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, let me, you have another minute, Michelle. So you've heard some of the prior, testimony.
Yes.
Do you want to address any of the critique that you've heard regarding a project? Any further comments in that regard around its deficiencies that people see in it as planned?
I mean, I think I think that Richard Lobel addressed the concerns related that were expressed by the community board related to parking. This is a transit-rich area. And, obviously the parking that will remain will be dedicated to the rent stabilized tenants. I think that addresses some of that concern. I think, Stellar will follow up on the concerns that the tenants have raised and share that information. And I can commit to you that those issues will be either actually represented both as part and taken care of as part of the Article 11 application and represented in the community benefits agreement. So I think that'll help address some of those concerns. And I think the open space, it's a quantity versus quality issue. And I think that the new open space will be a vast improvement, compared to what's there now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. We have questions for you from Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I have a question. I mean, given your long experience in working in the commission, in the field, in the neighborhood, I was wondering if you can share your thoughts about what we heard in terms of the concerns and limitations associated with a CBA, but specifically in terms of examples where we can seek for innovation or inspiration in terms of, what could be an alternative to address some of the concerns, to perhaps create something that could be more enforceable and so forth. Have you seen can you share any insight in terms of this regard? What are your thoughts in terms of potential opportunities to move beyond something we know has been a challenge?
Commissioner Osorio, I really appreciate the question, and Fifth Avenue Committee has entered into a number of community benefits agreements on behalf of the community, and I think one of the reasons why it works is because one, it's about involving as many interested and longstanding organizations and stakeholders as possible. Fifth Avenue Committee's been around for 46 years. I hope we don't go anywhere in that there's a really big need to advance economic, social, and racial justice. In terms of the overall limitations, you're right, a community benefits agreement ultimately is a contract between two parties or multiple parties, and it has to be entered into in good faith. And if there's a violation, you have to be prepared to work to enforce it. I would love to see many of the things that get finalized and formalized as part of a CBA become law. Honestly, years ago, aspects of affordability before MIH were parts of CBAs, and now mandatory inclusionary housing is the law of the land. So I would love to see more comprehensive approaches to those things until that day comes, especially for projects that are worthy of consideration, and where there's parties that are, acting in good faith. I think this is the best that we can do at this time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Michelle. Good to see you. And with that, we're going to move on to the next member of the public wishing to testify. And I will note it is the last person on my list, perhaps until, Madam Secretary, you tell me otherwise. But I will note Ben Lavender is next. Oh, he spoke. He did it.
Mr. Lavender, but we'll do one last call for Esther.
Okay. He's still on the list, so we'll take him off. Yes, well, final call now.
Esther in Zoom, you should be able to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I know you called me before anyway, hello.
That's okay.
I'm gonna repeat some of the things other people repeated. Again, affordability, every time I hear that word, I cringe because there's nothing affordable about the housing that's going up all over the city. Again, as we see all these buildings being put up, the homeless is getting larger and larger. My stepdaughter is sleeping on my couch, and she's a college graduate from Stony Brook, but she only makes $50,000 a year. And as you know, many college graduates these days do not make a salary. So if she was to pay 80% of $50,000, which her rent payment alone would be $48,000 a year, which leaves her $1,000 a month. And I'm talking gross. $1,000 a month to live on, to buy food, clothes, other needs. And you know, food is very expensive. We need figures. There's no reason to approve anything without knowing the facts. I don't know who can adjust the AMI, but someone needs to be working on that. Also, I often wonder when I see all these big, tall buildings, how many of those are really filled or how many are vacant. And the developers or the people that build them don't mind if they vacant because they still get the tax breaks. We pay for it and we can't have housing. So this is absurd. And I guess that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just see if there's anybody else who wishes to be heard on calendars 26, 27, 28, or 29.
I'm just going to do a last call for Carrie in Zoom, and Ann Riley. I don't see Ann's phone number in Zoom.
That's it. Okay, we're closing the hearing on calendars 26 to 29. Madam Secretary, what's next?
Citywide, calendar numbers 30 and 31. City of Yes for Economic Opportunity, N240010ZRY, calendar number 30. Calendar number 31, N240011ZRY. Public hearing and the matter of applications for zoning text amendments concerning City of Yes for Economic Opportunity and City of Yes for Economic Opportunity M districts.
Great. Thank you very much. On behalf of the applicant here, we have the Department of City Planning and Matt Wiskevitz. Matt, welcome, and thank you for all of your work today. And we know you've run through all this with the Commission in great detail on Monday, but you can give us a quick overview here to kick us off, and then we'll go directly to public comments. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good to see you again. And for everyone gathered here this afternoon, my name is Matt Wiskevitz. I am the project manager of this application, and I have 10 minutes of presentation. I'm going to keep it snappy so that we can have time for getting right to public testimony. City of Yes for Economic Opportunity is the second in the sequence of citywide reforms to our zoning resolution. And the journey that led us to this moment, coming out of the pandemic, our city saw unprecedented shocks to both our economy in addition to the public health crisis. And we at the Department of City Planning were engaged in trying to understand the ways that businesses were adapting to rapidly changing economic conditions. So we were speaking with organizations and businesses, trying to navigate a change in rules, and discovering oftentimes zoning was getting in the way of that adaptation. And so over the last year and a half, we've been busy at work meeting with well over 100 different organizations, trying to understand ways zoning was getting in the way of establishing or expanding business. At the same time, speaking with members of the public through information sessions, through every means we could, to understand and balance the need for addressing regulations for small business with the need to protect quality of life for New Yorkers. So the proposals here today are a result of that iterative process. 4 goals for the work. First, making it easier for businesses to find space and grow. Second, boosting growing industries, emerging business types. Third, enabling more business-friendly streetscapes. And fourth, and finally, creating new opportunities for businesses to open. There are 18 components within the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity. I will only refer to these at the highest level of detail, but for anyone who's interested in learning more, on our website, nyc.gov/yes economic opportunity. Goal number 1, we want to make it easier for businesses to find space and grow, lifting zoning barriers so our businesses can locate closer to their customers. Because in most cases, our zoning rules governing businesses have not been updated since the early 60s, and it's long past due to make sure that our zoning reflects to and responds to today's economy. So our first proposals do exactly that, making our zoning more simple, more adaptable, and more modern so businesses can more easily locate and grow. So proposal 1, today storefronts deemed non-conforming, they face an arbitrary 2-year time clock in many areas, or else they have to remain vacant. So we want to remove that time clock so vacant storefronts can become reoccupied. Proposal 2, many places of our city, we have different zoning districts located along the same corridor or even on opposite sides of the street, and so they allow for different kinds of businesses. We want to simplify the differences between similar zoning districts and make it easier for businesses to know where they can go and what they can do. Proposal 3, despite changes in technology and a vastly different economy today, our zoning rules treat many kinds of small production businesses like they're the same as those from the mid-century in large factory settings. We want to allow for production businesses that are clean and quiet, such as a pottery studio, bakery, coffee roaster, jewelry maker, apparel designer, 3D printer, and the like, to locate in empty offices or storefronts. Proposal 4, if one of the businesses I just mentioned wanted to move into an upper floor of an office building, today they would face zoning rules that may require them to add additional loading, even if they don't need it, even if the building can't physically accommodate it. So we want to address and allow for buildings to adapt over time. Proposal 5, today's zoning allows for many buildings to have a mix of residential and commercial uses, but our zoning sometimes restricts the order in which these uses can locate on upper floors. We want to enable renovations or new construction of mixed-use buildings in places where it makes sense, provided that we have complete separation between uses and that these safeguards for sound mitigation are maintained. Proposal 6, our zoning hasn't updated terms to classify businesses in more than 60 years, so it's full of things like typewriter repair and taxidermy. We want to update the terms we use for our businesses to make it clear on where you can locate and what you can do. Goal number 2, we want to boost growing industries by reducing obstacles for emerging business types. So proposal 7, businesses that want to operate indoor agriculture today face confusion around today's zoning rules. So if you want to have a vertical farm, we want to clarify that indoor agriculture is allowed in commercial districts so more food can be grown closer to communities. Proposal 8, life sciences laboratories face outdated and confusing terminology that can slow the development of new facilities. We would make it clear that labs without the potential for environmental hazards are appropriate in office settings, and we'd expand where an existing special permit could be used so laboratories might be able to locate in the future closer to research centers like hospitals and universities. Proposal 9, in any bar or restaurant in the city today, you can have live music, such as a concert, so long as you're under 200 people. But oftentimes the zoning prohibits you from being able to dance to that music or having live comedy or open mic nights in the same space. We're simplifying the rules so that music, dancing, and comedy are all treated the same way in zoning, while removing the last parts of the discriminatory cabaret laws that prohibited the act of dancing in many places. Proposal 10, zoning has outdated terms for experiential retail businesses like virtual reality or children's arcades, and often restricts these businesses to places like Coney Island and the city's industrial areas, so we would simplify and modernize how zoning treats amusement and recreational activities, make it clear these businesses are allowed indoors and at a small scale along neighborhood streets and at a larger scale in office districts. Proposal 11, many New Yorkers start their business in the home. Zoning allows for a wide range of home-based business activity today, but the pandemic changed how New Yorkers work from home, and zoning has not kept up, prohibits specific occupations like barbers or interior decorators, and many other kinds of restrictions that hold back business creation and entrepreneurship. We're proposing to enable that entrepreneurship with modern rules while keeping in place safeguards to ensure that home occupations are not creating a nuisance. Goal number 3 is about enabling more business-friendly streetscapes. We know that economic vibrancy isn't just what occurs within a building, but how that business interacts with its surroundings. So these 3 proposals are focused on ensuring that businesses contribute to active, safe, and walkable streets. Proposal 12. In many parts of the city, you either have inconsistent or completely absent rules around ground floor design. So we're proposing a more consistent, easy to understand baseline set of rules, ones that are more responsive in areas with more pedestrian activity, less responsive, or more relaxed in the city's auto-oriented corridors. Proposal 13, auto repair businesses typically considered industrial and located in industrial areas, but there's some forms of auto repair that are allowed today in commercial areas as of right. Sometimes this results in activity spilling out into the sidewalk and into the street, and it can create conflicts with others. So we're addressing this through creating a Board of Standards and Appeals site review process for any kind of auto repair use that would seek to locate in a commercial area. One more. Proposal 14, you can have a post office in every neighborhood, but unless you're the federal government, you can't do the same kind of parcel pickup and delivery within buildings, except in industrial areas. This often forces the activity onto sidewalks and streets, leads to more traffic congestion, both in the area where the delivery occurs, but also in the industrial areas where the packages typically originate. So we're proposing to create a new kind of use in our zoning called micro-distribution facilities and allow these in a small scale in commercial areas. Goal 4 is about new opportunities for businesses to open. So these are all kinds of zoning tools that go through a public review process and can update our zoning toolkit for future job growth and the economic success of our city. Proposal 15, many large-scale residential developments are zoned as residence districts, meaning that retail, services, and makerspace cannot easily locate, and it places residents of these developments further from local goods and services and access to many kinds of entrepreneurial space. So this proposal creates a CPC authorization to allow for a limited amount of commercial space in underused office or storage areas and a large-scale residential campus, could give residents greater access to basic necessities or space to grow a new business. Proposal 16, portions of the city that are not within walking distance of a local store. Oftentimes zoning has no pathways to potentially consider on a case-by-case basis new locally serving businesses. So we're creating a public review pathway, CPC authorization, where a business could initiate a process to consider locating a small store on the corner of an intersection, provided that that commercial use does not generate any environmental concerns or traffic congestion. Proposal 17. Businesses often lack options for waiving or addressing non-certain density and use-related zoning rules. For example, film studios often struggle to build sound stages because of certain rules that limit the shape of their building, or a clothing store. I want to occupy an empty storefront next door, but finds that size limitations in the zoning prevent them from doing so. So we're expanding our zoning toolkit so businesses could initiate a waiver process on a case-by-case basis. And proposal 18, lastly, in some instances, it's our zoning districts, not pathways to modify them, that are obsolete. This is particularly true of our city's manufacturing or M zoning designations. And so this proposal creates a range of new job-intensive zoning districts at a range of densities and heights to expand our zoning toolkit for future job hubs. So I will close now with a bit of an update on our public review process so far. So since we referred on October 30th, we've been out to 158 community board meetings on this proposal. We've met multiple times or at least once with all 59 community boards. Because of the complexity of this proposal, I'll note we're giving boards additional time to evaluate the zoning changes and recommendations offered up for your consideration. So as of today, we've had 35 boards that have voted on a resolution, and most are providing us with detailed feedback on all of the 18 components, not just the overall package of reforms. I'll also note we have recently received conditional approval from the Queens, Brooklyn, and Bronx borough presidents, as well as the Manhattan Borough Board. And so this concludes my presentation. I am 12 seconds over, but I'll yield my time. Thank you.
We'll forgive you, but thank you very much, Matt. And I will, again, thank you for, what was the number that you said of the number of visits to community board?
158 meetings as of last night.
Yeah, okay. Well, I had cited a lower number even in my opening remarks, so I wasn't as up to date, but that obviously was an extraordinary amount of work and deliberate on behalf of the department, obviously, because we know that this is a complicated proposal, and we know that when we as a department try to do big things, the process require us to send a lot of text to community boards. So we're very sensitive to that. And so 158 meetings is reflective of the amount of care and attention the department intended to make in this process. And of course, as you just noted, we also are continuing to receive community board and borough president recommendations. The typical time frame is today as the deadline, but we are going to continue to receive them. We don't want anybody to feel like they're unnecessarily on a strict clock, but we obviously appreciate every board that has grappled with these topics and have weighed in any form. We appreciate it because we know, well, I've spent enough time on or around community boards to know how hard this stuff is. So we thank them no matter where they came out on the subject. And thanks to you too, Matt. Okay, we're going to go to the public. Let us move first. Again, traditionally we go to no's and then the yeses, no's, and yeses. And so we're going to start with Susan Nile. I believe, Commissioner Osorio, did you have a comment? Yes. Did you have a question? Go ahead. Matt, you may come back. Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again for the presentation and addressing our comments both at the review session. At the review session, I raised a series of questions and potential recommendations regarding the process. Now, I wanted to just also state a couple questions associated with kind of like some of the substance behind the proposed M districts. And so I was wondering if you can further explain, sort of like in your rationale for the core industrial, whether there's a possibility to, clearly you're creating an FAR, sort of like a system to be able to expand density, but I'm wondering if you've considered the need or the opportunity to cap the square footage of non-industrial uses. That's the first question. The second question that I have has to do with the transitional districts. I'm a little concerned in terms of, what exactly are they transitioning to? And so in that regard, I was wondering if, again, there could be clear standards, given also the limitations of the enforcement of, the new uses to be incorporated here, which clearly, go beyond the jurisdiction of the Department of City Planning. I'm wondering if you've identified or would consider a clear opportunities to establish what the minimum amount of light industrial or industrial would be, number one. And number two, in places where the developer has tried but has not been able to find tenants to meet the industrial requirement, whether in the zoning resolution we could include guidelines as to how to demonstrate hardship, whether BSA-like requirements could be in place so that we all can agree in terms of like what is the minimum amount of planning that needs to happen, and also how can the developer facilitate the lease or the recruitment of those industrial tenants. And then finally, in terms of the growth districts, I just want to understand from your end, why do we really need them? In my mind, from your presentation and from the materials that you shared, it sounds to me that between the transitional districts and the core districts, we would be allowing the goals that you've stated. Yet the growth districts, in my mind, again, lend themselves to having a scenario with no industrial tenants. And so why would we have proposed manufacturing districts without industrial? So those are additional questions. If you want to address them now here, if not, anything that you can share with us later, that would be fine.
Sure. I'll start, and then I might hand things over to Carolyn, and definitely want to continue this conversation with you, Commissioner. I'll start with the growth and kind of describe the rationale. And we recognized in many different kinds of ways the existing M1 district is challenging, to say the least. It's based on a rationale that at the time, most manufacturing and production in the future would be focused in low-slung, large-scale factory-type settings in more suburban-type environments, and the zoning reflects that and the way that it forces you to set back towards the center in the limits of intermediate FAR options. And so we started this process recognizing, first and foremost, we need an updated version of an M1 district, particularly one that has the ability, as we've seen in the past, to have mixed-use settings, where we have the ability for residential to be paired with industrial uses. So that was kind of the starting place. And we were speaking a lot with folks who do industrial work, industrial service providers, and as well as council members from primarily industrial areas, and heard loud and clear the need for a wider range of tools. We were working with them and understanding what kinds of tools are needed. We settled on similar terminology to what was used in a North Brooklyn industry study a few years back on having a core district, a transition district, which is meant for transitional areas, and then a growth district. But really what we're seeing is updated suites of an M3 heavy industrial district, an M2 sort of medium industrial district, and an update of an M1 light industrial district. And we see the use case for all of these three working in tandem, but also having very particular and very useful use cases. So with the growth, we see this as being appropriate for areas where we see the potential both for continued industrial space, but also for the potential of residences, particularly areas that are very close to transit, areas that have the potential for higher densities. For the transition district, we see this as an opportunity to kind of put our thumbs on the scale a little bit and say we want to guarantee the building of space that's guaranteed for industrial users, and recognize that in many instances, and especially if you look to other cities across the country, there's not a lot of new kinds of industrial space being built. So this is our design to try and create space that can have a wide range of users, but ultimately lead to the creation of new guaranteed industrial space. And then lastly, the core, we recognize that there are many areas, and some areas that we want to especially make sure there is not transformation of the existing businesses. There are some businesses, particularly ones close to other kinds of, say, industrial access, whether that's maritime or you have kinds of businesses that the city needs to function, simply put. And so in areas where we're looking at that kind of heavy industry, we want to make sure that we have a core district that reflects that, and for the first time, a type of zoning tool that restricts the FAR of non-industrial users. I'll stop there, Carolyn. Is there anything you would like to add? But I also recognize this is a much longer conversation.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Commissioner. I'll only add that the existing M districts do not require industrial uses. It's not our intention as part, and in general, I think the City of Yes is really looking at creating more flexibility for business outcomes. So it is not our intention to obligate somebody to build an industrial outcome. As Matt described, we are for the first time creating tools that preserve industrial on the grounds today or incentivize guaranteed industrial space as a way to try and encourage that outcome. But that's our overall goal and why we're creating those different tools, as we discussed on Monday, and we'll continue to work with you. We do believe there's a role here for citywide planning to think about overall the city's reservoir of industrial space and where we may need to apply preservation tools or incentivize more industrial space to be created, where we can help to encourage that outcome. It's not our intention for individual sites to require that the industrial space to be created. So we'll be looking forward thinking about that application, but that's the based on the underlying allowance for a wide range of uses today. The growth is built on that, and transition and core are creating new ways to incentivize or restrict.
Okay. Thank you, Carolyn. Did you want to make a final statement, and then we'll get to the public because we want to.
Yeah, thank you. No, I don't mean to do this right now. I just want to say that I would love the opportunity to actually discuss some of those substantive responses, because there are specific aspects of what you said that I think we don't know or we can't anticipate or fully flesh out without having done the impact assessment that we should have, if those districts had been mapped. I understand that, we don't have time right now to get into that, but I would love to.
And I'll just clarify again that it is the nature of them not being mapped that does not require us to do an environmental review at this point. And so the analysis was done, robustly under the guidance of the Seeker Tech Manual. Any future actions where we utilize those districts will, of course, require additional environmental review. And that's consistent with, precedent, not just by this agency, but anyone under Seeker standards.
Yes, but regardless on whether they were mapped or not, the transitional district specifically creates an additional pressure on the M3s, because you would expect that as some manufacturing areas begin to receive other uses, you could be having an environmental justice impact, if the concentration of noxious uses further concentrates in the M3s.
Thank you. Hold the response for a moment. Let me just note that we have to get to the public, and there will be plenty of opportunity for follow-up with the agency. And of course, no pressures are created because nothing has been mapped yet. So these are just tools that at some point, when it is proposed by somebody, that's a good time for us to have this detailed engagement, because obviously there are concerns about whatever the tool, how the tool is used, and the council has passed legislation which encourages us and requires us to think about broader industrial policy, which I think is very much the core of what you're getting at, Commissioner. But I think we should follow up and address these concerns and continue to have this conversation. But I do want to get to public testimony, yes, no, and everywhere in between. That's okay with you, Carolyn? I jumped in on your answer, but I just want to make sure.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll have every opportunity, both here and in future applications, to continue to consider those issues.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, now let's go to the first group, which is in opposition to the proposals, starting with Susan Nile and followed by Agnes Vandina, both remote. Great.
Susan, you should be able to turn on your microphone and camera.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I have now done that. So again,
hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Nile, and I've owned property in New York for over 25 years and have been involved in land use issues for about that long. I'm also a licensed lawyer to practice in the state of New York. It has been said that the choicest function of government is to protect the weak from the unrighteous acts of the strong. In this context, the residents of the city of New York are the weak. And in my opinion, the government of the city of New York is failing the residents, no matter what their race, national origin, gender, religion, or economic status is. Well, there's been a lot of discussion about public engagement here, and in fact, we've just heard about it. I've been to some of those engagement meetings, and quite frankly, they are nothing but tokenisms meetings, where the listeners, the city representatives, feign interest in what the public has to say. Basically, the comment was made, if you oppose the changes, you don't understand them. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the intricacies of this proposal because there's a lot of them, but I will say these things. Deregulation is not, modernization is not the name of the game. The name of the game is deregulation. So residents will have to rely on the good offices of the persons who benefit, corporations and others, to do the right thing. That is highly unlikely. The purpose of zoning is to separate uses that are inimical to residential use. That is not going to happen here because those protections are going to be stripped out of this proposal. 311 is pointed to as the way that residents will be able to deal with that issue. 311 is overburdened already, as are the agencies who respond to 311. Over 20% of the proposal here has been estimated to exclude not just the public, but the city council. This is unacceptable. The proposal will allow expansion of commercial interests into residential areas, thus conflicting with our need for housing. I see my time is running, so I will finish with this. The city of yes does not say yes to residents. It means yes to corporate interests. It means yes to developers. Although I have little hope that the Department of Planning, tasked by the mayor to push these changes through, will consider these problems, I urge the CPC to reject these proposals and reject them soundly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nile. Thank you for being with us. Let me move on to Agnes Vandina, followed by Yatin Chu.
Agnes, you should be able to unmute your phone.
Yes, hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
My name is Agnes Vandina. I'm Vice President of Oakwood Civic Association on Staten Island. And my topic today is about marijuana and cannabis products in the City of Yes Economic Plan. I read through the 40-page zoning text dimensions, project descriptions, and I want to refer to page 37 regarding the corner stores allowed in our residential neighborhoods, and page 10, which speaks to urban agriculture, which includes vertical planting and hydroponic cultivation. Now, these agricultural means are also a method for cannabis to grow and harvest cannabis indoors. During the public meetings, which many of us have attended here on Staten Island, the City of Yes, and Zoom meetings with planning, Department of City Planning staff spoke to us about these corner stores and housing, mainly bakeries and pottery shops. But they failed to speak about marijuana stores and the growth and cultivation of marijuana in these small corner stores or in the apartment rentals above the stores. We were told, yes, I understand it's state regulated, but we were told, yes, these owners, business owners, can apply to New York State Office of Cannabis for licenses to sell marijuana. Also, I know it's still federally illegal. We know that it's legal in New York State, but the DEA still lists it as a Schedule I controlled substance because of the potential for abuse. So these corner stores which we propose are going to be on our residential streets in our neighborhoods where our children are playing and outside. So we were told by city planning that the word marijuana was not used in the text proposals, and not to confuse anybody. But I would say we are not confused. Many of us have scientific backgrounds. We have backgrounds in medicine, nursing, pharmacology, and we have a broad base of knowledge and experience, and we're making our own decisions based upon that. And we are not in agreement with the City of Yes economic proposals. We are opposed to them. Our goals are different from the business owners' goals. Their goals are profit. And it's different from the politicians' goals. Their goals are also profit too, in the fact that they can collect tax revenue and use it for their own political purposes by taxing marijuana. But we want our main goals are the safety of our residents who live in our community, and particularly our children. They should not be exposed to a drug culture or the odor of marijuana or plants or anything like that. It is harmful. So I would like this New York City planning scrap it because of the problem with creating a drug environment.
Thank you, Ms. Vandina. We appreciate your being with us, so we understand the concern that you were raising. Let's move on to Yatin Chu, to be followed by George Janes.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
We certainly can. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Yatin Chu. I am the president of Asian Wave Alliance. Northeast Queens is where I call home. I strongly oppose the City of Yes economic opportunity proposals. This is a massive deregulation plan that takes a sledgehammer approach to what must be community driven. I love New York City, but the reason why I choose to live and raise my children in Northeast Queens is because it provides the quality of life that I want for my family. The 18 actions proposed will destroy everything I love about the low-density, owner-occupied residences in my part of Queens. Having lived down the block from an auto repair shop, I've suffered the consequences of what it's like. Cars in queue for repairs line the block, rotating in one broken car for another. They treat the entire block as if it's their own parking garage and block residents from parking our cars. Auto repair shops should have no place on residential streets. Street parking is a huge challenge everywhere, even in residential areas. With installation of bike lanes everywhere throughout the city, the parking situation has gotten worse. Permitting more commercial activities in homes, upper floors, indoor farms will bring more traffic, more cars onto residential areas that we have no space for. Foot traffic and use of homes for more business cannot be supported en masse. These homes and infrastructure were built over 100 years ago. Sewage, plumbing, electrical supports were designed for families and residential usage. We do not have the structures to support anything else. We incur the inconvenience of living in transportation deserts to have this quality of life. We rather drive a block or two or walk a bit to the village strip for commercial services, entertainment, and convenience shops. We do not want bodegas built on every corner of our residential streets. The car and foot traffic corner commercial stores will destroy the feel of our quiet residential blocks. I strongly oppose the City of Yes economic opportunity proposal. It is an awful one-size-fits-all plan for the entire city. It will destroy my neighborhood and my community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chu. We appreciate it. I will note, obviously, I strongly disagree with your characterization that it would destroy anything, but we will put that aside for the moment. But I do want to draw your attention to the fact that the auto uses that you expressed concern about is something we actually are trying to address in this proposal. So I would encourage you to take a look at how we have tried to further restrict auto uses on commercial streets. And of course, corner stores, which you noted would result in bodegas in every block, of course, does not actually do that. It creates a possibility for a bodega in a location at a time, which is prohibited in so many areas of the city today. So anyway, we appreciate your testimony, but I did want to just do some real-time fact-checking on the proposal itself. Let's move on to George Janes, to be followed by Megan Fitzpatrick. He's there? Okay.
George, you should be seeing a pop-up on your screen accepting a promotion to there we go. May just be taking a moment to promote.
George, we see you in the panelist column now. You should be able to unmute.
Hello, my name is George James. I'm an urban planner, and these views are my own. The text amendment is a mixed bag. There's some great stuff in here. The improvements to the uses and use groups are long overdue. The reorganization of the special permits is great. And loading requirement category, that's a great idea. But it's not all good. And there are some obvious mistakes. It's clear that the special districts were thrown in at the end with almost no review. The special Governor's Island District still refers to use groups 16, 17, and 18, even though they're supposed to be obsolete. The map for the special Soho-NoHo district is unchanged, even though it refers to a section which is deleted, and the map itself no longer clearly works for the stated purpose. It all needs a very close read. More serious are other proposals that, in my opinion, can only be considered bad planning. For instance, we are looking to allow enclosed agricultural uses in residential districts, which sounds innocuous, but the agricultural buildings use community facility bulk regulations, which often provide preferential FARs. You could even do a community facility tower in an R72 or in an R8 district. If you believe that the city is in a housing crisis, why on earth would we want agricultural uses to compete with housing? Honestly, I thought this was another error, but DCP has defended it. It makes no sense. The authors of this amendment also seem to misunderstand the purpose of C1 and C2 districts. These districts exist to provide goods and services to neighborhood residents. The proposal will allow most manufacturing to occupy these spaces. DCP has said that this is for bakeries and brew pubs, which of course would be fine, but that's not how the zoning is written. There is no requirement for an accessory retail component. The manufacturing use can be closed to the public and make goods for another community. This is serious in communities where the rents are the lowest. If we open these spaces to manufacturing uses that don't serve the community and they push out neighborhood commercial uses, where are folks going to shop, get their haircut, do their laundry? Further, think about what makes vital and active urban streets. Commercial activity is important. Manufacturing uses that don't serve the community have the potential to deaden the streets, rob them of foot traffic, and harm the remaining commercial uses. Why do we want that? Again, it seems like a mistake, but it's not. Now, I'll be submitting detailed written comments, and I encourage the Commission and DCP to make improvements and corrections before this gets to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. We appreciate it. We'll look forward to receiving that from you. Let's move on to Megan Fitzpatrick of Landmark West. On Zoom.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. Landmark West is an Upper West Side neighbourhood historic preservation nonprofit, and we advocate for sensible, community-focused land use and zoning. Of the massive 1,127 pages of zoning text, some of the proposal addresses long outdated zoning. Unfortunately, the proposed changes don't stop there. At its worst, they show a blatant attempt to forsake the community and flout the city's zoning regulations in favour of business interests. The expansion of commercial activity into residential buildings is not only harmful to housing in a housing crisis, but will have a negative effect on the community. Increased commercial uses on upper floors of mixed buildings is unacceptable. Any commercial use, such as bars, will be permitted to operate on upper floors, and smaller businesses are entirely exempt from all environmental standards. The size or capacity of an establishment should not matter, only how much of an impact it will make on its surroundings. There are a few M districts on the Upper West Side, but this proposal will allow most manufacturing uses to be located in any commercial district, including neighbourhood commercial districts. Under the existing zoning, manufacturing uses don't have to be open to the public. We want to ensure this proposal will serve the community and specify that products made on-site must be sold on-site so as not to impinge on the community's quality of life and suffocate other businesses. With this proposal, manufacturing, agricultural and commercial uses will bleed into residential zones and covet more space, ultimately pushing out residents. Lately, the finger has been pointed at preservation for exacerbating the current housing crisis. We wholeheartedly disagree and can't help thinking these proposals are single-handedly causing more harm to the current housing crisis by making existing housing less livable and shirking housing in favour of business interests. It is frustrating that all City of Yes proposals function independently and sometimes at odds with direct housing production. Proposing to introduce all types of nightclubs in every commercial district will prove disastrous for the livability of mixed zoning districts. Expanding amusements into districts could be transformative for the city and not for the better. City of Yes will also eliminate most of the custom rules made for Manhattan special zoning districts, which were designed to encourage the retention of small-scale retail to keep big establishments like banks at bay. The sum total of these proposals seek to dismantle decades of zoning that, while sizable, has adapted to the unique character of New York and its neighbourhoods. Abolishing them in one fell swoop such as this will not only harm each neighbourhood, but will create a city of sameness in total opposition to the very qualities that make New York, New York. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzpatrick. We appreciate your being with us. I'm going to go on to Nuha Ansari and Rhonda Wist, both from Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts, signed up to testify in favor of the proposal. Let me just note that just one point, that the proposal doesn't lessen any environmental standards, either through zoning, as we talked about on Monday, or through the many other regulations that currently exist, including building zone rules, to protect the public here. So there are protections that are in place. We do not change those protections. Okay, let us move on and welcome up Nuha Ansari and Rhonda Wist next on Zoom, although I believe I saw them here earlier. Okay.
Chair Gorodnik, honourable commissioners, I think actually Rhonda is not in the room any longer, but we will be submitting written testimony as well from Friends. So I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. We're an organisation founded in 1982, dedicated to preserving the architectural legacy, livability and sense of place of the Upper East Side. Friends strongly agrees with the Department of City Planning that local businesses are the lifeblood of our neighborhoods. We also believe that for the city to become safer and livelier, the 3 City of Yes initiatives, carbon neutrality, economic opportunity, and housing opportunity, must complement each other. We are hopeful that with today's hearing and follow-ups, that city planning will be able to trade in the current piecemeal approach for a comprehensive location-based proposal. Friends believes that many of these tweaks could have unintended consequences. The Upper East Side contains both historic districts and vast areas that are not protected by the landmarks law. Our comments refer to both areas. First, mixing of uses would seem on its face to conflict with the city's goal of increasing housing. For example, increasing home occupation square footage, as well as the number of employees, could cause conflicts between residential and commercial uses and reduce both the number of apartments as well as the livability and safety within multiple dwellings. In addition, this does nothing to revitalize streets and reduces the need for actual commercial spaces. Second, allowing manufacturing uses to be located in neighborhood commercial districts does not serve local needs. Instead, it calls for the city to really strengthen and support the few manufacturing districts that remain. We also note that for decades, the city has required commercial and manufacturing uses to be located beneath residential uses. 2 entrances will do little to resolve conflicts. Both of these proposals could also lead to more apartments being converted to non-residential uses. Third, micro-distribution facilities have already been shown to have a deleterious effect on streetscapes. Our sidewalks are already filled with Amazon boxes. We question why the proposal encourages additional facilities. Fourth, we are also concerned about nightclubs. No one wants to live next to one because of the noise, trash, and crowds. Again, we don't understand why this proposal removes restrictions and safeguards since we are all concerned about housing. This proposal also includes changes to regulations covering commercial development on NYCHA campuses. We hope that the new uses proposed will benefit NYCHA residents by incorporating the developments into the neighboring grids. The Upper East Side, like many areas in the 5 boroughs, suffers from a huge number of vacant storefronts. If the city is truly interested in strengthening the commercial corridors, which would also make our streets safer, perhaps they should concentrate on a holistic approach that includes enacting commercial rent regulations. We are very glad that city planning is taking this step, and we hope that the proposal will improve as a result of this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Ansari, and I will welcome any additional comments you wish to send in, including from Ms. Wist, if she or any of your team wishes to send that in after the hearing. But my understanding is I should take her off the list. She's not going to be coming back to testify. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm going to call up, I see in the room, I see Rob Bookman, and I have Howard Slatkin coming up next. Let me just make one point up. Mr. Bookman, you can make your way up to the podium. One point that I think is just worth noting for the benefit of the public, because I think this is frequently misunderstood, is that mixing of uses is rather commonplace in our zoning resolution. You can do residential and commercial areas, you can do commercial and manufacturing areas, you can do home occupations today. This is rather commonplace. So the notion that there's the strict divisions that I think I'm hearing is not really, that's not really the way that the zoning resolution operates. So I just wanted to make that point because it's an important one and worth noting. Mr. Bookman, good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Same. Good to see many of you again. My name is Robert Bookman. I am counsel and a founding member of the New York City Hospitality Alliance, the trade association in the city representing thousands of New York's bars, lounges, nightclubs located in all 5 boroughs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in full support of the City of Yes zoning proposals, especially those that relate to entertainment and dancing and eating and drinking venues. I would also like to thank your staff. I think their outreach has been fantastic. We are thrilled with it, and those who know me know I'm rarely thrilled. Small business is in crisis in New York City, and these proposals will help make small business thrive again. Dancing and entertainment is an issue near and dear to me that I've been intricately involved with for over 30 years now, having represented multiple entertainment venues as well as the predecessor organizations going back to the late 1980s. Before that, I was actually counsel at the New York City Department of Consumer Affairs when we adopted the padlock law, and I was the first lawyer going out padlocking large clubs because of the horrible thing that they were dancing. That enforcement morphed into a much more aggressive one in the Giuliani years when small neighborhood bars and lounges where people were moving rhythmically to music, including jukeboxes, were cited and often closed. New York City then truly became the town in footloose with a vibrant dance police. The repeal of the outdated cabaret laws under the de Blasio administration, while a great step forward, did not do anything to allow dancing in a single additional location, to the surprise of many small business owners around the city, because of zoning laws which prohibited dancing in many locations. As an appointee to the Nightlife Advisory Board, I made sure this issue was raised, and in fact, one of the recommendations of the advisory board was to liberalize zoning laws so dancing could be had. The proposal before you, therefore, is long overdue and welcomed. Small businesses with a capacity of under 200 people should not be prohibited from allowing people to get up and dance. In fact, 300-person capacity would be a better number from our perspective, quite frankly. This is something that the industry has advocated for, as I have said, for decades. There are many other building codes, fire safety codes, and noise codes to protect the public without restricting dancing. Dancing in and of itself in a neighborhood bar on a Saturday night does nothing from a land use perspective. It's these other laws which will still be in place, noise laws, et cetera, liquor laws which have community board review, which will continue to protect residents. We've got to get out of the dance police business. There is one issue in the proposal, however, which we would otherwise support in its entirety, which we have concerns with. There are many restaurants and bars with a capacity over 200 in C1 and C2 districts that have what we call accessory or incidental entertainment from time to time. This could include things like a scheduled Friday night karaoke night or an advertised piano player or a small band on a Saturday night. We are concerned that under the current wording of the proposal, these existing establishments will be prohibited from providing this entertainment without going through the lengthy and expensive BSA process.
Okay, wait, you're at time, but let me just understand that. Let me just finish that thought, because if there's something which you think we've introduced something which creates a new obstacle for them?
Yes, because I have a 201-person restaurant based on the current reading of scheduled show times, and I advertise Friday night as karaoke night. That could easily be interpreted down the road by a less friendly administration or a less friendly buildings department as requiring a BSA special permit. And hundreds of restaurants around the city that do that now, it's incidental. They're not music clubs. They're not entertainment clubs. It's incidental. That there should be some language to make it clear that they don't have to go through the lengthy and expensive BSA process to continue doing what they've always been doing. I know that the intent here is not to make things more restrictive, but that, in fact, could very well result.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you for
all,
being
and
here.
It's great seeing many of you again.
Thank you. Next up is Howard Slatkin of the Citizens Housing and Planning Council, to be followed by Sandra Jacques on Zoom. Hello, Howard. Mr. Slatkin, good to see you.
Great to see you too. Happy to be back. Good afternoon, I think, to Chair Grodnick and the commissioners. I'm the Executive Director of Citizens Housing and Planning Council, a nonprofit organization which is dedicated to the well-being of the city's housing stock and the residents it serves. One of the central land use lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic is the importance of allowing space to be repurposed quickly and without unnecessary costs. The City of Yes for Economic Opportunity proposal tackles the daunting but important issue of rationalizing use regulations to make our buildings and our economy more nimble. It will give businesses greater clarity and more options for where they can locate and make it easier for building owners to fill their spaces. This proposal would also be beneficial to housing and to affordable housing. Ground floor commercial and community facility spaces provide important revenue to support the operations of residential buildings, and their occupancy and the services they provide support the quality of life in neighborhoods. When non-residential spaces can be re-tenanted quickly and without the need for a new certificate of occupancy, residents also benefit from this. When zoning becomes too prescriptive, it can increase costs for doing business, unaffordability, and vacancy and other problems. Striking the right balance of flexibility and predictability is critical. There are two areas in which the current proposal, we believe, misses the mark on this balance and should be amended: the streetscape requirements and the home occupation provisions. The proposed Tier B streetscape regulations would dramatically expand mandates for ground floor non-residential uses in commercial districts and would create unnecessary impediments for housing by doing so. Streetscape continuity is a desirable objective, but it shouldn't impede our efforts to address more pressing priorities like the housing crisis. I've reviewed an example of an affordable building currently in design. This building would need to create an isolated 20-foot by 30-foot storefront next to its parking entrance that the builders did not intend to build or operate. This flows counter to one central purpose of this proposal, for space to be built and occupied in a way that's responsive to needs. An affordable unit would need to be eliminated, parking relocated, and mechanically ventilated at greater expense. There are also complexity issues with these regulations. So we think that reducing the applicability of the Tier B requirements, reducing the requirement for 100% of ground floor non-residential use to 50%, simplifying the applicability standards and making more flexibility for existing buildings would address this. I want to touch briefly on some additional safeguards that we think are important for home occupations. The home occupation provisions that are proposed are by and large sound, but the existing home occupation regulations restrict uses that would invite large numbers of customers into a residential building. In order to help property managers address the potential for nuisances that disrupt the residential environment, we think it's important to explicitly clarify that home occupations cannot use residential common areas such as hallways, lobbies, and stairwells for their operations. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Let me just ask one point of clarification, and I'm going to go to Commissioner Benjamin. But thank you for that. We take your points on streetscape Tier B and also on the home occupation recommendation. We will certainly look at that. One of the things that we have heard from some members of the public, some community boards, is that allowing commercial above residential is an anti-housing concept. Do you or CHPC, do you have any view on that, or how should we be thinking about that?
Well, I think in general, the concerns that I would have about conflicting with housing objectives would be where we require commercial instead of housing. And I think that the streetscape regulations are the only instance where the regulations dip into that territory. Being permissive of more flexibility and more options is generally going to be fine. I think second floor commercial is so rarely an economically attractive use that I think it's going to be really limited the number of instances where there would be true competition there. Certainly, if there are instances where there is existing residential in a building on a second floor, should that be allowed to convert to commercial? That's an issue that I think the Commission could look at more closely. It doesn't seem to be the objective. I don't think anyone's proposing to try to convert second-story residences to commercial space. And if that's not the goal of the proposal, then it would seem harmless to not allow it under the proposal. And I know that in several districts over the years where second-story commercial was newly allowed, it was allowed only in new buildings.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. Commissioner Benjamin?
It's good to see you. I'm interested in have a concern about whether we are reducing potentially the quality of life in our residential districts by allowing more and more intensive commercial uses. For instance, you cited in the home occupations, the current rules both restrict the number of employees, the number of space, and have a goal that the home occupation doesn't unduly affect the residential, so it's a lower intensity use. We're proposing, it's proposed that that be changed and basically allow up to 4 employees, which it is an intensive use, particularly in a already existing building. And the example that I gave the other day was, you have 4 how do they get into the building? Of course they have to use common space to get into the building. If you are a building that doesn't have a doorman, that means either they're leaving those key things outside, which I have seen for home occupations for their employees, or they're waiting for, they're giving out extra keys. I mean, including you can, in the proposal, you can be a maker of things and a seller of what you make in the building. And there's not a lot of discussion of the regulation of how many people can come. There's regulation about you can't have signage outdoors, you can't do a number of things, but in terms of the intensity of the impact on the residential people who are looking for a residential feel, how do you think this maintains it?
I'll make sure that I answer all pieces of that question, please. I think the questions you raise are questions that we've asked ourselves, and I think the only concern that we have, that I've identified in looking at this, is the idea that you might get queuing of people waiting, or businesses operating at odd hours in a way that building owners couldn't enforce. The owners of the building couldn't enforce, would have difficulty, or it would be strenuous or difficult in order to sort of bring resolution to those instances. The existing regulations allow an awful lot of what you've just described. And I think that, there are very few uses that are on the list of uses that are not allowed. It's like nail salons, ophthalmic dispensing.
Beauty parlors.
Yes.
Jewelry makers.
Hair salons. And I think that there have been, one of the issues that's been flagged about those uses previously is the bias baked into some of them about the kinds of activities that routinely do happen in people's homes, and the fact that there are people who do hairstyling in their home, and it is a routine practice today. The number of employees in the establishment is, say 1 is allowed generally. There are many districts in which 3 are allowed. In my time at city planning, I don't know, others may, can ask the same question, but never heard a complaint about the number of employees when it was increased to 3 in MX districts being a disruption. I think one of the concern that we were trying to approach this with is that building managers and property managers have to have the ability to manage their buildings for the benefit of the residents, right? And if a resident, through the operation of a home occupation, is causing a nuisance and it's in violation of their lease in some manner, then they have some recourse. That said, it would be a large lift for a property manager to take a resident to housing court in many instances, and in order to enforce that. And many property managers, particularly a property manager of a rent-regulated building, might say, you know what, that's a lot of trouble. I'm just going to let this situation. So what we wanted to do is make sure that the text includes sufficient language to enable the city to enforce against the improper use of common areas in the building in a way that detracts from the quality of life of residents. And there already is language in the text about undue noise and other things that allow violations to be issued and enforcement to occur.
Right, but I would just say violations are not against the business, they're against the building. So if somebody in the building complains, let's say it's a co-op, then they're complaining about themselves and they're going to pay the fines. And the entity that's the problem has complete recourse to continue doing it.
And so I think again, I come back to the question of home occupations exist all over the city today. Many of them don't formally comply with these regulations, but seem perfectly reasonable. I am not aware of massive enforcement issues, though there may be enforcement issues. And I think that figuring out how to approach those enforcement issues across the board is an important complement to this.
But you would say we should pass it and then figure out the enforcement.
I would say, can I
just interrupt for 1 sec? Because we have a long day ahead. I just would ask that members of the public refrain from support or objection to any of the things that they're hearing, just to allow us to proceed. Sorry to interrupt, but thank you.
No, of course. And I would say, that the nature of the changes is limited. And I think that going from 1 to 3 employees is not serious. I think that making sure that when the list of uses that's in the text that provides some hook for enforcement and implementation of the regulations at DOB, that there be sufficient language in there to enable the text to prevent businesses that invite large numbers of customers into the building, and that should be sufficient.
Thank you, Howard.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Osorio?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation, and I look forward to reading your comments. I have a quick question to build on something that you said. Although we've heard from the department that is not likely to happen, that due to, for example, the costs of separating the uses, residential uses could be displaced by new commercial. Do you think that there is the need to include something in zoning that prevents that any new commercial could potentially displace existing residential? Do you see the need for that?
That wasn't part of our evaluation of the text in the proposal, but I think it's not something that I would anticipate to be a problem, but as I said, it's also not really what the text is trying to accomplish.
Yeah, but it could potentially happen. And my question is whether we should anticipate that and, put that safeguard in place, given that, there's a housing crisis and so forth.
That's a good question. I think I will probably defer that to the department staff to evaluate, but I do want to say that one of the challenges in writing zoning is trying to distinguish between the things that are true concerns that require additional regulations and the things that could in theory happen, but really we shouldn't be worrying so much about, because too many regulations trying to address concerns that are not significant or severe leads to the growth of the zoning regulations and the growth of complexity in the zoning, which makes it harder for everyone to do business. So I know I'm not answering your question directly, but I think it's a good question.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Howard. Let's let you go, but we appreciate your feedback. We will take a look at those comments. Let's move on to Sandra Jaquez on Zoom, followed by Carlo Casa by phone.
Sandra, you may be seeing a message box on your screen asking for you to accept promotion to panelist. You may need to click on that. There we go. We may have lost Sandra, but we'll let you know if she comes back into
Okay,
the
let's
room.
come back to Sandra and let's go to Carla Casa of the Building Congress. We will come back to her when she's back. Do we have Carla Casa?
Carlo, you should be able to unmute on your phone in Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. Well, as noted, my name is Carlo Casa. I'm the Director of Policy and Research at the New York Building Congress. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. Building Congress represents over 500 constituent organizations and over 250,000 skilled tradespeople and professionals dedicated to the growth and prosperity of our city. We strongly express our support for the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity, a common sense initiative that holds the potential to reshape the landscape of small businesses and commercial corridors in New York City. The pandemic challenged the resilience of our small businesses and tested our economic foundation. Having more flexibility in zoning for local businesses to best use their existing space is precisely the sober, rational response our city needs to not only recover, but thrive. One of the standout features of the City of Yes is its commitment to allow small businesses to repurpose their own available space. We support eliminating antiquated rules that dictate how a business's own space can be used and where certain businesses can be located. We also support simplifying regulations that contribute to storefront vacancies. This initiative fosters a more adaptive and dynamic environment for our local entrepreneurs, simplifies and streamlines zoning regulations, and makes it easier for businesses to find and utilize space to flourish, contributing to a more inviting commercial environment for all New Yorkers. These changes also pave the way for companies to grow responsibly by establishing consistent streetscape rules that contribute to lively, active commercial areas, while conforming to modern environmental standards that simply did not exist under the 1961 zoning resolution. We urge you to support the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity. It is a strategic move that will firmly cement New York City's position as a beacon of opportunity and innovation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're now going to move on to Paul Graziano of the Queens Civic Congress. And then I think we may have an elected official coming in. Okay, Mr. Graziano, when you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Paul Graziano, I'm an urban planner with 3 decades of experience authoring text amendments and zoning changes in New York City, many of which have been adopted. And I will be submitting detailed written testimony in total opposition to this package of proposals. I've been retained by the Queens Civic Congress, which represents dozens of civic and homeowners associations across Queens, and I'm also representing and advising other similar associations across the city who are also in total opposition to the City of Yes. I have been in attendance at more than a dozen separate community board meetings across Queens, Brooklyn, and the Bronx since November, and will actually be attending yet another one tonight. My personal observations of these meetings is as follows. DCP staff have been woefully unprepared and lack basic knowledge and understanding of this set of proposals. Most have been reading woodenly off of pre-printed pages while showing what can only be described as your puppy dogs and ice cream slides that are, to put it mildly, extremely misleading and don't reflect what's in the 1,127 pages of zoning text and clearly don't reflect reality whatsoever. These examples are unrealistic and represent the most harmless examples possible rather than the worst case scenarios, which are much more likely in our city. In many cases, I had to actually correct the presenters during their presentation. When asked pertinent, on-topic, and critically important questions by the community board members or public about various aspects of the 18 proposals, there were numerous instances of DCP staff being unable to respond at all with statements like, "We will have to get back to you. That's the limit of my knowledge. We weren't trained in this." All as the land use committees or full boards were encouraged to vote as soon as possible on the complex package of 18 proposals in front of them. In multiple instances, staff have gotten extremely rude, combative, dismissive, disrespectful, and downright aggressive with community board members and the public who disagree and are concerned with the deregulatory goals and negative outcomes of this proposal, which was essentially authored by the biggest developers and business groups in the city to benefit them, not small businesses or local communities. From a personal perspective, in several instances where I have spoken to community boards in opposition to this proposal, I have literally been shouted down by your staff while I was speaking. And in one instance, I was told by one of your senior staffers, who shall remain nameless, that my opposition to the proposal was, quote, unproductive and, quote, against democracy. Extremely disturbing statements coming from an agency representing the public viewpoint and agenda of Mayor Adams's administration. The deterioration of DCP in both behavior and best practices is apparent to anyone, as is the fact that City of Yes for Economic Opportunity and soon to be certified housing opportunity is a raging dumpster fire waiting to happen. I urge the commission to withdraw these applications immediately before you lose all credibility with the public and cause irreparable harm to the fabric of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Graziano. We're going to move on to Nebraska Hernandez, and I will note that we completely disagree, obviously, with the level of preparedness of the Department of City Planning staff. Excuse me. Everybody will have an opportunity to be heard, and I will note that saying to a member of the community that they don't have the answer at that moment, they'll get back to you, is actually a totally appropriate response. What we do not want to do is give answers that are not accurate. And we have worked extremely hard to engage and to meet people where they are throughout this entire city. I also will note that the behavior that Mr. Graziano noted is something that our staff experienced directly in some cases from members of the community, including him. So I will just note that for the record, and I will go to Commissioner Benjamin.
Yeah, as someone who has concerns about this proposal and has spoken with staff and obviously have asked questions here, I have to say that the staff has been extraordinarily professional and that it does not represent the behaviors that I have seen. I would commend the staff on trying to address my concerns, talk about them, debate with me about them. And so my experience is directly contradictory to what Mr. Graziano has said, and I would like to commend the staff for what they have done.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I know they appreciate that. Let me move on to Nebraska Hernandez of Uprose, to be followed by LaShawn Ellis.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Perfect. I just got back from the bathroom, so that was perfect timing.
That's a lot of information, but we're glad you're here.
But good afternoon. My name is Nebraska Hernandez, the Climate Justice Hub Advocate at Uprose, a community organization based in Sunset Park that works at the nexus of racial and climate justice. I want to first and foremost thank the City Planning Commission for the opportunity to speak today. My main concern is addressing the explosive rise of e-commerce since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. The City of Yes includes Proposal 14 under Goal 3, which is enabling micro-distribution. Unfortunately, as of now, the proposal fails to address the larger last-mile warehouses that operate around the clock, contributing significantly to congestion, safety risks, and environmental concerns. As a part of the Last Mile Coalition, Uprose supports the proposal of a zoning text amendment that specifically defines last mile warehouses as a distinct category that accompanies Proposal 14. Our proposal includes the establishment of a specific permit process for last mile warehouses exceeding 50,000 square feet. This amendment is crucial for addressing the impacts of community character, vehicular traffic flow, and air quality. While everyone in the city enjoys the benefits of e-commerce, working class communities of color like Red Hook, Hunts Point, and Sunset Park are disproportionately burdened with the detrimental impacts of last mile facilities and the trucking industry that accompanies it. This, by definition, is environmental injustice. Additionally, the Gowanus Expressway in Sunset Park is already heavily utilized by last mile trucking, and this racist piece of infrastructure continues to result in negative health impacts on our community. By incorporating the Last Mile Coalition's proposal, the city can support economic growth while still ensuring the well-being of our residents in a just economy. And you'll be hearing from other members of the Last Mile Coalition sometime during this hearing. But thank you again for giving us the opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Now, LaShawn Ellis, I believe, is in the room. Ms. Ellis, welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello. So I'm LaShawn Ellis, and I'm here from Crown Heights, Brooklyn, born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. I liked your comment earlier, and I just wanted to say youth, if given accurate, truthful information, are oftentimes the best judges of new ideas, such as this one. I would be curious to know what your teenager thinks of this plan. But let's be mindful of the words accurate and truthful. Zoning, environmental assessments, impact statements, and the ULURP process were created to protect the people of the city from ubiquitous, oversized buildings, blocking sunlight and sucking up valuable resources like water, sewage, and waste disposal. Protect us from pollutants, toxins, and noise, providing people with a certain quality of life. To eliminate these protections of the people is a punch in the face and multiple kicks in the ribs as we lie bloodied on the ground. The mere fact that the City of Yes, along with your City of Yes sweatshirt swag, was created with the help of business and corporations with no input from city residents is an absolute offense. Big business and government sitting around the table, rubbing their grubby little hands together to strategize how they are going to take more land from the people at little to no cost to themselves and at all cost to us, the minions. Right in the midst of the largest housing crisis the city has ever seen, the mayor and DCP are proposing to eliminate thousands of apartments and convert them into commercial spaces, despite the fact that there is an overabundance of vacant storefronts all over New York City in every community, as a lot of people have said before. This false show of support for small businesses in this proposal is not lost on people who are paying attention. Why would you incentivize a property owner to remove and eliminate rent-stabilized apartments in order to have more commercial spaces when there are plenty available in commercial corridors? But they are either being warehoused for tax write-offs or the rent is too damn high. What are your solutions to this problem? Clubs anywhere, auto repair shops anywhere, and manufacturing can leave outskirts and head to commercial zones. Noise, toxins, pollution, all allowed closer to our residential areas. A retired FDNY lieutenant said this spells disaster. Having no idea what is located where, not knowing what to bring in case of a fire. A homeowner lamenting the years of headache, stress, anxiety, and structural damage caused by the coffee shop bar below that added live music and dancing to their offerings. Lithium batteries exploding in hallways and homes, killing entire families. E-bikes and mopeds currently riding rampant around the city, killing and maiming people left and right. Public parking spaces being sold to corporations for less than $1 a year for 2 spaces. This is happening now with regulations, and you want to write into law no regulations? The City of Yes is a freebie for corporations and big businesses, welfare as they laugh all the way to the bank. And who will suffer? We will, the residents of the city, first the people of color, then the poor, then the rest. No one will be untouched by this irrevocable text amendment. The City of Yes is a city of mess. Please vote no.
Thank you very much. Let me move on to Roxanne Delgado on Zoom.
Roxanne, you may be seeing a message on your screen asking you to accept a promotion to panelist.
Roxanne, you should be able to unmute also. It appears Roxanne declined promotion, and I don't see the name anymore.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back to her if she shows back up. Alicia Boyd, I believe, is in the room. Ms. Boyd, welcome back.
Third time, right?
You already know me, so I can skip the introductions. Okay, you know, what's really disappointing about this committee and this commission is how you sit here and you try to convince the community that it's going to be okay, that all the things that you're asking is not really going to happen to us. Like, oh, don't worry, you know, those businesses are going to have people walking all through my apartment building. Oh, don't worry, that's not going to happen. And oh, that, you know, guy who's going to be able to grow that weed and then sell it out from his apartment. Oh, no, that's not going to happen. And oh, those manufacturing businesses that you have not defined inside of the text amendment as safe. You have not made any determination of what a safe manufacturing business is, nor have you grouped them into safe manufacturing. What you did is you merged them from the 17 and 18 group and then merged it all between the all other 10 groups, and then you just allow them in our community and say, oh, but don't worry, it's not going to happen to you. It's not going to come into your neighborhood. It's not going to come into your commercial quarters. Well, we all know the only reason why you're emptying out the manufacturing zones, and let's be honest here, is so that you can build. That's what your text amendments from the housing is going to do. It's going to allow developers to go into those manufacturing zones and sit there and build, while the manufacturing businesses come into our community, causing all kinds of havoc. Oh, did you do an environmental impact analysis? Oh, no, you didn't. What you did is you worked around the environmental procedure. What you did is you did an alternative environmental, you didn't do an environmental impact. You said, oh no, nothing is going to happen if all of a sudden we let all these manufacturing businesses into our community, if we allow dancing in our apartments and we allow them on the top floor and the bottom floor and on the side of us. Oh, nothing's going to happen. But let's change the regulation just in case it does. Let's sit there and put that 15 feet between the new business, and that's called a mitigating scenario. You mitigated an environmental impact. You're supposed to actually do an environmental impact before you can mitigate it, which means you violated your own laws by not doing an environmental impact, but then you mitigated a scenario where you know an impact would happen. So if you're not following your own environmental laws, you want us now to believe that somehow when these manufacturing businesses and all these people coming into our community and all these things happening in our community, somehow this city is going to sit there and protect us. Damn it. We can call 311. We should be comfortable with 311 coming in and making sure that those toxic waste from that jewelry maker isn't thrown down the toilet bowl and causing fires. We should be so comfortable with you guys protecting us, and you don't even follow your own rules. We don't feel protected.
Time.
We don't feel protected, and you're failing in your job.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Ray Moore of Safety Partners, followed by Charles Yu of the Long Island City Partnership.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Moore, and I'm a Senior Quality Research and Training Specialist at Safety Partners. We create environmental health and safety programs for life science companies working with hazardous materials to keep their employees safe and to ensure compliance with regulations. In the past 30 plus years, we have implemented programs for more than 900 companies in Massachusetts, New York, and throughout the United States. Safety Partners is providing this testimony about lab safety and regulations in support of the City of Yes Life Science proposal. Life science work involves hazardous materials, and there are risks associated with it. On the other hand, there's oversight from all levels of government to keep the workers' environment and public safe, and a regulator can inspect a facility at any time. Let's start at the local level. The FDNY requires a lab unit permit in order to store and use chemicals. This permit involves a thorough review of the Department of Building approved floor plans to confirm that the facility is constructed in accordance with construction and fire codes. It also involves an initial inspection where the inspector compares floor plans with the facility, checks that chemicals are stored within established thresholds, and that chemical storage and fire protection equipment are in place, and that permit is renewed with an inspection annually. The FDNY also requires a certificate of fitness holder to be present whenever lab work is taking place, and that holder must demonstrate competency with the fire code and safe chemical practices, and this requirement is unique to New York City. The Department of Environmental Protection oversees the Community Right to Know program, which requires annual reporting of hazardous material that exceeds their reporting thresholds, which are much lower than federal thresholds, and they conduct annual inspections. The DEP also regulates sewer use. Their regulations outline what is prohibited from discharge and can require wastewater pretreatment before it is discharged into the system. The Department of Sanitation requires annual reports from generators of biomedical waste. At the state level, the Department of Environmental Conservation regulates biomedical waste, and along with the EPA regulates hazardous chemical waste. The regulations outline required registrations, how waste is stored on site, the use of licensed waste haulers to remove waste off site for appropriate treatment and disposal, and record keeping. At the federal level, OSHA standards such as hazard communication, lab, and bloodborne pathogens, among others, cover the specifics of hazardous material safety and include training and documented procedures. OSHA's general duty clause requires employers to provide a place of employment that is free from recognized hazards that can cause harm to employees. This clause allows OSHA to reference any advisory document, such as the cornerstone advisory document from the CDC, the biosafety in microbiological and biomedical laboratories, when making this determination. Finally, employees who work in these labs, who are part of the community, want to go home at the end of each workday. They are at the greatest risk to these hazards I have just mentioned, and by implementing safe and compliant work practices, they are keeping themselves, their coworkers, and the general public safe. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Moving on to Charles Yu.
Sorry, this is Roxanne Delgado. Roxanne Delgado.
Wait,
thank you.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, let's stay with Ray Moore for a moment, if we can bring her back. We have a question for her, and if there are a member of the public that's speaking from the audience, let me just say, please sign up. We will gladly hear you because everybody's gonna have a chance, and we will stay here until literally every person who wants to speak has an opportunity to do it, but we just can't do it out from the audience. So Commissioner Osorio, you'll have the floor. Can we bring Ray Moore back? Ms. Moore? Okay, great. Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your testimony. I have a quick question. So I'm familiar with the DEP Community Right to Know regulation that govern the use of hazard and the storage of hazardous substances, but these regulations have been mainly designed for industrial areas, and I'm wondering if you foresee any adjustments required when these uses are co-located with residential uses. In other words, are they sufficient, one, in that regard? And do you think that they reflect sort of like the potential exposure of chemicals in the context of severe weather, given climate change impacts and so forth?
If you don't mind, the second one, do you mind if I give you a written response after this?
Of course, yes. You can respond to both in writing if you prefer. Thank you.
Absolutely. I would say for the answer to the first one, I mean, the exemptions of who should be reporting are, I mean, it's any business, right? The exemptions are, pretty small actually. And the threshold levels are really low. I can mainly speak for these life science, labs, and many of their materials that they commonly use have to be reported.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Okay, now let's move on to actually Mr. Yu. Please hold for a moment. I think we may have Roxanne Delgado. I think we heard her a moment ago. So while she's here, let's have her go, and then we will go back to you, Mr. Yu, at the Long Island City Partnership.
Thank you, New York City Planning Commission. First, I'd like to say I've been on this call since 10 a.m. and I would advise next time when you do a citywide text amendment to hold a separate meeting for that alone, because it does require lots of public input, and the priority should be on such a citywide text amendment, which is a massive project, will change actually how the city does the YOLO process and based on state charter. I'd like to really, really commend the two women, one regarding the city of mess and the second one who followed that you're not doing your job. I'd like to thank them for their courage and for advocacy for their voice for our community, because unfortunately, the powers that be are not speaking for the people. They're speaking for special interests. On the zoning application portal, it mistakenly states that the community board review process ended on from November 8th to, I think, January 8th. And then I was found out after the fact that there was an extension, which was not shared by me, by the community board, who tends to miss deadlines. And I'm also very disappointed regarding the NYCHA, commercializing NYCHA property. That is not good for NYCHA residents. It doesn't benefit the needed repair, and it's again taking away public use of their public land. They already took a lot of their community centers to give to lease to nonprofits that don't really serve the community. And this is what disempowered the NYCHA residents, which I live right across Palm Parker houses. Regarding the laboratory, I don't want to live next to any animal testing, so definitely no. And the cornerstones, that's, people may know zoning, people may have Ivy League degrees, but you don't live in this community that I live in. I see these cornerstones open 24/7. There's stabbings there, there's shooting there, there's lack of quality of life, no enforcement by the police because they said they cannot enforce these laws anymore. 301 is overwhelmed. And this brings a lot of detriment and public issues to the community. Our community is mostly majority of people of color. This is not a white issue like, oh, they're racist, they don't want anything, they're against evolution. No, this is about us people. We are all people, we're all human, and the city is not acting in our best interest, and it has put a lot of detriment and harm on the community. And lastly, regarding commercializing on second floors, that's ridiculous. We constantly talk about housing shortage, and now you want to put more commercial space. The reason why businesses are not thriving is not because the lack of due to zoning, it's because the rent is too high. We lost a 49-year-old diner just recently because the rent was increased over $10,000. We lost a 25-year-old cleaner that people are missing already because of the rent. Most of our mom and pop shops are dying out, not because of zoning. And there's a lady who's very involved in this community who wants to open her own bookstore that's very diverse. But she can't even rent here because they only rent it to illegal cannabis stores because they could afford that rent. So please, let's be real. This is not about supporting businesses or supporting the community. This is about special interests. And I thank you, Commissioner, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Don't go anywhere, though, because Commissioner Goodrich has a question for you. So stay put for a sec, Commissioner. Go ahead.
First person, or unless I'm wrong, that brought up about the commercialization of NYCHA, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk a bit more about that. That's a much larger issue, but it's something, can you talk a bit more about that?
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. I live across Palm Parker houses. I attend all their meetings, and I'm very invested in public housing because I feel like there are the major tenants in our community, in our Palm Parker district, and they've been disempowered. And without their involvement, this has actually weakened the whole Palm Park community. Right now, there's 2 community centers that have been leased to 2 nonprofits. Now, they're doing good services, but most of the services are provided to outside residents, not to NYCHA residents. Second, they want to now put commercial use in up to 15,000 square feet. That's not going to go into it's going to go to a general fund. It's not going directly to residents. It's not going to employ residents. It's not going to have residents create their own businesses. And now that most NYCHAs are going into the PAC or RAD program, and some are actually going to Section 8 because there's supposedly no money for repairs. Now they want to commercialize. That takes away public use. Right now we have a beautiful courtyard that provides clean air for the Palm Parker residents. We have a playground that provides relief through the summer with the sprinklers. Why are we taking uses from the public housing that will not benefit public housing residents? And I thank you for that question because I'm very adamant about public housing, even though I don't directly live in Palm Parker housing.
Okay, thank you very much. And before I go to Mr. Yu, let me just make a couple of quick points about process, and then also one about NYCHA. On process, I did want to note that we were very clear with community boards about the extension of time that they had. I started that today, that we told every community board they could have as much time as they needed up until any votes were taken, and that we would consider their views, and we will continue to consider their views right up until the moment that this commission has to vote. And we also even said, if you can't get it in even by our vote, we certainly encourage you to send it to the city council. So I don't, to me, the notion that we either did not welcome community boards or were not present in community boards is fallacious. And as it relates to NYCHA, I do think it's important for us to talk about what is actually being proposed here. And people can disagree on the substance, but let's just talk about what the proposal says. The proposal creates a process only, an authorization process for the possibility for NYCHA to use this zoning tool. Doesn't mandate it. It doesn't, actually effectuate it on its own. But in our conversations, it is clear that there are old offices, storage, underutilized spaces, which NYCHA and its residents might see an opportunity for, whether that's retail services, makerspace, or whatever they believe is needed. And we also have heard from NYCHA and NYCHA residents asking for better access to local goods and services for many years. So it is a process only, and to address specifically the needs that NYCHA and NYCHA residents may want to effectuate. So it is not us, changing anything. It is us creating an opportunity for NYCHA and NYCHA residents in a way that is strictly prohibited in zoning today. So it's worth noting. So let's go on to Mr. Yu of the Long Island City Partnership.
Are you able to hear me?
We are. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Charles Yu. I'm the Vice President of the Long Island City Partnership. And the Long Island City good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to testify today. The Long Island City Partnership is the local economic development corporation for the Long Island City area, and we were founded in 1979. We manage the LIC Business Improvement District as well as the Industrial Business Zone. The proposal here today aims to eliminate confusing and outdated regulations that have hindered the growth of small businesses and limited their potentials. It provides the flexibility local businesses needed to grow and adapt as our local economies continue to evolve and create a stronger foundation for the city's economic recovery. For our bid corridors, the amendment recognizes the importance of and supports vibrant, thriving commercial streets where communities gather, culture converges, and neighborhoods are enriched. So in short, we think the City of Yes economic for economic opportunity is a crucial step towards reimagining the future of our local communities by giving small businesses clear and sensible rules that give them the flexibility to evolve and grow. And it will ensure local communities like Long Island City remain places where people will continue to want to work and live. So thank you very much, and thank you for your thoughtful considerations.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to welcome the Commissioner of the Department of Small Business Services, Kevin Kim. Commissioner, we're delighted that you are able to join us today, and whenever you are ready, we'll look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
I don't think we're seeing Commissioner in the
Okay, we don't see him yet. Okay, all right, no problem. Then let us go to Jared Grimm of the Downtown Brooklyn Partnership.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jared Grimm. I am the Vice President of Real Estate and Economic Development at the Downtown Brooklyn Partnership. On behalf of Regina Meyer and DBP, I'd like to express our strong support of the Department of City Planning's proposed City of Yes for Economic Opportunity zoning amendment to modernize the city's zoning rules to support small businesses, create thriving commercial corridors, and bolster the city's economic recovery. In this time of recovery, it is crucial to remove outdated limitations on businesses and ensure that our central business districts and commercial corridors remain dynamic and vibrant. We would like to highlight the following proposals that are of particular importance to downtown Brooklyn. Allowing opportunities for a greater diversity of businesses to locate on ground and upper floors. With consumers' shopping habits evolving, this change would enable establishments beyond traditional retail stores to activate space along our main shopping corridors. Additionally, allowing commercial uses above the ground floors of residential buildings would allow food and beverage establishments to locate in new and unique spaces. Supporting nightlife and entertainment through common sense regulations. Currently, such entertainment uses such as arcades, virtual reality, or bowling alleys are constrained or prohibited along Fulton Mall. These uses will support ground floor vitality in downtown Brooklyn, in addition to complementing the street's other retail businesses by encouraging much needed foot traffic on evenings and weekends. Removing use and bulk regulations for businesses in growing industries, such as life science and film production. These uses are fully compatible with downtown Brooklyn's existing complement of tenants and institutions, and we fully support this change to further stimulate the post-pandemic office market. We encourage you to support the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity zoning amendment that will drive business growth and foster vibrant neighborhoods. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Great, thank you very much. We appreciate your being here. Let's move on to Jesse Solomon of Southwest Brooklyn Industrial Development Corporation. Be followed by Cecilia Kushner of EDC. Thank you, Cecilia. We see you here.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Solomon, and I am the Executive Director of Southwest Brooklyn Industrial Development Corporation. Our mission is to help industrial and manufacturing businesses grow in order to continue providing family-supporting jobs with career pathways to working-class New Yorkers. We serve the communities of Sunset Park, Red Hook, and Gowanus. We've been in conversation with the Department of City Planning for several months now, along with our coalition members of the Industrial Jobs Coalition housed at ANHD. We are largely supportive of the ZEO text amendments. We consider the goals of zoning for economic opportunity to be admirable and forward-looking. Increasing commercial and industrial densities and allowing for more flexibility in building layout and bulk will help local economies grow and add to the vibrancy of our city's commercial corridors. However, we do believe that the M-zone components of Proposal 18 should be strengthened to better preserve existing industrial businesses, incentivize new industrial development, and foster the associated forms of job retention and creation, which provide Brooklyn residents with clear pathways to the middle class. So we have 3 recommendations for the M-zone tools listed in Proposal 18. The first recommendation is for the M3A or core district. We recommend the creation of a higher density option of 5 FAR for industrial development. Our second recommendation is for the M2A district or transition district. We recommend increasing the industrial incentive in that application and including design requirements for qualifying industrial portions that can ensure these industrial spaces be put to productive industrial uses. This is not included in the zoning for economic opportunity, but I do want to note here that our third recommendation is about freight mobility generally. In tandem with the City of Yes proposal's outcomes, we strongly encourage the Department of City Planning and other city agencies to dedicate time and resources towards more comprehensive transportation and freight planning that prioritizes a blue highway network or maritime-based freight. We think this is aligned with the goals of the City of Yes zoning for economic opportunity and some of the exciting announcements that came out today in the Mayor's City of State. I'm happy to answer any questions, and our full written testimony has been submitted to both DCP and CPC. Thank you for your time today.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioner Osorio?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the testimony, and I look forward to reading the written version of it. But really quickly, on the core, I'm wondering, you suggest a higher density option, but I'm wondering if you can explain whether you are concerned or whether you see any issues with not limiting non-industrial uses there. That's a question that I asked earlier to the department. And the other one has to do with the transition, your recommendation to the transition zones. It's interesting to hear that you propose to increase the incentive, but why not require for stronger industrial retention? I'm wondering, help me understand your thoughts there.
We would love to see a requirement in the transition area of industrial. And I speak for myself at SBIDC, but I also speak for my colleagues at the Industrial Jobs Coalition under ANHD, who I know some of whom are testifying. Charles just testified a minute ago. We have heard from Department of City Planning and from council members that because the M3A core district has an industrial requirement, the city is looking at that as the tool to provide an industrial requirement. If we are able to get an industrial requirement instead of just an incentive in the transition area, that would be fabulous. But we also recognize that for developers who are interested in taking advantage of an industrial portion of their project, a small amount of FAR is not going to cut it. We saw that in the Gowanus mix that was proposed in the Gowanus rezoning. Very few developers along the canal have taken advantage of that incentive because it's 0.3 FAR. It's not quite enough to actually make the project feasible if they want to put industrial in that space. So we feel that there needs to be a little bit more space. That's why our recommendation is for, if you're going to do an incentive at all, we appreciate the creation of that tool. We think it could stimulate some industrial projects in areas where you might not see it otherwise, but we'd like to see that tool be strengthened a little bit.
Thank you. Just really quickly, you didn't mention the growth districts, and I'm wondering what is your take on that? What does the coalition think about them?
Yeah, I think we heard a question from you about why the growth district at all, why an M1A, of that size of FAR, and I appreciate that question. We asked Department of City Planning the same question in some of our conversations with the team. We have been testifying at community boards and to our council members saying, our mission is to protect, preserve the industrial business zones of our communities. Again, we represent Sunset Park, Red Hook, and Gowanus. That South Brooklyn area has a large IBZ. I think it's the second largest IBZ in the city. And we appreciate that this particular text amendment does not include any residential in IBZs. But we have also been asking because this is not getting mapped, we've been directing our advocacy to the community board saying, look, don't put the growth districts in industrial business zones. We don't think that's a good tool for industrial business zones because it's really hard to make an industrial or manufacturing project pencil out financially of that scale. Because we're talking about really large buildings that DCP has said to us, probably would only exist in parts of Manhattan or areas where they're trying to stimulate other types of growth, but don't want to exclude M zones from that area. So we would like to see growth districts be left out of industrial business zones. That's what is important to us.
Thanks so much. I look forward to reading your comments.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your being here. Let me move on to Cecilia Kushner, Executive Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer of EDC. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be with you. So I'm Cecilia Kushner. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at the Economic Development Corporation, and I'm coming in strong support of the proposed zoning text amendment in front of you. We believe this is an historic review of the growth and evolution of New York City's economy of the past decade and a unique opportunity to look to the future and ensure that land use supports our changing city. EDC works on behalf of the city to create a vibrant, inclusive, and globally competitive economy for all New Yorkers. The revision and modernization of the city's outdated zoning rules are envisioned by this plan and this text is critically important to our work and will help the continued growth of the city's economy along with the creation and retention of family-sustaining jobs for New Yorkers. The important changes in this proposal will encourage the formation and retention of small businesses, support thriving commercial corridors, and promote the spirit of innovation that is the hallmark of our economy. EDC is completely in line with these goals, and I would like to highlight just a few examples of the way in which we believe that this text amendment really meets the need of the moment. First, entrepreneurship is the life force of our economy. Just today, 1 in 7 businesses that you see in New York City was created in the last year. The willingness of so many New Yorkers to take business risk and create jobs has been critical to the city's recovery from the pandemic and the creation of close to 270,000 private sector jobs since the beginning of this administration. This proposed text amendment supports the creation of small businesses, and the New Yorkers will rely on them for job opportunities by removing arbitrary time limits for reactivating local storefronts, simplifying rules for businesses permitted on commercial streets, and expanding opportunities for entrepreneurs and small-scale clean production enterprises. Additionally, the amendment legalizes a wide range of home businesses that create greater access for New Yorkers from all economic backgrounds to start a business and be part of the economy. Second, EDC supports the live, work, play, and learn model for New York City's neighborhood, and we strongly believe that business-friendly streetscapes with active, safe, and walkable streets for businesses and residents are critical for the success of this city. This model, which is centered in these text amendments, brings jobs closer to where people live and ensure that our neighborhoods serve all of New Yorkers' needs. The plan's proposed zoning changes support our work to create job-intensive zoning districts that allow modern-style loft buildings that would have higher density in close proximity to public transit. The creation of this district will support the city's recovery by better utilizing unused commercial space, as well as for creating opportunity for modern commercial and manufacturing uses, driving employment in the outer boroughs, which is something that the city has been trying to do for a decade. Similarly, many smaller manufacturing and makerspace that rely on foot traffic are now restricted to less accessible industrial area. And by allowing small-scale production in neighborhood commercial corridor where such uses are currently prohibited, the city of Yes really resolved that problem. We have many other examples as to why we're very supportive of this text amendment. We just want to thank DCP for their hard work.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. If I actually want to give somebody the courtesy of an extra 10 or 15 seconds to wrap up, I will do that, and that actually is not the discretion of the crowd. So you may finish your statement, and then we will move on to the next one. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you. No, we just wanted to finally, because I know that the life science industry was brought up, that it's an incredibly industry for the city of New York, and that this text amendment really brings common sense regulation to bear that will be extremely important for the industry's growth in decades.
Great.
Thank you for
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we will move on. And I would just ask members of the public to not taunt people as they are coming and going, and to not actually talk in the middle of testimony. We're trying very hard to give everybody their shot today. So I just ask you to be respectful of everybody. Let's move on to Suin Chong on Zoom, to be followed by Maria Roca.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm a member of Community Board 9 in Brooklyn. Last night, we voted to oppose these text amendments in their entirety. Our recommendations have been sent to City Planning. Today, I'm testifying on my own behalf, also in opposition. We all want our business corridors to thrive and be great places to shop, eat, and have fun, as well as keeping space for necessary activities like car maintenance and good manufacturing jobs. City Planning has told many of our community boards that we have high vacancy rates in our commercial corridors, yet these amendments not only fail to address the primary reasons for those vacancies, high rents and spaces held empty in anticipation of redevelopment, but would clearly exacerbate them by adding potentially enormous amounts of commercial space in residential areas through the corner stores proposal and the upper floors and home occupations proposals. They're pushing hazardous, noisy, and traffic-intensive uses into local retail overlay districts where people who live on top of and next to stores and old buildings would be harmed, and businesses that benefit from pedestrian traffic and a pleasant shopping environment would also be deterred from locating. They do not help fill large vacant spaces in our local M1 and C8 districts, where neither residential housing nor heavy manufacturing is allowed, with appropriate businesses like large format consumer stores such as Home Depot or IKEA, necessary automotive services, wholesale distribution centers, shared kitchens for food entrepreneurs, biotech incubators, etc. In order to justify these business-unfriendly proposals, they are trying to scare small business into believing that code overhauls are necessary, because if a specific new use like cell phone stores or an accessory activity like a store owner knitting in the back of her boutique is not included in the list of permitted uses for a zoning district, then it is not allowed. This is not true. There are cell phone stores in C1 and C2 retail districts throughout the city. Since when has anyone received a DOB violation for that? Who calls knitting one scarf manufacturing? Presumably, if an unstated new use clearly violated the common sense legislative intent section for the zoning district, which they're also trying to change, and neighbors reported a nuisance, a violation would be issued, the business would appeal to the BSA, and a determination would be issued. After enough such cases, it would be clear what clarifications to the zoning text were needed, or if some neighborhoods need special districts. Instead, the amendments throw open our mixed residential and retail corridors to many uses we already know are deadly, like e-bike and moped stores, textile mills, and sugar refining, and many others that we may discover are not clean only after significant damage has occurred. They would allow almost any corner property owner in all residential districts to make a plausible argument for a corner store, rather than restricting such waivers to unusual cases, such as when 3 out of 4 corners in an intersection already have commercial overlays. Nightclubs are currently prohibited in our C1 and C2 overlay districts because people live and sleep there. They would now be allowed without any prior review. At our community board, we heard complaints about thumping dance music from a late-night bar, and we tried mediation and working with NYPD and DEP for several months, only to reach a partially satisfactory resolution for tenants and with significant noise mitigation expense by the business owner. Zoning laws can help prevent these conflicts by steering such a business away from residential housing.
Thank you, ma'am.
The truth
Thank
is,
you.
many
Your 3
businesses
minutes.
open without
Ma'am,
permits or fanfare, and the city never gets to
Ma'am, your
enforce
3
technical
minutes is up.
standards.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Wow, I call that discrimination. I'm hungry. To be aware. I'm about
Any questions? Okay. Kevin Kim, Commissioner of Small Business Services, is our next speaker. Kevin Kim.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin D. Kim, and I am the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Small Business Services, also known as SBS. Every day at SBS, our team creates economic security for New Yorkers by connecting New Yorkers to good jobs, supporting local businesses, and building thriving neighborhoods. As the commissioner of SBS, I have the privilege of going around and speaking with small business owners across the 5 boroughs. And it's clear to me that continued success for our entrepreneurs requires reforms to burdensome regulations and outdated zoning. And that's why at SBS, we support the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity zoning text amendment. The Adams administration has been steadfast in our mission to cut red tape for small businesses. As part of Mayor Adams' Small Business Forward initiative, SBS worked with many other city agencies to eliminate fines, lower fees, and ease regulatory burdens for small businesses, putting millions of dollars back into the hands of business owners. The City of Yes for Economic Opportunity initiative builds on this by eliminating outdated zoning that prevents businesses from opening and stops businesses from growing to meet the needs of their communities. Approving this initiative will make it easier for small businesses to expand, hire New Yorkers, and thrive in our commercial neighborhoods. It's simple. We all want to see more small businesses thrive throughout the 5 boroughs. By supporting the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity, we can promote the continued success of the small businesses that led this city forward, recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. SBS looks forward to working alongside the Department of City Planning to advance the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity and cutting red tape for our local businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate your being with us today, and as always, your support. And thank you. Okay, Commissioner Benjamin has a question for you, though, before you go.
Sure.
Are you still there, Commissioner?
Yeah, stay with us. Yep.
How well do you believe these proposals address the issues you hear from small businesses that have been forced to close or relocate?
Well, I believe that these amendments do a lot of things. I used to be a former state liquor authority commissioner as well. And just as an example, there would be certain types of businesses that would just be not allowed to open based on outdated zoning rules versus community boards also being able to chime in and be able to say whether they thought a business might be good for that district or not. So I think in some ways, as a former community board member as well, in some ways, it's as we move forward as a city coming out of the COVID pandemic and the recovery that we've been doing, it is really good to take a look at everything that's been out there and encourage new businesses to continue to open while trying to do everything we can to preserve businesses that have been there for generations to come, before and for prior generations.
But what are the main reasons you hear about why businesses have closed on local commercial strips that we see and are trying to reoccupy? What is the main reasons you hear for their closure? Some have said it's high rents. Some have said it's lack of foot traffic. What do you hear from them?
It's really a combination of challenges that small businesses have been facing more recently. Also, just traditionally, I'm a former small business owner. My parents are immigrant small business owners. I think rent is always a challenge. I think you're seeing businesses adapt in many commercial corridors where they're combining businesses into one retail space, for example. You'll see that people have been looking out to build up complementary businesses within one space to help share sometimes the burden of rent. So you're seeing creative responses to some of the challenges, but the biggest challenges we often hear when we're walking the corridors is access to capital. And that's why Mayor Adams had in the blueprint for economic recovery, we created the largest public-private partnership loan fund directed just to small businesses. And we were able to give out more than $75 million, and 75% of which is we see now is going to MWBE businesses, and also a very high percentage in LMI communities. So capital access is something that we know is a tremendous barrier for many small businesses, and we've addressed that head on. The second part of it is we do hear of overly burdensome regulations, and that's what I mentioned in my testimony about Small Business Forward. We have identified over 100 regulations that were outdated or overly burdensome and not impacting the public health and safety directly. We were able to find those rules that were in the books and reform them, either by giving a first-time warning or a cure period, or eliminating them completely from the books. And by doing that, we're saving small businesses over $8 million a year. So there's capital access challenges. There's obviously rent, undeniable, is a challenge. And government navigation is the third biggest challenge that we hear when we're walking the corridors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your testimony. I have a question. So we're in the process of analyzing the zoning text amendment in the context of larger policies and new legislation that will help understand, what is the long-term plan for the strategic industrial future of the city. But I'm wondering if you can help us understand from your perspective, how far is this text amendment positioning small businesses to attract or to grow in terms of green jobs, green industries that the state is projecting in hundreds of thousands of jobs, but warn us that they may go elsewhere if we don't specifically plan for them. The zoning text amendment specifically calls out life sciences, nightlife, but doesn't specifically refer to them in the same level of detail. And from my point of view, these green jobs are specifically working class manufacturing jobs. So I'm wondering if there's anything that you can share with us in terms of how far are these proposals moving us in that direction?
I think it moves us very much towards where we need to position ourselves as a city, as a global leader in green tech economy. I think, you just heard from EDC, Economic Development Corporation. One of their top priorities is on green technology and climate tech technology. And we see the opportunity. It's not just a city versus another city race. It's a global competition. And I think everything that is being laid out as an administration, the strategy in totality with EDC, with what DCP is proposing in these zoning text amendments, and what we're doing at SBS to help launch more and more startup businesses around this industry, we are in a global competition. And for us, we believe that this all needs to go hand in hand. And if we don't do that, we will fall behind, not just as a city, but as a country. And we feel New York City is poised with the talent that we have here, with the top universities and CUNY, for example. Those students are the ones that need to be given the opportunity to enter into this emerging industry so that they can best benefit for the economy overall in the city, the state, and the country.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you again, Commissioner. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's move next to Maria Rocca, to be followed by Rami Dinawi.
So now on the why I came here today. I lived in a building. I live now in a co-op, but I lived in a rental in the West Village for many years. And I had a next door neighbor who loved to change the color of her hair on a monthly basis. I could smell, that's one woman, I could smell the dye from, because our bathrooms were sort of next to each other, of that, and I have a lot of allergies. I tried nicely with her. The landlord was not interested in anything. This is when, and then she would have parties. She would invite people over and they would all dye their hair. So this is 3 or 4 people dyeing their hair at the same time. If these changes are adopted, and now we are saying you can have 3 people in your apartment dyeing their hair, and it is okay, how did you enforce that? You're leaving it to civilians, to people, to the manager of your building, to the landlord who probably is not, if it's a small building, no, you figure it out for yourselves. Even in a co-op, the co-op board normally goes, can you guys just work it out for yourselves? And weeks and months and later, then does everybody have the money to take somebody to court? Or the harassment that comes back, and who is going to step up for the offending person to defend them against you? People are going to get hurt. I am telling you, I can see this coming. And so that's just something to keep in mind as to what are we permitting regular people to do? Not businesses that have to carry insurance, use insurance, or who may lose a license, regular civilians. Putting responsibility on the shoulders of renters or a super or a manager, I think it's very onerous. The city does not have the capacity to enforce. We know it right now. We know it with the issues right now. 311, are you kidding me? A house could be being rebuilt, and you call and you send them pictures. They show up 2 weeks later and have the building is finished, and now all is finished, it's done. And they pay a fine, and they go on, and they destroy the block. We live with that in Sunset Park. We have been living with that since the 1990s. And nobody had to take out the offending construction because the city doesn't have the enforcement of the ability. Okay. I'm going to go down and, let me see. Restaurants. Most of our restaurants, not only Sunset Park, because I travel around the city a lot, are already hosting music, karaoke, all of that. And I'll leave this with this thought. Sunset Park alone has seen an increase of knifings because of people getting drunk inside of these restaurants. You cannot call anybody because no one is, and this is around the block from where I live. These are blocks where on the avenue, families upstairs, business, 2, 3 families upstairs with children.
Let me pose my question to you to give you an extra couple of seconds here. So there's a restaurant in the neighborhood. Many restaurants in the neighborhood. People are getting drunk, making noise, and it's disturbing people who live in the area, right? So connect that for me to this proposal, because I just want to understand. I understand your point about the hair dyeing being disruptive. Obviously, that's something that's allowed today. If we enable the home business, there are rules and licensure for home beauty salons, things like that. But put that aside for a second. Let's talk about this, and just to give you an extra minute.
This is all happening in these restaurants when they do not have the right to host dancing. They don't have the right to host a karaoke because they're smaller buildings, but they're doing it anyway. When these upstairs neighbors call 311 for noise, by the time they come, there's no noise.
I see.
And
I understand.
the knifings is the violence is growing, and it's not just Sunset Park. So
Okay.
please,
I got it.
don't give people
I
an
understand
open door.
I understand. Okay, thank you. Your point relates significantly to enforcement and also to existing rules. I'll just observe on the nightlife question and music and things like that. You know, yeah, but I got it. Well, anyway, I don't need to harp on it except to say that we understand the point that you are making, and there are things that we can do in zoning, and there are things that we can't. But we totally understand what you're talking about here. So we're trying to rationalize so that it makes sense in zoning, but understand that does not solve all of the problems of the world. But we get it. I understand your point. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, let's go to Rami Dinawi on Zoom, followed by Laura Spalter.
Can you folks hear me?
We can.
Good afternoon. My name is Rami Dalnawi, and I'm the Environmental Justice Campaign and Policy Manager at El Puente. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. El Puente is a community-based environmental justice organization located in North Brooklyn, founded over 40 years ago on the south side of Williamsburg, Los Sures. El Puente is also a part of the Last Mile Coalition, which is a citywide coalition of environmental justice and public health advocates working to regulate last mile trucking facilities in New York City. DCP's dedication to updating regulation in response to the changing economic landscape is commendable. However, we express reservations, and we have so before, regarding current proposals' oversight, especially concerning last mile warehouses and their impact on communities of color. It is our belief that effectively addressing the challenges posed by rapid growth of e-commerce, and specifically the influence of last mile warehouses, is vital for cultivating a vibrant neighborhood and aiding in the economic recovery of New York City. Recognizing the surge in e-commerce as a significant macroeconomic trend necessitating reform, City of Yes for Economic Opportunity strives to support emerging industries while minimizing adverse effects on other city land uses. While DCP's City of Yes proposal introduces the Micro-Distribution Facilities Initiative, it falls short in tackling the substantial land use conflicts arising from clustering of last-mile warehouses. Although focusing on smaller facilities is crucial, the proposal overlooks larger facilities operating continuously, contributing significantly to congestion, safety risk, and environmental concerns. To address this gap, we advise the City Planning Commission to adopt a comprehensive approach. We suggest expanding the proposal to include a specific text amendment defining last-mile warehouses as a distinct category, complementing the micro-distribution facilities proposal. Establishing a special permit process for last-mile warehouses allows communities to participate in reviewing the siting of these facilities. The absence of last-mile warehouse regulation is conspicuous in light of the City of Yes stated objectives. Tackling this issue is pivotal for the proposal's success and aligns with the broader city goal of modernizing zoning regulations. A zoning text amendment for last-mile facilities is essential in managing the anticipated growth in goods movement while prioritizing the well-being of environmental justice communities. By promoting non-truck or van deliveries and supporting sustainable transportation options, we can alleviate congestions, embrace modern delivery practices, and reduce the environmental impact on communities of color. If we are really looking for a City of Yes and an economic opportunity, we need to take the opportunity of today and make sure we do not come back to this later by saying we wish we had protected these communities by regulating these facilities. We appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments, and we will further provide written comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have questions for you from Commissioner Goodrich.
I wanted to ask you a question to give you more time to explain. So my question is, can you explain a bit oh, did we lose him? Can you still hear me?
One moment, I'm checking to see what just happened. Just one moment, please. Re-promoting.
Yes, I can still hear you. I was just shifted from being a panelist to an observer.
Oh, okay. So I'll ask my question. The last mile warehouse, in contrast to the traditional warehouse, can you talk a bit about how that has specific, I know for myself, but I think it would be helpful for everyone to hear the specific impacts, like the more truck stops, because I think what you're asking is to make a distinction between a traditional warehouse and a last mile one. So if you could talk a bit about how it specifically harms communities of color.
Yes, thank you for that question. For us at the Last Mile Coalition, we've worked extensively to answer the question of what is a last mile warehouse. And to us, this facility, as we have seen through our studies, increases truck routes, increases truck traffic in the neighborhoods and communities, are being clustered in communities, for example, like Red Hook, where then we see increased emissions from these facilities because they operate on a 24/7 basis and they do not just store goods. At the same time, we have traffic congestion because of these trucks, we have safety issues, and all of these facilities are sited in certain manufacturing and industrial districts, which are predominantly communities of color, historically impacted by this. So what we are doing is, we are taking the previous antiquated zoning laws that linked communities of color with industrial hazards and manufacturing hazards and compounding it by allowing these warehouses to be cited as of right in these communities. So, in short, it is increased truck traffic, it is congestion, it is operating emissions. So all of these combined really exacerbate the hazardous condition of these disadvantaged communities as they are labeled by the state and the city, and also the federal government.
Thank you. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I have a quick follow-up question to Commissioner Goodrich's question. Do you mind expanding a little bit on what you said about micro-distribution? I mean, it's clear that, you're talking about a larger issue that needs additional provisions to address last-mile facilities. But I'm wondering if you can share a little bit your perspective on the micro-distribution proposal. For example, the fact that, this could potentially lead to additional smaller warehouses in places that may have additional impacts. I'm wondering if you can discuss a little bit, what are your thoughts on what the zoning text amendment includes in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, our idea is, it is to have those micro distribution centers. It allows us to be able to manage the emissions of those smaller vehicles that do not produce as much of impact onto the communities as big trucks and big last mile warehouses. So having the opportunity to have those micro distribution centers is a move that that we can more or less work with and kind of regulate in a sense that has lower impacts. We can think about alternative modes of transportation as well and delivery for those micro distribution centers. So it is a step in the right direction, but there's a long way to go before we can consider that something.
Thank you. Thanks so much. That addresses my question. I had another really quick question, which is, a question that I had just asked to the Commissioner of the Department of Small Businesses was whether, these proposals actually position the industrial sector in an advantage position given the potential green job growth that is projected with, climate change legislation and so forth. And I'm wondering, what is your take on that? Do you feel that these proposals are doing enough in terms of attracting green industries?
No, it is not to us, it is not doing enough to attract green industries because it has to be within a larger understanding of environmental justice and to ensure that to ensure that there are actual green jobs that are beneficial to get these industries up to standard to help the communities. So again, while it does move in somewhat, it nudges us somewhat in the right direction, it is still far away from being able to, from us being able to claim that it will be attracting green industry, both on a city, state level.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Denawi, for being with us today. As we get organized and go to Laura Spalter, I will note that the department recognizes the complexity of the last mile issue, and we are continuing to look at it with our city partners, particularly DOT. And I will note about the micro distribution piece of this puzzle is we recognize that is not everything here to answer this problem by any stretch, but it also is part of the solution because zoning right now doesn't allow for any sort of ability for package delivery to happen in the neighborhoods close to people where the people of who are getting these deliveries live. So delivery vehicles end up having to drive back and forth between large distribution facilities and people's homes and businesses, which obviously exacerbates the problem. So what we're trying to do is reduce the truck trips here by making the freight deliveries and logistics more efficient. So for more discussion on that one, but that is certainly what we are intending to do. Let's go to Laura Spalter, to be followed by Karen Pawirski.
Okay, that might be Karen Argenti. She had to leave and she asked me to relay a message that she will sign on to speak later on.
Oh, okay. Let's start with you,
Karen
Laura.
Argenti. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Spalter. Today I'm speaking in opposition of City of Yes for Economic Opportunity on behalf of the Broadway Community Alliance, a civic group formed in 2013 to address quality of life issues in and around the Broadway corridor in Riverdale. These massive deregulation measures will have negative impacts on our residential neighborhoods. The Department of City Planning complains that zoning often presents a barrier to opening, operating, and expanding a business in New York City. There is good reason for that. In their desire to offer new opportunities for businesses to grow, city planning has blurred the common sense lines between commercial and residential neighborhoods, all in the name of progress. This is problematic because by their very nature, commercial businesses are accompanied by increased garbage, deliveries, traffic congestion, and signage. City of Yes creates a process for constructing commercial development 2,500 square feet in size on corner properties in every residential neighborhood. This is not a bodega as the picture showed in the literature. This is big. Current zoning prohibits them here. Why city planning wants to extend commercial businesses into residential neighborhoods when there are already vacant stores in commercial areas is puzzling, especially since new commercial businesses may compete with the current shopping districts, including mom and pop stores. Another radical zoning change allows a process for commercial development up to 15,000 square feet in residential neighborhoods if an owner owns a minimum of 1.5 acres. Called a campus plan, the Department of City Planning references conversion of the bottom floors of NYCHA buildings as if they are useless appendages. This zoning change may incentivize developers to tear down private homes or low-scale buildings in residential neighborhoods for commercial use. How hard is it for a developer to tear down homes, to combine lots in order to reach the criteria of 1.5 acres? We oppose the zoning changes developed by the Mayor's Office of Nightlife to promote live music, dancing, and entertainment. While this proposal does not apply to residential districts per se, our concern is noise from commercial districts carrying over into adjacent residential areas. We are currently living through cuts to police and other enforcement agencies and fear the unintended consequences of this change. We also oppose the proposed zoning changes to allow home businesses in residential neighborhoods to increase their square footage and employees and business categories. When complaints from neighbors arrive, it will fall on the Department of Buildings and other agencies to coordinate and monitor. A disaster. City planning's one-size-fits-all approach will destroy the unique character of our residential communities while ignoring the struggles facing our commercial areas. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us today. I will note that in corner stores, as proposed, every instance would require some form of environmental review. And the way that the rule is being written says that any business that generates more than a minimum of traffic would not even be allowed. So I just think that that's worth noting. Okay, is Karen Powierski there, or is that the person who she was cited? Okay, a different person, different person, different spelling, different pronunciation, totally different person. Okay, but is she there because I called her out first? No?
I do not see Karen in Zoom.
Okay, all right, so we're going to go to Maulin Mehta of the Regional Plan Association, and then I believe we have an elected official coming in.
Mullen, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
Good afternoon. My name is Maulin Mehta, and I'm New York Director here at Regional Plan Association. I want to thank Chair Gorodnick and all the members of the Commission for the opportunity to testify today in support of the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity zoning text amendment. Post-pandemic trends have created shifts that impact where New Yorkers are spending their time and money, increasingly outside of the traditional central business district. Emerging economic hubs in more residential parts of the city have seen the benefit of these changes, and we must lean into these new dynamics in order to foster equitable growth and to realize the goal of reimagining our commercial districts as vibrant work, live, play destinations. Unfortunately, the success has also meant that commercial rents outside of Manhattan have risen, and industrial space has also become one of the most expensive markets in the country. Increasing costs and regulatory hurdles have made it harder for smaller businesses or longtime community staples to expand and continue to serve their communities. Existing commercial districts also need to diversify. In our analysis of dozens of transit-oriented commercial clusters around the city, we found that many established districts are too homogeneous to become 24/7 destinations. In Greater Midtown, for example, 73% of built floor area is commercial space, and it has approximately 11 workers for every resident, while the average across other commercial areas is closer to 2 workers for every resident. The increase in local shopping and dining has also led to demands for better services and programming, especially for the public realm. However, existing zoning makes managing these changes difficult. For example, managing deliveries is hard when hubs are prohibited in commercial districts. No one likes double parking or idling, creating congestion and pollution. Arbitrary vacancy regulations make it difficult to fill vacant storefronts, creating an eyesore for communities and limiting opportunities for small businesses. This is especially problematic since the pandemic has resulted in long vacancies, and residential districts already cover 75% of the city's zoned land area. We need our zoning code to help us reactivate once thriving commercial corridors. Zoning tools won't solve these issues overnight, but they can set a framework to help us achieve better outcomes for neighborhoods and small businesses in the long term. We have to seize this opportunity, and the City of Yes proposal will make it easier for businesses to find affordable space and invest in the communities instead of being forced to relocate or curtail innovation. We can achieve better outcomes while continuing to protect the health, safety, and quality of life that communities deserve. Over a century ago, our city adopted the country's first comprehensive zoning framework. It was meant to solve problems and improve quality of life while guiding future change for New Yorkers. It's been over 6 decades since we made significant changes, which has led to our current regulations being ill-suited to help us address our new reality. We need to make it easier and more affordable for small businesses and entrepreneurs to contribute to this great city, to encourage better street designs and organization in the right way, and to ensure residents can more easily access the things they need, and to finally do away with arbitrary and inequitable regulations. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. And we're going to go next to local council member Chris Marte I say local council member because he's a council member for the district where we are sitting right now. Council member, whenever you are ready, you can go ahead and get started.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm Councilmember Christopher Marte, and I represent District 1, which covers Lower Manhattan. I commend DCP for taking on this tremendous effort and share the belief that zoning regulation should evolve alongside the changes we see in our city. This text amendment includes different zoning strategies in an attempt to address commercial vacancies, but I do not believe more lenient and uniform rules address the biggest challenges facing our small businesses, which is rent. Allowing more kind of uses in storefront doesn't lower the tens of thousands of dollars that landlords across the city charge for even the smallest of storefronts. While I know commercial rent cannot be directly regulated by zoning, I hope this administration as a whole can take a more direct approach to the vacancy and rental crisis. Stripping away what zoning we do have to support small business and regulate commercial uses will only make things worse. Zoning regulations is meant to help balance our city's diverse needs and uses. Sweeping deregulation will tip the scale to serve the groups that already have too much power, like large property owners, chain stores, and predatory developers. Specifically, newly expanded production and commercial uses should be limited in primarily residential areas. The vast amount of newly allowed production-only uses in districts like C1 and C2 should be regulated in order to preserve neighborhood storefronts with required consumer-facing components and stricter expansions of uses allowance. In my own district, I've seen how these storefronts can be occupied by grocery delivery warehouses that don't require any foot traffic. Their large footprint not only darkens the block, but limits residents' access to services that do require a storefront and serve a walk-in purpose, like tailors, barbershops, and bodegas. In addition, home occupation should be kept in mind the kind of uses and traffic that can negatively impact residential buildings, and a floor area cap should be maintained. The scope of new amusement and recreation should also be restricted to ensure that the commerce-oriented district prioritizes more basic needs of residents and workers. Second, residents must be protected in mixed-use buildings. There's not a council member in the city that doesn't receive daily complaints from residents about the quality of life issues stemming from restaurants and bars. But as a representative of neighborhoods that are almost entirely mixed use, I can say confidently that existing regulation is already far too weak. This text amendment must differentiate between small bars and restaurants that might want to have a weekly live music or dance and large ticketed venues. Residents living directly above a bar, like pianos, or even blocks away from a venue like the rooftop at Pier 17, experience almost daily violation to their right just to a good night's sleep. But whether it's pianos, large parties that spill onto the streets with no enforcement, or piers, DJs, and concerts that echo throughout the entire seaport, this text amendment must do more to step up enforcement of environmental standards for noise, air quality, and vibration to apply to all businesses. Additionally, these new mixed-use regulations should only go one way, from commercial to residential, so it does not lead to a loss of housing. Third, some expansion of BSA variances and new as-of-right allowances weaken critical oversight for some of our most controversial uses and programs. Corner stores in residential district and micro distribution facilities should face extra approvals like through a CPC special permit. I am especially against new commercial allowances on NYCHA campuses without proper community and council oversight. We live in a racist economic system, and residents who have worked hard to undo stereotypes and build a safer and healthier public housing communities deserve inputs on what kind of establishments are going into these commercial spaces. They don't need any more fast food corporations or liquor stores targeting this very vulnerable population. I hope all testimonies heard today are thoroughly incorporated into this text amendment, and I look forward to making this not just about flexibility for landlords, but more equitable, robust, and affordable economy for all New Yorkers. Zoning at its core is meant to protect the health, the safety, and quality of life for people who live here. The regulations that shaped our city for 60 years may not be the most relevant anymore, but I don't believe the solution is to strip away protection, but rather to modernize and strengthen them. I recommend we keep the guardrails we have in place now before facing the consequences later. I will be submitting a more detailed testimony that goes through every single goal of the plan after this hearing. But thank you again, Chair Gorodnick, for allowing me to testify, and hope this day doesn't last too long for you.
Thank you, Council Member. We appreciate your being here and appreciate your comments, and we'll look forward to your detailed review, and we'll look forward to continuing that conversation about how you think that this can best achieve the goals that you're talking about here. So we will look forward to that. The only notes that I would make for your benefit as we continue that conversation is, we do make distinctions between the small bars and the large ticketed venues for the reasons that you noted, and want to continue to do that. And I think that one of the issues that is important for us, and we should talk about this further, is while you're correct, we can't regulate the price of rent for commercial businesses. One of the goals of this proposal is, through better defining use groups and also through creating more options for businesses and entrepreneurs, we hope that will give them the flexibility to seek more options for space in a way they don't need to just rely on the singular options that they have. And so I take your points very seriously, and we will look forward to reviewing all those with you. But I did just want to make that point just for the benefit of everybody as to why we think that could have the benefit of overall reducing costs for businesses and creating more opportunities for businesses and entrepreneurs in this process. But we obviously will continue that conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Okay, let's go to Kelly Carroll of the Atlantic Avenue bid.
Good afternoon, Chair Gorodnick and Commissioners. My name is Kelly Carroll. I'm the Executive Director of the Atlantic Avenue bid. In Brooklyn, we represent over 300 small businesses in Boerum Hill, Cobble Hill, Brooklyn Heights, and downtown Brooklyn between the BQE and 4th Avenue. Thank you for hearing my testimony today, and thank you to DCP staff for meeting with our staff and explaining a lot of these proposals. Our district is mainly composed of the Atlantic Avenue sub-district, which is within the downtown Brooklyn Special Zoning District. This special sub-district, along with the presence of 4 designated New York City historic districts, is why Atlantic Avenue is an aesthetically distinct commercial corridor. As such, we are satisfied that the proposed text amendment will not supersede our special district provisions, and that the particular rules for Atlantic Avenue will remain so that our look and feel as a local and regional destination will be preserved. We welcome the text amendment that will eliminate hindrances from storefronts in historic districts. Currently, storefronts located in a residence district that are also in a historic district cannot be reoccupied with commercial use if they are vacant for more than 2 years. This proposal eliminates this arbitrary 2-year deadline and allows our vacant storefronts to reopen. Commercial activity on Atlantic Avenue dates to the early 1840s, and our side streets historically are head storefronts as well. This change will legalize some of our dearest legacy businesses, such as Montero's Bar, Long Island Bar, the Brooklyn Heights Deli, and nearly all of our side street businesses between Hicks and Clinton Streets. We also support allowing new corner stores in residential areas. Corner stores characterize our district and adjacent neighborhoods, and currently no new stores can open in residential areas. The proposal would allow new stores of 2,500 square feet or less to open within 100 feet of an intersection. This creates new places for small businesses to open and will enhance public safety by having additional lighting on or near corners of blocks. Finally, Atlantic Avenue serves our neighbors in Gowanus houses who come here to shop and dine. This proposal introduces commercial uses on NYCHA campuses for the first time. Considering the fact that NYCHA residents have been isolated and marginalized from the commercial conveniences of city life for decades, development of commercial space for the benefit of an outside entity should be strictly and deeply tied to the benefit of NYCHA residents. Examples of this could include entrepreneurship opportunities for residents and special lease access and terms. Unless this is an opportunity for NYCHA residents to be empowered by the commercial rezoning, we do not support it. We understand that DCP regulates use and not the tenant, but as proposed, the text is too vague right now. Without explicit provisions for NYCHA, the development of commercial space within NYCHA does not benefit the local NYCHA community enough to merit it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Carroll. We'll move on to Michelle Cooper-Smith, followed by Candace Thompson-Zachary.
Michelle does not appear to be in the room.
Does not appear to be in the room, you said? Okay, how about Candace Thompson-Zachary? Candace in. Okay, Candace is. And how about Karen Argenti? We heard that Karen Argenti was gone. Is that what we heard from before? Well, we'll give that a whirl in a sec. She's next. Okay, Candace Thompson-Zachary, whenever. Hello, welcome.
Greetings, Chair Garodnick. My name is Candace Thompson-Zachary, she, her pronouns, and I'm the co-executive director of Dance NYC, a service organization advancing the interests of dance and the dance industry in New York. I am here today in support of the City of Yes Economic Opportunity Proposal, and more specifically supporting the removal of dance-related restrictions from the zoning text for nightlife and entertainment venues, as well as creating more available locations for dance businesses, including in empty storefronts and local neighborhoods. The current restrictions on dance stem from the cabaret law that we all know was created to prevent racial integration in jazz clubs and then weaponized against many other marginalized groups. We have a great opportunity to put that ugly past behind us, remove a tool that is often unfairly wielded against BIPOC, immigrant, LGBTQIA+ communities, and move into a future where we can dance and express ourselves freely. We owe it to the great city of New York to create an environment where dance and art can thrive, and its businesses, venues, and entities are free from discrimination and burdensome bureaucracy. The removal of these restrictions also benefits the dance workforce with increased job opportunities, with a greater option for standardized wages and protections. It will benefit neighborhoods by creating local creative economies and having local meeting places where people can gather safety, fostering joy and creativity at a time when we need it most. These hubs, like small bars and restaurants and event spaces, play a pivotal role in giving rise to new cultural forms and phenomena like hip hop, like salsa, that were born in largely social gathering spaces. Being accessible social dancing in nightlife venues across New York is foundational for our advocacy. And lastly, as the city is actively looking to increase its economic outlook, this industry not only benefits residents, but also attracts tourists internationally, nationally, and domestically who come to New York, not only to experience Broadway, but also the local neighborhood culture that our 5 boroughs offer. Our nightlife entertainment creates about $6.3 billion in economic output, and separately, the creative sector overall creates about $110 billion. So we want to leverage that as much as we can. Just want to commend the Department of City Planning for all of their efforts in making this happen, and I look forward to more vibrant dancing for our dance constituents and for New York as a whole. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We appreciate your being here with us. Okay. Let's move on to Karen Argenti. Is she here? Okay, I think we heard that perhaps she was not from one of the prior people who testified. Let's look for Olive Freud.
Olive, we're trying to promote you in Zoom. And you should be able to unmute now. Olive, you should be able to unmute. Olive, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
All right, how about now? Can you hear me?
We got you.
Yes.
All right, thanks.
Welcome. Go right ahead.
All right, I can't see anything that's going on, but I guess if you can see me, that's all that's important.
Well, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
We can't see you, but we can hear you. So
All right.
if that's okay with you, then you should go right ahead and
Okay, let me.
we're ready.
City of Yes, COY. City of what? What are the things? Yes, to whom? Reading the whole proposal, it is obvious that the developers will benefit, but not so the residents of the city. COY looks like a dismantling of regulations put into place over generations to make living something better for New Yorkers. COY seems to do away with ULURP and public input. Some of the most egregious proposals are allowing commercial enterprises into the upper floors of residential buildings, such as dentist office, a beauty parlors, a proliferation of restaurants to include dancing on the second floors or whatever of residential buildings, amusements such of those now restricted to Coney Island will be allowed throughout the city. A case in point is the 1,000-foot super tall construction on 46th Street and 8th Avenue. For the upper 300 floors are to include a free fall ride that is now illegal in Midtown. This plan is currently being challenged at the Department of Buildings, but would be allowed in the proposed COY. Commercial use of up to 15,000 square feet would be permitted into NYCHA projects and into large-scale residential projects such as Lincoln Towers and Park West Village. The city will destroy these outstanding past victories for urban living that include light in every window, gardens and benches. These provided an improved quality of life for urban dwellers. COY dares to destroy this. More business not belong in residential areas, nor is it wise to increase density in the most dense neighborhoods. Manhattan has 74,000 people per square mile, Brooklyn 38,000, Queens 22,000, and Manhattan during the business day has 170,000. These are the most dense areas in the city and the world. Putting business into residential housing is the wrong approach. The city should be making residential more attractive, less dense, resilience to climate change with less noise and congestion. Whenever I hear the word growth,
Time.
Thank you.
You mean the 3 minutes are up?
Yeah, you're up, but finish your thought, and then we'll go to the next person.
Well, the idea of growth in the most overcrowded city is impossible to understand. It's as though no one ever heard of global warming, of sea rise. That's what we should be thinking about now. And I just don't know where people are thinking. They don't seem to have a mind on the larger part.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for being with us today. We're going to move on to the next person on our list, Kevin Garcia of the New York Environmental Justice Alliance, and queuing up Cliff Bruckenstein and Rod Herbert on deck.
I do not see Kevin Garcia in the Zoom room.
Okay. How about Cliff Bruckenstein?
He is not in the Zoom.
Okay. How about Rod Herbert?
Yes, promoting now.
Had some fans in the audience, it seems. Okay. All right, Mr. Herbert, whenever you're ready, welcome.
Promotions are just taking a few extra minutes right now. I think it may be a low bandwidth issue.
Okay, should we wait and what do you want us to do, Tom?
We could just give it a few more seconds.
No problem.
Rod, you should be able to unmute in Zoom. Rod, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
He may have stepped away.
We can come back to him. Hold on. Let's do Kevin Garcia and Michelle Coopersmith, and we'll bring Mr. Herbert up after. Maybe he'll be back by then.
Kevin, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Garcia. I'm the transportation planner with the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Founded in 1991, NEJA is a citywide membership network linking grassroots organizations from low-income communities of color in their struggle for environmental justice. We appreciate DCP's efforts in recognizing the need to update regulations to align with the evolving economic landscape. However, we are concerned about the oversight in the current proposal, particularly in the context of last-mile warehouses and their impact on communities of color. We believe that addressing the challenges posed by the rapid rise of e-commerce, particularly the impact of last-mile warehouses, is crucial for fostering vibrant neighborhoods and supporting the economic recovery of New York City. The rise of e-commerce is identified as a key macroeconomic trend necessitating reform, and the City of Yes aims to support emerging industries while minimizing the adverse effects on other land uses in the city. Although DCP's City of Yes proposal introduces an initiative in the form of micro-distribution facilities, it falls short of addressing the significant land use conflicts stemming from the clustering of last-mile warehouses. The proposal's focus on smaller facilities is crucial, but it misses the larger facilities that operate around the clock and contribute substantially to congestion, safety risks, and environmental concerns. To rectify this, we urge the City Planning Commission to take a comprehensive approach and propose an expansion of the City of Yes proposal to incorporate a specific text amendment defining last-mile warehouses as a distinct category to complement the micro-distribution facilities proposal and establish a special permit process for last-mile warehouses so that communities can participate in reviewing the siting of these facilities. The omission of last-mile warehouses regulation stands out in light of the City of Yes's stated objectives, and addressing this issue is crucial to the success of the City of Yes proposals and aligns with the city's broader goals of modernizing zoning regulations. A zoning text amendment for last-mile warehouses is crucial for managing the anticipated growth in goods movements while prioritizing the well-being of environmental justice communities. And by promoting non-traffic or van deliveries and supporting sustainable transportation options, we can alleviate congestion, embrace modern delivery practices, and reduce the environmental impact on communities of color. Thank you so much for your time and consideration and the ability to provide these comments.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And hold on one sec. I have a question for you from Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I have a quick question. So we've heard a couple times now today about this larger issue. The Chair clarified to us how the specific component that is right now within the proposal is just a piece of the larger puzzle. But I'm wondering if you can clarify for us, what is the status of that larger puzzle? Are there specific recommendations that you will include, that you will share? Is there another sort of a larger scope of work that we should review in this regard? Can you help us understand what you are referring to?
Yeah, happy to do so. And thank you so much for the question, Commissioner. So, one of the things that we do acknowledge is that, regulating last mile warehouses, introducing these micro distribution facilities are pieces to the puzzle of really regulating e-commerce, right? It's very similar to the city legislation that was passed last year that was introduced by Councilmember Aviles to redesign our truck networks. So, we understand that there are a lot of tools in the box that we're going to need in order to regulate these last mile warehouses, but they're different than these micro distribution facilities, right? They're much larger in footprint, building footprint size, and they're operating 24 hours, 7 days a week. And, their demand for a lot more trucks, hundreds, thousands of truck deliveries every day is leading to greater vehicular traffic congestion and air pollution. So what we've done is submitted a zoning text amendment as a coalition to regulate these last mile warehouses. But what we've also done, we've submitted comments. We submitted them yesterday. And what we've done is in those comments, we've drafted text that, mirrors the language that's for the micro distribution facilities and, complements that proposal. And happy to go further into that. But basically what ours would do, the text that we propose is define what last mile warehouses are, and then also create that special permit process so that we can, provide these distances between these facilities and cite them, a certain distance, 1,000 feet to be exact, from, playgrounds, schools, nursing homes, and public housing developments, so that we're protecting some of the most vulnerable communities in our city.
Thank you for that. And this is what you are referring to as what we were proposing. These are part of your written comments submitted in response to this text amendment, or is there something else that you are referring to?
It's the latter. It's in our written comments that we submitted yesterday. So we submitted. Yeah.
Thank you. I look forward to reading them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And thank you again, Mr. Garcia. Let's move on to Michelle Cooper-Smith, please, and then followed by Mr. Herbert.
Hi, I apologize. I'm actually taking my grandmother to a doctor's appointment right now, so I apologize if there's any background noise.
That's okay. We understand. Not a problem.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Cooper-Smith, and I'm a resident of Manhattan Community District 3. Thank you, commissioners, for taking the long hours out of your day to listen to us residents. I support City of Yes economic opportunity because I know it would modernize several much needed zoning regulations that are currently holding our city back as we try to adapt and grow post-pandemic. I ask that the commission take Manhattan Community Board 3's resolution that I believe it will be submitted to you to not support the ZTA with conditions with a large grain of salt. The resolution only passed the board with 19 votes, 38% of board members. According to the Department of City Planning, approximately 155,000 people live in this district. I do not see how we can consider the voices of 19 board members, or 0.01% of the population, to be representative. Not only does the resolution submitted ignore the needs our district have, such as allowing micro distribution centers for last mile deliveries to help alleviate the gonzo distribution centers popping up on our streets and sidewalks, but board members were not given time to substantively debate the resolution at CB3's full board meeting last night because the resolution on the vote sheet was incorrect. The resolution was effectively jammed down the throat of the board members with a call to fall in line and vote without debate because the board was out of time to debate and amend. I also believe that the consultant that MCB3 hired misled the board and many other boards about the potential outcomes of the zoning amendments. So please, commissioners, evaluate if this is the type of input that really represents our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate your being with us. Okay, let's move on to Rod Herbert, who I believe is now promoted and ready.
It appears Rod's going to call in,
Oh.
so we'll wait for his phone number and then we can move on.
We should move to the next one. Okay, so let's go to Jerry Scupp. We'll come back to Mr. Herbert by phone. Jerry Scupp of the Garment District Alliance.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah,
we can.
Okay. You're great. Thank you, Commissioner Grodnick and members of the commission for holding this hearing on the City of Yes proposal. My name is Jerry Scupp, and I am Vice President of the Garment District Alliance, a business improvement district in Midtown Manhattan, and we strongly support this proposal. This proposal will enable the city to unlock potential in neighborhoods like the Garment District that were historically economically significant but are now economically depressed. The proposed changes will modernize the city's zoning regulations to support small businesses in our commercial corridors so that they are aligned with our adjacent neighborhoods while creating opportunities for those businesses to thrive. Eliminating antiquated rules that dictate how a business's own space can be used and simplifying regulations that contribute to storefront vacancies are much needed and long overdue changes. This initiative fosters a more adaptive, dynamic environment for our local entrepreneurs, simplifies and streamlines zoning regulations, and makes it easier for businesses to find and utilize their space. The proposed changes are of critical importance to the Garment District. This historically single industry neighborhood needs the ability to adapt so that it can appeal to new users from all industries. We also welcome the changes that will enable the potential for a future residential population here that can support our ground floor retail and transform this area into a true mixed-use neighborhood, contributing to the vibrancy of our city. We really want to thank DCP for their honest and thorough outreach to the community on this matter, and we look forward to an expeditious implementation of these initiatives. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Benjamin has a question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Scupp, it's not my understand, or is it your understanding that these zoning changes would make changes to the Garment Center Special District and the underlying provisions in the Special District?
Well, I don't think that the special district provisions apply anymore regarding garment manufacturing, but I would defer to city planning for that.
That's what okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Scupp, thank you for being with us. We appreciate your support. Let me move on to Stephen Fabian of Evergreen. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have Mr. Herbert? No, not yet, right?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, sorry. So let's go to Stephen Fabian.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Stephen
Afternoon.
Fabian. I'm the program manager for real estate and planning at Evergreen Inc., your North Brooklyn business exchange. Evergreen is a membership organization based in East Williamsburg that champions manufacturing, creative production, and industrial service businesses in North Brooklyn and beyond. I'm testifying today in support of City of Yes for zoning for economic opportunity, though with some suggested modifications to the proposal. Evergreen appreciates City of Yes's intent to keep New York City a thriving city and the attention paid to zoning policy for industrial areas, as well as the opportunities we've had to engage with DCP throughout this process. We believe that much of what is compiled in the 18 proposals would have a positive effect on making things easier and more conducive for economic growth. We are also quite pleased that there is no plan to add residential uses to the industrial business zones, which are the heart of our manufacturing communities throughout the city. However, we have some recommendations for changes to the plan that likely could have negative impacts on our manufacturing businesses. My comments will focus on Proposal 18, which is going to create 3 new districts of the M3A core, the M2A transition, and M1A growth areas. We like that in all of these districts, industrial uses will gain density in the form of increased FAR and be better able to grow in place. In the M3A core, we recommend that non-industrial uses that are not compatible in a core manufacturing district be limited in size, preferably to 10,000 square feet, rather than a 1.0 FAR requirement. The core should be a protected area for manufacturing businesses, as we've seen that infringement of non-compatible uses has an effect of driving up land costs and making it more difficult to conduct business operations. In M2A transition, we recommend that the density bonus is applied with the retention or creation of at least 1.0 FAR manufacturing use, making it more of a requirement than an option to have manufacturing in new developments in these areas. In M1 growth, we recommend applying a stronger incentive of at least 1.0 FAR manufacturing use added for any project with seeking bonus density. In all three of these areas, while we know it's outside the purview of zoning, we strongly recommend the establishment of oversight mechanisms to ensure the uses are what they're supposed to be, and that any industrial uses that any industrial uses included are actually feasible for industrial activity, meaning that they would have proper ceiling heights, floor loads, and so forth. In closing, we'd also like to highlight our support for other proposals such as number 4 on updating loading requirements, number 6 on modernizing the zoning code, number 17 on waivers of bulking requirements, and as well as generally 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, and 14 on potentially relieving pressure on M zones by expanding to other areas. Thank you, and that's all.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to move next to Jeremiah Kane of Prologis, to be followed by Robin Abrams. So do we have Jeremiah Kane? Madam Secretary, we have Jeremiah Kane.
He is being promoted now.
Great.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Jeremiah Kane with Prologis. Prologis is a developer and owner of logistics facilities worldwide, handling the movement of goods equal to about 3% of global gross domestic product. Our local team develops and holds a range of property types in the New York metropolitan area, from modern sustainable harborfront sites in New Jersey to innovative multi-story facilities developed in Long Island City. Prologis leases these sites to a variety of customers, from small and medium-sized businesses to the world's largest brands that ensure products and materials arrive when and where they are needed. And I think this unique role provides us with an insight and understanding of the industry's current and upcoming needs. Prologis is also a leader in sustainable development in major markets around the world, and we are on track to be carbon neutral in our construction efforts by 2025 and are a global leader in on-site solar generation. We commend the city on its forward-looking actions to provide greater clarity and certainty under the zoning and the City of Yes initiative, and the proposed text amendment will support growing industries by reducing impediments for a range of business types. Among the helpful clarifications we think in the proposal, especially with regard to micro-distribution uses in commercial districts, is we think that this is going to be important ongoing work by the city to reduce truck traffic and provide for efficient movement of goods, furthering efforts like the New York City Commercial Cargo Bicycle Pilot and the DOT's Micro Hubs Pilot in 2023, and the ongoing Blue Highways Initiative as well. Micro-distribution facilities are a critical function at the neighborhood level of distribution. This allows for off-hours truck loading, and it facilitates daytime delivery by lower impact modes, such as electric cargo bicycles. To accomplish this goal, we urge the planned controls to allow for the 15,000 square feet to be permitted entirely at grade, as currently proposed in the C4 and C7 districts, or C4 through C7. 5,000 square feet would be permitted on the ground floor, and 10,000 square feet would be permitted above the ground floor. while that 5,000 square feet may be sufficient for racking or shelving, it does not provide the necessary support space for a facility that can actually remove the staging and vehicles from the street, and instead will require vehicle elevating and additional materials handling that would make these, we think they would make these facilities infeasible in most cases. So to be successful in high density micro distribution, you need vehicle staging, material handling, electric vehicle charging areas, and then office space and bathrooms and break rooms and things like that. So then as of right, 15,000 square foot allowance, the ground floor can include all of those functions, as well as maintaining the transparency and activating the streetscape. So to highlight the above points, we're also separately sharing layouts of, we think, functional micro distribution facilities that fit that archetype. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Robin Abrams, please.
We are promoting now.
I thought there was a no eating policy here.
Yes, hi. This is Robin Abrams. I'm Vice Chairman of Compass, and I run the Abrams Retail Strategies Group. I focus on retail leasing and consulting, and I have been involved in real estate and lived and worked in New York City my entire adult life, which is over 4 decades. I first want to start by saying that I do strongly support the City of Yes, the zoning for economic opportunity. I'm very appreciative that the city has revised the zoning text, which had been dated and didn't properly address many of the retailers' concerns. I recognize there are many positive modifications with regard to the uses that give retailers broader ability to locate their businesses. In particular, the recreation and entertainment uses will benefit, but there are still some issues of concern, and I want to talk about one specific issue today. The regulation that calls for a minimum of 30 feet of depth for retailers will hinder retailers' ability to locate, secure space, and effectively operate. And I think in particular, it will hurt the local retailers who we are now trying to assist as they struggle to open stores and operate successfully. Retailers in general are downsizing. I think as rents have increased around the city and are picking up, which is a good thing, but a double-edged sword, many retailers are taking smaller footprints as they open stores. The streetscape, we want the streetscape to be activated, and we want lots of stores. We don't want large stores, which in fact, over the years, the zoning has precluded from operating on certain corridors. I do think that if there are smaller stores, we need to be cognizant of a couple of things. If one is to do a store that is 30 feet deep, the retailer is going to have problems with laying out appropriately and with merchandising. Often they will have a very long store like a bowling alley that will not work. There are tons and tons of local users that are operating 300 square foot, 600 square foot, 800 square foot stores, and there is no way you can operate a small store like that with this 30-foot depth requirement. I also think that there are security issues. As tenants lay out in a store, they need to have a space where they can see the entire store and operate effectively. Again, if there's a small store, it's 10 feet wide and 30 feet deep. There's no way they can see what's going on in the back of the store. It's going to lead to potential theft issues and other concerns. You can't necessarily help a tenant, a customer in the front and a customer in the back in a long bowling alley shaped store. So security issues, layout issues, merchandising problem.
Great. Thank you. That's time. We appreciate your comments and we understand them. So thank you very much. Okay, let's move on. I believe we have the gentleman who was dialing in.
Yes, we have Rod. Rod, we're going to give you the ability to unmute.
Great.
Rod, you should be able to press *6 to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me? I just unmuted.
We got you.
Okay, very good. Sorry about the technical difficulties earlier. I don't know what happened.
It's all right. We understand.
All right. Okay, all right, very good. All right, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to just follow up on what another panelist mentioned. Her name is Ray Moore with regards to environmental conditions. My concern with the City of Yes and the introduction of, let's say, light manufacturing, in this case particularly jewelry manufacturing, it's the encroachment of environmental and hazardous chemicals that can be introduced into residential areas. For instance, perchloroethylene and acetone are used in the jewelry making business. And these cleaners are highly regulated. And if they are within a residential area, say within an apartment building or nearby, if there's a fire, when they burn, they will send out toxins in the air. And if one was to breathe those toxins, right, it can cause blood disorders, liver damage, and cancers, and all sorts of nasty things that can occur in the human body. The existing zoning laws prevent that from happening, and they protect us as well as the first responders. So, and as far as enforcement, who's going to do the enforcement to make sure that they don't have that they're storing the chemicals properly within said space? And if we talk about the nightlife, in my past life, I was a bouncer, security guy at the door, and I used to monitor traffic coming in and out. My primary function was to make sure that the certificate of occupancy of the establishment was not exceeded with regards to nightclubs, cabarets, and so forth. Many people wait outside of the line of these very successful businesses. When they wait out there in the line for a time, they have to relieve themselves. I have seen them trespass on the neighboring property to relieve themselves, or either to use recreational drugs or to have sex. And that is happening today as per my conversation with my prior associates who are still doing this business. Overall, the City of Yes eliminates, restricts, and bypasses community involvement in projects, and also bypasses the community board, especially when it comes to the ULIP process, environmental review process, and just overall processes and being involved. It stymies us. It holds us back. These developers now will have the upper hand, and they will build buildings that will cast shadows, that will cause irreparable harm to neighborhoods and quality of life. My father moved from Manhattan to Brooklyn because he could not stand the tall buildings and the atmosphere that was there. I think my time is up.
It is, but thank you.
In closing, I just want to say that I oppose the City of Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going next to Kiana Mickey, please. And she's from the Mayor's Office of Urban Agriculture.
Voting now.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Kiana Mickey. I am the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Urban Agriculture. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity. I'd like to thank the team at the Department of City Planning for their tireless and collaborative campaign to create public awareness around these important policy issues and changes. The Mayor's Office of Urban Agriculture is tasked with leading the city's efforts to increase access to and the production of fresh, healthy, locally grown food while strengthening climate resiliency and spurring economic activity across the city. The City of Yes proposal will directly support our efforts to advance environmental justice and food equity while creating the opportunities for the green economy. The City of Yes for Economic Opportunity will be a game changer for urban agriculture in New York City. And that is for folks that are new to the work as well as longstanding practitioners. It creates significant new economic opportunities for the food and urban ag sector while it removes barriers to locating and expanding urban agriculture businesses, as well as small food businesses and activities in New York. The proposed forward-looking policy changes include light industrial businesses that process food or manufacture value-added food products in commercial districts, allowing enclosed agriculture within commercial districts, and permitting rooftop greenhouses on non-residential buildings. They also address confusing rules around composting by considering small-scale organic composting as an accessory use and permitting neighborhood-focused recycling facilities in commercial storefronts. Our office is based within the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice. We publicly supported the City of Yes for carbon neutrality. That initiative focused on improving the city's waste system, mitigating stormwater, and growing food. From next level rain gardens to expanded urban agriculture businesses and opportunities to increase local and scaled food production, it will all be substantially aided and advanced by the City of Yes. I commend Mayor Adams, Chair Dan Grognick, and the Department of City Planning team for their vision, their commitment to this much needed initiative. We at the Mayor's Office of Urban Agriculture will continue to support it in the best way we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Commissioner Benjamin.
Yes, thank you very much for your input. I had some specific questions related to issues that have been raised by some of the community boards, one of which is about growing cannabis and its legality both in the new areas but also in interior spaces in buildings. Is that permitted in the new zoning?
Is that a question for me directly or a question to the
Yes,
board?
that's a question for you directly.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Actually, cannabis rules and regulations come down from the state as well as our Office of Cannabis Management. It's not something I can report on directly, but it is something we continue to look in as the regulations continue to emerge.
I'd like to hear more about that because this has been a significant concern for a number of community boards. So I'd like to understand where the ground is on that issue.
Well, I think the core expertise would be from the office at the state level as well as the city level, who's focused on primarily cannabis. What we see in urban agriculture as the opportunity around cannabis is a further down the line in consideration of what's able to be produced indoors. But again, we would be informed by regulations that are still forthcoming.
And in general, if one wanted to have an indoor growing space, what are the regulations about what the load, the per square foot load is on the floor? How is it going to be regulated so that it does not become problematic and that we know that the addition of soil, the addition of water will not unduly affect those who are underneath the growing area?
Yes, I mean, again, this is something that oftentimes when people are new to new models around soil-based work and agriculture, especially indoor spaces, we need to continue to look at the zoning laws and building codes. So again, for cannabis, I don't think it would be any different.
Not just for cannabis, for if I wanted to grow a truck garden or a victory garden in an indoor space.
Yes, the Department of Buildings as well as city planning and probably other offices continue to be informed on what is like load bearing for rooftop garden and other growing. So what we continue to see is adhering to those zonings, and we encourage people to follow those rules. What we are doing at the Office of Urban Agriculture is continuing trying to find ways to increase awareness. So if there is folks that are interested in those models, how do we continue to learn by the actual regulations, the actual rules, and share that in connection to the education around urban agriculture?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Kiana. I will note we'll ask Cannabis NYC to respond to some of the questions that you asked as a follow-up to this. and we'll have them either come by or send us something in writing. Okay, let's move on. We next have Jerry Goldman. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Commissioner Goodridge. Kiana, if you're still there, Commissioner Goodridge has a question for you.
Promoting back.
Yes, I am.
Policy question. There's been some debate that there are the states that are legalizing cannabis, unfortunately, on public housing grounds and any federally assisted grounds. It still does not allow anyone to have cannabis. And there was some talk about, I don't know if it was under City of Yes, but there was some talk for New York City to have some sort of waiver. And I was wondering, since we were talking about cannabis earlier, if you had any more information about that. Because there's a lot of talk about commercialization well, I don't agree with the commercialization in NYCHA, but this is one part that I don't think has been discussed enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering if you have any more information about that.
Oh, thank you for your question. Yes, I honestly right now do not have that information that I would be able to explain in full, but I do think the interest and the awareness around cannabis and either the commercialization or the production that folks are continue to be interested, it is something we will continue to research and circle back. One of our hopes and plans is to continue to do outreach in the community around the breadth of urban agriculture modules and share information. So I can take this question back.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kiana. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Jerry Goldman, who is here with us. Mr. Goldman, welcome.
Thank you, members of the Commission. My name is Jerry Goldman. I'm speaking here with regard to provisions relating to dance and dance only. I and other members of the New York Dance Parade have been fighting to get rid of restrictions on something that is part of human nature for around 20 years. Part of a regime that was set up in the 1920s for racist purposes, something that has been used to exploit gay people, to exploit people who look different, for people who act different, and for other political agendas, something that's unconstitutional. I'm only going to speak on the First Amendment piece, and so things are absolutely clear. I am an attorney. I am doing this fully pro bono. I do not have any economic interest in anything having to do with dance other than the fact that I am human, like every one of you and everyone in the audience. Everyone dances. Everyone moves to rhythms. I don't care if you're old, like me, or young. I don't care if you're rich. I don't care if you're poor. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're straight. I don't care if you think you can't dance. We all move to rhythms. And rhythms are a way of communicating, no different than speaking or writing a poem or making a comment from an audience. And it's protected speech under the Constitution. We challenged it before the 2017 amendment. The district court judge said we had a colorable case, that it was unconstitutional. It was unconstitutional then. It is unconstitutional now. And it cannot be in our zoning codes. It cannot be treated anything differently. People have issues about safety, address them. People have issues about noise, address them. People have issues about fornicating on the street, address them. But you cannot legally regulate dance, and under your oaths as elected and appointed officials of the City of New York, you cannot take an action that violates the city and state constitution. That's all. We strongly support it. I know there are other people here who are going to say things from a different perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Okay, let's move on to Alok Disa.
They are not in Zoom.
Okay, Teresa Westerdahl. She's here with us. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name's Teresa Westerdahl. I live in Crown Heights near Ebbetsfield. I'm on the CB9 Environmental Protection Committee, but I'm here to represent myself. I am opposed, in part, mostly, to City of Yes text amendments that will bring untold damages to my community. I believe that flipping the zoning text to allow commercial and manufacturing takeover of residential units is going to cause further degradation of affordable housing in my area, particularly to Black and brown people and the seniors in my community who are already, I see the dumpsters out and I see people losing their housing regularly, and it's really sad and depressing. And this is happening in my neighborhood where there is an amount of development that is enormous. Like, I live in one of probably the densest areas in the city. So bringing manufacturing and commercial businesses into residential spaces is also going to be dangerous for the residents. We have a housing crisis, and there are plenty of commercial places in our neighborhoods and for zoning for commercial activities. And we don't need them in people's homes, in our apartment buildings, removing people from those residents. And it's going to allow landlords and people that own those residents it's going to incentivize them to move people out, which I am greatly fearful of. So these new rezonings are also going to allow the takeover of mom and pop shops with micro dark delivery run by corporate entities such as Amazon, designed to put local businesses out of business. I am concerned about enforcement. Every day I walk by several enormous construction projects on my way to Prospect Park from my house. One project at 1730 Bedford Avenue off of Sullivan Place has an enormous number of violations, leading to toxic air quality, 3 street collapses, broken fire hydrants, storm drains clogged with cement, scaffolding and collapsing. Shut down several times this project by FDNY, but they ignored the shutdowns. They continued building. They have racked up enormous fines, and they just continue to go forward. And whatever, they're going to pay the fines. Fines will get dismissed. DOT comes, people come, shut them down, and they just continue. And they're continuing today, and they'll continue tomorrow, violating regulations and laws. This is the norm for my community with development and construction. So housing, safety, quality of life need to be paramount for our residents, and I want people to have safe housing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Claudia Valentino on Zoom.
Claudia, you should be able to turn on your microphone and your camera.
Okay. Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. My name is Claudia Valentino, and I am president of the Forest Hills Community and Civic Association. Thank you for your attention. I'm also a decades-long resident of my home and of New York City. I want to address the provisions tied to housing in these 18 items, number 11 and number 16, the one allowing businesses to run in the middle of a block with 49% of the FAR and 3 employees, and the provision allowing a corner home. I ask you to vote no on both of these provisions. Here's why. First, it amounts to a de facto conversion of areas already knowledgeably zoned as residential by the individual neighborhoods themselves not so very long ago. We do not consider ourselves to be a business desert, but instead appreciate the calm, quiet, and privacy that we enjoy in our very small houses and backyards. Our infrastructure is also fragile. Our small houses, 16 feet wide, are merely a driveway apart, and our streets are narrow and primarily one way. If the plan were to go through, a business in the middle of the residential block would mean endless drop-offs and pickups by FedEx, etc., and suppliers. Are these home businesses to be subject to the same fire codes as actual businesses? We also see nothing in the plan to restrict hours of operation, noise, limits on numbers of people who might meet, etc. We have long had to master the art of being good neighbors because we're so tightly located together. Businesses cannot be expected to accomplish that. The same considerations apply to the concept of converting a corner home on a residential block, corner or 100 feet in, to what Department of City Planning has referred to as a bodega or convenience store or other retail uses. Envision the myriad of products that they carry. There's a delivery truck for each one. There's commercial grade food preparation equipment requiring commercial level electric service. There's also commercial garbage that must sit on the curb until it's picked up at about 3 a.m. Not to mention an increase in foot, bike, and car traffic. All of this on a previously quiet residential block. Most importantly, and I have not heard addressed here today, is how exactly are the neighbors on all three sides of either of these business types notified that they now will be living next to a commercial concern? Community board review will not entail this, nor can it mediate these relationships. This will shred the fabric of cooperation and trust that makes neighborhoods livable places. It's very important that community opposition not be mischaracterized as if we have our hair on fire. We know our neighborhoods. We don't think that hundreds of bodegas will show up. We just don't want one on our corner. Come visit me in my neighborhood. I'll walk you all around. DEC came out when I downzoned and understood how very tight we were. So I extend an invitation to all of you so you can see what a small residential community really looks like. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Great, thank you. We appreciate your being here with us today. So thank you. And let me call up next. We're very honored to have the councilman from the 4th District in the City Council, Keith Powers. Mr. Powers, welcome. Nice to see you. Nice to have you here.
Thank you. I'm sorry to jump in here in the middle. I think you're familiar with the 4th Council District. You know it well. I want to thank all my friends here. I sit at the City Planning Commission for giving me the opportunity to be here before you today. I know it's been a long day, so I hope you guys have eaten your food and are taking time. Just wanted to come by and talk about rezoning us before you guys today. I'm going to talk about one piece of it very, very specifically, but I do want to offer my support to many parts of the plan. I think that both this and the other City of ES rezonings have a big opportunity for the city to move forward in a way that's sensible and modernize the city. And well, I'm sure I'll be back here to talk about the housing plan in particular, which will be a big opportunity for the city to move forward with needing the housing that the city is. So many people in the city are asking for right now. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. As stated, I'm Councilmember Keith Powers, City Councilmember for District 4 on Manhattan's East Side from 14th Street, now up to 90th Street, used to be 98th Street. Thank you, redistricting. But thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the importance of this zoning. I'm here particularly about one item that I actually talked about a few years ago, which is a dancing proposal before you. It's around nightlife and our small businesses. We always talk about New York City being the city that never sleeps and being famous all over the world for being famous for its bars and restaurants and dining and nightlife. But it was a few years ago, and I think at the time, Commissioner Chairman Garodnick, I think was in the City Council. The City Council took a really important step to repeal the cabaret law, which many of us recognize as being outdated and antiquated and so necessary to repeal at that point in time. But what was left in it wake was still zoning that upheld that law, and didn't make sense for the time. Certainly doesn't make sense today, but also was arbitrary. And when you look at the map in certain places, like the neighborhood I live in, you can walk just a few blocks away from each other and see places living under much different zoning rules. So it is time for us to move on from that entirely. We moved on from the cabaret law as a licensing and regulatory procedure, but we certainly should be moving on from it as a burden on small businesses, because right now they're faced with either not knowing it exists, trying to come into compliance and paying thousands and thousands of dollars in fees, and being here probably at the City Planning Commission to try to get rid of that zoning, or trying to live outside of its compliance, or perhaps finding a business, if you're lucky enough, that's in the zone. So in the current zoning. So the proposal that's before us right now that's going to be coming to the City Council is actually pretty common sense. It brings businesses into compliance that deserve it. It limits the capacity of those businesses up to 200 people rather, that can be within those businesses. And it is a really common sense proposal to help those businesses that have been struggling for the last few years. A few years ago, in the wake of COVID, it was myself, now Borough President Mark Levine, and then City Councilor Mark Levine, and then Borough President Eric Adams, who actually talked about reforming this after COVID to help out our bars and restaurants in a sort of a surge of trying to repeal things that didn't make any sense anymore for businesses that were really struggling during COVID. And this was one that we identified as an easy and common sense one. So I want to add my level of support to a lot of the proposals that are before you today, because I know you're hearing on a lot of them. But I want to identify this one because I think it's really important. I'm the son of a bar owner and a restaurant owner. My first job was in my dad's restaurant. And I know how important it is as an economic driver for the city, but more importantly, as a social component and part of what makes New York City so great. So as you consider all the proposals before you today, and as we bring that to the City Council, hopefully very soon, I'm going to be asking my colleagues to support this proposal, including that. But I want to identify that one because I think right now so much of our city needs updating and modernization. And I think certainly this one is a very low-hanging fruit for the city. So with that, I know there's a lot of people behind me and online who want to testify as well, so I'll keep it short and to the point, but I think this is a really worthy rezoning to move forward, and I want to identify that one because I know it will be coming up for discussion when it gets to the City Council.
That's great. Well, Councilman, thank you. And before I go to Commissioner Gold, let me just say we really appreciate your leadership on this issue, for rationality in our text of zoning writ large, and this in particular. And so thank you for being here to say that today, and of course your leadership with the council and the city. So thank you for that. Let me go to Commissioner Gold.
Thanks, Councilman. Just a quick question. Given your long history, both, as you mentioned, as the son of a bar owner and also on this particular issue, can you speak a little bit? I'm sure you've gotten a lot of feedback, probably some negative, probably some positive, but on balance, it sounds like it's positive from the community. And I'm wondering, can you just speak a little bit about that, given, it sounds like it's 20 years you've been watching this issue.
Sure. Look, I think that in my district is going to be different than others. I totally recognize that. And certainly in Manhattan, we have plenty of nightlife and restaurants and things like that. And so we have to look at the whole city in different ways without question. But what I like particularly about the proposals before us is it's adding in to areas where this is already happening. It's taking away penalties for very selective and arbitrary enforcement is happening. There's very little enforcement of this, I should mention, but if it is going to occur, it's going to be very arbitrary. And I think it's going to be on the backs of businesses that just really don't need it. And even I talk about the East Village. You can look, I think it's like Avenue A and Avenue B, I think, have different zoning regulations on them right now. When I looked at the map, they're all the same establishments. So I think it's a little bit arbitrary now, but certainly I understand people's trepidation with it. What I would say is that the capacity limits of 200 people seem extraordinarily helpful to the cause of telling people it's just not going to turn into massive nightlife establishments in every neighborhood. And really, honestly, what it is, it's honoring what's already happening in place and telling people that if a jukebox goes on in a restaurant, that shouldn't be the cost for somebody to lose their liquor license, their business, or lose their livelihood.
Perfect. Thank you. And just from your perception, it feels like it's a small business issue, I assume.
Without question, a small business issue. This is honoring that places that are already doing business here in the city shouldn't have to live under another regulatory regime. We talk all the time about ways to help our small businesses out. This feels like a really easy one.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate it very much. Next up, we're really honored to have the President of the Borough of the Bronx with us on Zoom. Vanessa Gibson is here. Madam President, thank you very much for joining us today.
Hello, thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair Dan Garodnick. Thank you for the welcome. Thank you for the invitation. Really appreciate the chance to be before you and the commissioners and City Planning Commission. Thank you, CPC, and the entire City of Yes team. Really appreciate the opportunity to testify before all of you today. I am Vanessa L. Gibson, the president of the Great Borough of the Bronx, and I am thankful for the opportunity to be here with all of you today as we talk about the City of Yes proposals and looking to remove impediments in the zoning text that will cut unnecessary red tape and allow for commercial, retail, and manufacturing businesses to grow and adapt based on their needs in our great city. The zoning for economic opportunity proposal will help to reduce the cost of doing business in our city and expand location options, consequently filling commercial vacancies. As a result, both the local community and the larger business community stand to ultimately benefit, fostering the city's growth based on needs rather than stringent zoning regulations. While I agree with the four goals of the zoning amendment, and I want to say thank you again to Mayor Eric Adams and the administration and DCP for your important leadership, I have some concerns and observations that I want to raise to all of you today regarding some of the proposals. I call your attention to proposal number 5, enabling commercial activities on upper floors. The biggest concern I have is understanding how residential and commercial activities could essentially coexist and co-locate, and ensuring that the public understands the requirements for where residential and non-residential users and uses may locate. Permitting commercial uses above and on the same level as residential should not be a green light for residential buildings to add these uses without first going to the Department of Buildings to get required and necessary approvals. Requiring that buildings meet these requirements to show compliance with noise mitigation and ensuring that we have separate elevators, entrances, and exits is a real high bar for a really important reason. And the only way that this proposal will work is if the city enforces these requirements. And while I am in support of this proposal, I do so with the caveat that enforcement and interagency coordination is paramount to making this a successful proposal. I call your attention, commissioners, to proposal number 9, supporting nightlife with common sense dancing and live entertainment rules. This proposal is finally addressing the discriminatory cabaret laws that were repealed when I was a member of the New York City Council, but still exist in the zoning resolution. The ongoing concerns that are often raised around nightlife are typically tied to noise, nuisance, and enforcement. And while there are no easy solutions to this issue, I recommend that the Mayor's Office of Nightlife proactively works to identify businesses with noise-related issues and work with them on education, on outreach, and advising them on building improvements and guidelines that would ultimately reduce noise pollution, and by issuing violations more aggressively if those efforts fail. We have an opportunity to be creative in this process and to be proactive in making sure that businesses adhere, but they also know that we're not punitive in this work. I call your attention to proposal number 11, enabling entrepreneurship for home occupations. This proposal gives me a little bit of a pause simply because I have some concerns about the unintended consequences. While I am not fully opposed to this proposal specifically, I am also not yet ready to support it in its totality and the way it's proposed today. I do believe that most businesses will be good actors and good neighbors to their fellow tenants in their particular locations and buildings. But my concerns are for a handful of those bad actors that we know could exist that will inevitably occur. I believe that there should be a limit to the number of people that can be in any home business. And I propose that there should be a 5-person maximum capacity that may be permitted in a home-based business to really reduce the amount of regular foot traffic that we know can occur. I think by putting a limit, it allows it to be a standard of what we want to see with home businesses, and we can still allow the market to flourish. Additionally, home-based businesses should also identify their business type and register their home address and notify the landlord and/or building management as applicable, and also to ensure that there are no fire safety issues. You know that our city and the Bronx has faced an extreme number of residential fires, so I want to be very cautious about that as well. But any business above a certain electrical need should be required to complete an electrical inspection, because we know many of our residential buildings, the wiring is not at the full scale where it should be. And I don't want a home business to inadvertently open their business and not understand that, and then there could be a potential fire. So I want to be very careful about this proposal. I call your attention to proposal number 15, facilitating local commercial space on residential campuses. And when I think about this proposal, I focus on residents that live in public housing in NYCHA. Nearly 1 in 17 New Yorkers live in NYCHA supported housing, accounting for over 528,000 residents across 335 conventional public housing and packed developments. And while I do not believe that it is within scope, I do recommend modifying the text to permit grocery stores upon the granting of a fresh zoning approval, with the requirement that it is on campus with affordable housing, regardless of the size of that grocery store. This would really create an opportunity to provide fresh food, health and wellness to residents that are living in what we call food deserts. Proposal number 18, creating new kinds of zoning districts for the future. This proposal will create new zoning districts that do not exist today and will address the disconnect with current bulk regulations in manufacturing districts. I have no objection, and I do support this proposal, but I would recommend that to keep good paying manufacturing jobs right here in New York, the proposal should include some requirements for concentrating industrial uses on the ground floor in the transition and growth districts and prioritizing those manufacturing uses within existing IBZs, the industrial business zones that I'm very proud to support and work with the city on. Finally, in conclusion, coming to a close, I want to commend the Department of City Planning and really thank you all for your commitment to finding innovative and creative ways to streamlining our current zoning regulations while really maintaining zoning's core intention to protect the public health, the public safety, and the general welfare of New Yorkers, of businesses, of residents, and families. Urgently addressing our outdated zoning ordinances since the 1960s is really crucial to supporting local businesses, stimulating the economy, creating jobs that are really vital to the stability of our city and many of our vibrant neighborhoods. And so with that, I recommend approving these applications with my observations and some of the recommendations that we have made as an administration for your review today. I thank you so much again, Chair Dan Garodnick. Thank you to CPC, to the City Planning Commission, and everyone for allowing me the chance to testify on behalf of the great borough of the Bronx. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. We really appreciate your being here with us. You know, we so appreciate you and your thoughtful recommendations and your thoughtful approach to all of this. So we look forward to looking at everything that you have recommended very, very closely and following up with you and your team. But again, we really appreciate you and the time that you took to go through the proposal and to come to such thoughtful recommendations. As always, it's great to see you. Thank you.
I love giving you detail, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Always. Thanks a lot. Okay. And by the way, I will note that on some of the questions that the Borough President asked about enforcement of nightlife businesses when complaints are made and how nightlife addresses bad actors and things like that. As it turns out, next up is Jeff Garcia, who is the Executive Director of the Office of Nightlife, and we're going to ask him to come and present. And I would just ask that if you can find a way to address some of those issues, it's a perfect moment to do so, and we're really, really happy that you are here. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I have copies of my testimony if you need. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today. See some familiar faces. So, Chair Gorodnick and members of the Commission, my name is Jeffrey Garcia. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Nightlife at SPS. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. Under Mayor Adams, New York City is becoming the city of yes for small businesses. We are pleased to express our strong support for the city of yes for economic opportunity as a common sense initiative addressing zoning barriers preventing industry growth. New York City has a long history of discriminatory practices regulating dancing and nightlife venues. Until 2017, the antiquated cabaret laws banned venues from hosting musical entertainments, singing, dancing, and other forms of amusement without a formal license. While the City Council repealed the cabaret laws requirement, it was not able to address confusing restrictions on nightlife that remain in the city's zoning. In 2021, Office of Nightlife issued a report of policy solution challenges facing New York City nightlife. One recommendation addressed the unfinished business of the cabaret repeal efforts. As zoning continues to limit music, comedy, and dancing in many areas, this proposal would finally address that. City of Yes removes outdated restrictions on dancing in many commercial districts and establishes a new category for performances venues with scheduled entertainment. Under Proposal 9, they would be regulated not only by the type of they would be regulated not by the type of entertainment they offer, but by their size. Neighborhood corridors could have small venues up to 200 capacity, with larger venues limited to central business districts and industrial areas. Crucially, small venues would not be restricted to offer comedy, live music, or dancing as they might be today. This common sense approach can ensure that our nighttime culture, an essential part of our economy and our identity, can continue to flourish while minimizing potential impacts. This is a targeted effort to remove outdated discriminatory limits on dancing, yet other processes will remain to protect public safety. Place of assembly rules ensure compliance with building and fire code where 75 or more people gather indoors. Community boards and SLA can still place liquor license stipulations that address sound, traffic, and other concerns. The noise code will continue to give DEP the authority to review complaints and issue violations. Office of Nightlife is proud to have established a new mediation program as an additional tool to address quality of life complaints. MEND NYC is a partnership with the Center for Creative Conflict Resolution at Oath. It provides free, licensed, neutral mediators to help resolve conflicts between venue operators and neighbors. When the parties proceed to mediation, MEND works to successfully resolve issues in nearly 85% of the cases. Office of Nightlife is proud to partner with DCP to advance our collective efforts to build a city of yes for all small businesses. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, for your testimony. Just for my edification, under your job, are you required, to go out and have a good time every night? I mean, what is what?
That is a component of it. But there's a real work behind that, going out and having a good time. And it's really, promoting our small businesses here throughout this city that work hard every night. Like we've heard many folks say, to make this a city that never sleeps, where people want to come, enjoy themselves, have fun, and feel safe while doing it.
Sounds pretty fun and also pretty important at the same time. Thank you. So let's, so you want to talk for a minute more about the enforcement questions and how you deal with some of the issues that the Bronx Borough President was raising about how enforcement is done when complaints are made and how nightlife addresses bad actors out there. Just if you could just spend another minute on that, and then we'll free you. But we'd appreciate that.
Sure, absolutely. Well, as an entity, the Office of Nightlife is a non-enforcement liaison between the nightlife industry and those businesses. However, just recently, at the end of last year, we introduced CURE, which is a coordinating a united resolution with establishments, right? And we'll be working directly with NYPD to address issues of noise, sanitary, and other issues related to the nightlife industry. So even though we're not in enforcement, we're not going there in an enforcement capacity, we are going there to help mitigate any issues that are being raised by either 301 complaints, community boards, or any one of these avenues with the establishment and the NYPD. So that will continue. And we are here as a resource for NYPD or any other agency that chooses to call us to help them in this process.
Mr. Gold?
So just one point of follow-up, Director. So in your experience and the seat that you said, you're pretty close to this issue, if you will. You think about it, is this something where we think it's happening and we're trying to legalize it because it's minimal harm, if you will? Or is it something that the nightlife folks who you're speaking to, the small businesses here in the city, that they're actually clamoring for? Are they asking for this, and it sort of potentially changes things for them and makes things easier? Or is it something where we think it's happening, we think maybe it's not necessarily being enforced, but candidly it's not really doing much harm, and so we want to legalize it to help? I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, it's definitely not causing any harm. I don't think that allowing for some dancing would cause harm to anyone. As a matter of fact, this might be a good health issue because it gets people moving, right? And, healthy. So, yes, the community definitely wants this.
Go ahead, carry on. Sorry, you cannot interrupt any further. We're not going to allow for interruptions. I'm sorry. If you would like a chance to testify, you will have an opportunity to testify. Mr. Garcia, my apologies to you. You may proceed, and I'm very sorry.
So yes, the community, the nightlife industry really wants this. They don't want to have to be looking over their shoulders, worried about what will happen when an inspector comes in and see somebody, just dancing near their table, right? Because they like the song. So I think that this will clear that up.
We're in the business. It is a problem.
Carry on.
Carry on.
So I believe that this will really clear things up, just like we did with the NYPD and March operations and introducing CURE. I think this really gives and will develop good economic development for businesses. They could focus on running their business as opposed to having to look over their shoulders all the time or have to talk to their customers if they get up, oh no, please sit down. I think that will clear that up and will definitely be music to their ears.
Perfect. Thanks. No pun intended.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. Thank you for being here again. My apologies for the interruption.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, let's move on to next on the list, Justine Roper, who I believe is here. Great. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
I believe it's evening time right now. So good evening to all of you. I'm Justine Roper. Thank you for taking me to come here today and to listen to what I have to say. I am going to be as brief as I can because I know there are other people there, so I will not be taking up all of my time. I'd like to be considerate of others. I actually last night, we just recently got this information. First of all, I'm Justine Roper. I'm from Brownsville community of Brooklyn, a beautiful community, very convenient, beautifully located. in the, I guess you would call Central Brooklyn. And it has a number of convenience transportation. It has a number of some community garden. I am a homeowner. I am also a veteran. I am also a community gardener, as I mentioned before. I'm just going to take one aspect of the city of Yes, and that is contractors, developers, because I was personally kind of like affected by exactly what's going on in my community. We have excessive amount of homes, and we have an excessive amount, of course, you know, we're the NYCHA capital of the city of New York because we have so many NYCHA buildings in our neighborhood. Right now, we have contractors in our neighborhood that's just coming in and doing whatever they want to do. I was actually affected by what's going on with contractors. They actually pulled down, and I say I'm a community gardener, they actually pulled down, and this is such a disbelief and such a disrespect for our community. One of our cultural aspects. Just Good Rewards is our community garden. It's Just Good Rewards Children's Garden, as a matter of fact. And we had a memorial there, which was dedicated to a 9/11 victim, which was also dedicated to a veteran, of which I am, which I mentioned. And he was also a food producer, and we also produce food in our community garden. Our garden focused on working with teenagers, working with young people, working with adults, and also working with seniors. So we work with everybody. We work with the schools. We have different types of, we work with the mayor's office as well. We work with the Department of Probation as well. So we work with a number of city agencies. And we have youth leadership that's going on now with the New York City Service. So when we got this situation and we got a new contractor, we had about several contractors who actually wanted to restore a building. And
well, we want to hear the connection to the proposal. So let's just, if you don't mind.
I definitely do not mind, but I just don't want to. But I will go back.
Connect it to us, or you can do it after in writing, whatever you prefer. But we do want to hear what you were. Go ahead.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that this particular developer actually pulled down our mural, and we feel that actually talking about extending the time to give developers more of an opportunity in zoning, that would make them even more wanting to do different things, pulling down cultural stuff in Brownsville, pulling down different things, even going and doing different things at other times. So we don't want this. We definitely do not want this. And we're asking on just that proposal, community gardens, homeowners, we are saying no to the yes, only on that aspect. I am going to leave the rest of this for my Community Board 16, and they will collectively, of course, resolve any other issues on the other parts of this yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
very much.
We appreciate you being here.
Time.
Sure thing, of course. Okay, let's go to Laura Sewell. Hello.
Good evening. I'm Laura Sewell. I'm the director of the East Village Community Coalition. We have long worked to support local independent businesses in the East Village, as well as tracking commercial uses and vacancies. We worked with SBS to form the East Village Independent Merchants Association, and continue to have strong relationships with the merchants and members and non-members and residents in the community. We are concerned that many of the proposals in the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity will not help solve the commercial vacancy issues and housing issues in our particular mixed-use neighborhood. Our community's commercial zoning exists to serve the needs of residents. It was not designed to be a major destination or commercial district, even though it has become a major nightlife destination. We have seen a steady loss of neighborhood-serving businesses since we started tracking these trends in 2006, as destination nightlife establishments, which can afford to pay higher rents, continue to push local serving businesses off the avenues or away from the neighborhood entirely. This increase in destination nightlife has at times created terrible conflict with residents, where there was none where local retail serves the residents' needs. I'll hand in my testimony online, but I'd just like to talk about a few things that we've observed that maybe haven't come up today. So we do in our neighborhood, it's the East Village, the Lower East Side, these ideas that, oh, no one would want to do that, or no one will try that, or that's going to be rare, that's going to be an exception. In our neighborhood, somebody's done it already. So we have clubs on the second floor of a tenement building that's a brick frame tenement building with no insulation, sandwiched in between two apartments where a couple's trying to raise their children, and they're calling calling 311, calling the community board. This goes on for years. They eventually end up being sort of legitimized and continue to be a problem. So that's one example. Then we have, before the CB3 SLA committee, we often have people coming who want to expand down into the basement or in non-conforming retail. They want to expand down into the basement or upstairs. So it is something that happens frequently. We're in no danger of losing businesses on our non-conforming businesses with the lower rents to continue, because it's very, very difficult to enforce. It's nearly impossible to get a bad actor replaced or have DOB enforce it. We have to work with the community board, with elected officials. It's very challenging.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay, let's go to Lauren Goshinsky, be followed by Mark McNulty.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lauren Goshinsky, and I'm a resident in Brooklyn. And I'd just like to talk about my support of Proposal 9 specifically. Thanks to Nightlife and Cultural Spaces, I've been able to build my career over the last decade plus, and I've helped other people build theirs. I've worked as an artist, a festival director, and a consultant for nighttime policy and the small business of culture. And if we put it into perspective about what nightlife culture does, so much of the music and art and performance that we see, quote unquote, elevated in museums and institutions began in nightlife spaces, and nightlife spaces sustain them every single day. So I think, Prop 9, as many people have said, will put the discriminatory remnants of the cabaret law to bed, which is nice. And it is a chance to find a home for locally run and accessible culture and nightlife spaces. But as folks have mentioned, yes, the rent is too high. And so a caveat would be, that we need to find a way to support people to access these spaces in a way that is equitable, and really address this highest and best use mantra that is driving our spaces right now. So those have to happen hand in hand if Prop 9 and these other proposals are going to go through. But just some quick things about Prop 9. The bottom line is that no neighborhood will be zoned out from the choice to have business and creative expression come together. I think that's one great thing about it. Neighborhoods can decide what they want and have more flexibility to change over time. Local nightlife businesses that start small are often more sustainable, and there will be more jobs. Most of this sector is working class, and many nighttime workers are immigrants, and yet nightlife labor contributes billions to our economy, so we need to think about how to care for the workers. And I do think Prop 9 has the potential to mitigate concerns that we hear about nightlife, one being mega clubs. This isn't about large spaces. This is about small spaces. And this can help offset the needs that we see where people are being driven to industrial zones or being forced to open a space that is too large for the area and for what they can handle. Smaller spaces are more affordable to soundproof. This can really help with noise mitigation, and a business can get off on the right foot. When it comes to crowd control, smaller spaces are more manageable. This creates more connected and accountable communities, both in and outside of the venue. And with concerns about late nights, not all spaces want to go late or have alcohol. There are growing movements that are sober and more age-inclusive that would love to bring people together to dance, to see live performance or comedy. And as people have mentioned, regulations, permits, safety all still need to be met. And thankfully, we have, SBS, Office of Nightlife, SLA, and interagency programs to help do this in a responsible way. We all know the phrase, music is a universal language, and the positive effects of this, are very broad. And the last thing I'd like to say,
Go ahead, if you could just
one
finish
more
that.
thing.
Yep.
Last thing I'd like to say is that this is an entry point. We need entry points like this, so folks have a place to start creating culture and business, and that residents have places to go and express themselves with or without words.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Let me call up Mark McNulty next. And great, thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Mark McNulty. I live in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, Community District 3 in Brooklyn. I've been living in New York City for 10 years in the Bronx, Manhattan, and now Brooklyn. I'm here speaking in support of Proposal 9 to liberalize zoning regulations around dance and nightlife. I'm a writer as well as a DJ. I've written about this issue. I also used to work in land use planning, and so I kind of see the issue from a few different angles. I used to host events with 50 to 150 people in spaces where it would be considered illegal to be dancing. But so as I've moved around from borough to borough, from job to job in New York City, the one constant thing for me has been music and the community that surrounds it. All of my best friends I've met through music. The woman who I live with, who I'd like to marry, I met on a dance floor. We met, on the dance floor, and a lot of the greatest, best moments in my 20s were on dance floors, many of them in this city. Someone said earlier, no one wants to live next to a nightclub. I certainly understand that, but one person's quality of life issue, one person's inconvenience is another person's livelihood or even their reason for getting up in the morning. And I think we need to be mindful of that and find a way to balance both. All this is to say that live music and dancing are not just entertainment. Connecting with strangers on a dance floor is, forming a spontaneous, genuine connection with strangers is one of the most beautiful experiences anyone can have. And I think that you're able to do that in New York City more so than almost anywhere else in the world, certainly anywhere else in the United States. It's a distinguishing factor that this city has that no other place in the U.S. has, and I encourage you all to cultivate that and not demonize it. And I think that this proposal does that. Sometimes, the rent is crazy, and I could probably work in other places. I've considered, leaving New York City, and I don't take that train of thought further because I can't find the community of music and dance anywhere else. And so I'm like, no, I'm gonna stay here because I want that. And then lastly, at the risk of maybe alienating everyone in the room, nightlife is not exclusively a young person's game, but it often is. And consider, the age of the commission, the age of all the people who've testified, and the age of community boards. Think about the voices of young people that you're not hearing today when you consider your support for this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, we regard ourselves as young and spry and hip and all of the things. But yes, we take your point. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to Guillermo Patino of the Department of Buildings on Zoom. Mary Saldana next.
Guillermo, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Chair
Good
Guarani,
evening.
the City Planning Commission. My name is Guillermo Patino, Deputy Commissioner of Policy and Legal Affairs at the New York City Department of Buildings. I am pleased to offer the department's support for the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity zoning initiative. Construction and real estate are the backbone of New York City, a built environment unlike any other. As the primary regulator of these vital industries, the department helps facilitate the creation of new residential and commercial space for our growing city, all while promoting safety on tens of thousands of active construction sites and at the city's nearly 1.1 million existing buildings. Through its work, the department strives to strike the right balance between compliant development and safety. To further its mission, the department enforces the city's construction codes, the zoning resolution, and the New York State multiple dwelling law to protect those who live, work, or visit the city. As the agency responsible for interpreting and enforcing the zoning resolution, the department was closely consulted in the formulation of the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity zoning initiative and is supportive of its goals to modernize zoning rules to support New York City's businesses, including creating additional opportunities for businesses to open and expand. Under the leadership of the Adams administration, the department has continued to support businesses through the work of its small business team, which reviews construction plans submitted on behalf of businesses expeditiously and assists businesses with any questions they might have about a construction project in their space. The department has also worked to update its own rules pursuant to the Small Business Forward initiative, which lowered or eliminated certain fines and extended cure periods for certain violations, giving businesses more time to address violating conditions without incurring fines. The department's responsibility to enforce the zoning resolution does not change under the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity zoning initiative. We will continue to enforce the zoning resolution both through plan examination, when construction plans are filed with the department, and in the field when we receive complaints from New Yorkers to ensure that the zoning resolution is being complied with. Of note, when zoning rules are updated, the department works to train both its plan examiners and inspectors so they are familiar with the updated rules before they take effect. Finally, we are committed to addressing any community concerns or questions that may arise if the zoning rules change, which may include working to educate the public about the new rules. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner. We appreciate it. We have a question for you from Commissioner Rampersad and then Commissioner Benjamin.
Thank you for presenting today. I have two quick questions. With regards to the City of Yes, once it is passed or if it is passed, can you walk us through the training process that the DOB coordinates with CPC? And also, will the Department of Buildings be retaining or hiring more inspectors to do enforcement?
Sure. Taking your first question first. So once and if the zoning text is passed, we do rigorous training for both our inspectors and plan examiners. And those are day-long training sessions that we hold for all of our plan exam and inspectorial staff. And those are led by our zoning experts in-house. And we certainly coordinate with the Department of City Planning as well. And taking your second question, I believe you asked if we're planning on hiring additional inspectors. At this time, we're budgeted for approximately 600 inspectors, and we believe that's sufficient to address the complaints that we receive at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Benjamin?
I have the same questions as Commissioner Rampersad about a number of these issues come down to, and the response has been, it's an enforcement issue. And so I'm trying to make sure that we have the enforcement capacity to respond to complaints, particularly by residents, about home occupations that may have too many people or may have noxious smells, noxious odors. And you're saying that the inspectors you have now will take on these additional tasks and will be sufficient for the job.
That's right. So as it relates to home occupation, for example, those are complaints that we intake now. I will note that we receive very few home occupation complaints. For example, over the past several years, we've received less than 30 complaints about home occupation. So it's been very few. So we would continue to intake any zoning related complaints that we receive through 311 or through members of communities. Oftentimes we receive complaints from elected officials, community boards, and we intake those complaints. And right now we do have sufficient capacity to address those complaints. We triage the complaints we receive. Most zoning complaints, we treat them as priority B, and we respond to them. Currently, we're responding to those types of complaints within 10 to 11 days.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you, Guillermo. We appreciate your being with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Dari Saldana of the Bronx Chamber.
We are promoting Mr. Saldana. Gary, you should be able to unmute.
Good evening, everyone. Can you guys hear me clearly?
We can, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Darius Saldana, Small Business Outreach Specialist for the Bronx Chamber of Commerce. This testimony this evening is on behalf of Lisa Sorbin, President of the Bronx Chamber of Commerce, and my experience working with small businesses and communities across the borough. The Bronx Chamber of Commerce proudly represents over 30,000 businesses across the borough. The Bronx Chamber of Commerce strongly supports Mayor Adams' City of Yes for Economic Opportunity proposal. This initiative will empower small businesses across New York City with flexible zoning, create good jobs for New Yorkers, revitalize neighborhoods, and promote inclusive economic growth for a more equitable city. City of Yes removes outdated barriers, allowing businesses to grow and bring opportunity to all New Yorkers. We urge our elected officials to approve this critical initiative and help New York City remain a city of dreams for entrepreneurs and businesses alike. This will boost economic growth, create new sites for cleaning industries, and reduce business costs. This will allow for more vital commercial corridors, replace vacant storefronts with bustling businesses, and foster inclusive economic recovery to ensure everyone benefits from New York City's prosperity. These changes will support small businesses, making for simpler regulations, expanded home occupancy, ease entertainment restrictions, and revitalize neighborhoods with safer streets, improve microdistribution, and modernize outdated rules to reflect changes in work, living, and adapt to business needs. This will catalyze our city and help current and future business owners across the 5 boroughs. We are grateful for the efforts of Mayor Eric Adams and the City Planning Commission for their work in the City of Yes Economic Opportunity proposal. We hope our local elected officials vote to approve this initiative that will modernize regulations and help ensure New York City continues to provide opportunity for entrepreneurs and business owners. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak on this important initiative today.
Mr. Saldana, thank you very much. We appreciate you being with us. Thank you. We're going to move on to Jessica Lappin, who's next, to be followed by Catherine O'Sullivan.
I'm not Jessica Lappin. Yes, I'm here to read testimony on behalf of Jessica Lappin.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Who unfortunately couldn't make it here this afternoon. As the Business Improvement District representing one of the largest...
Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
My name is Taina Prado. I'm Chief of Staff of the Downtown Alliance. And we're upstairs in our offices on the 33rd floor. As the Business Improvement District representing one of New York City's largest business districts, the Downtown Alliance strongly supports the Department of City Planning's proposed City of Yes for Economic Development initiative. This package of zoning reforms would provide property owners and entrepreneurs in Lower Manhattan with the tools and flexibility necessary to maintain the active and inviting streetscape that is so critical to the long-term success of our district. Vibrant and diverse ground floor uses have long been recognized by urbanists and planners as a key hallmark of a successful business district. And Lower Manhattan's over 1,000 storefront businesses have played a leading role in the district's reinvention over the last 2 decades. But our district now faces serious headwinds. Changing consumer spending habits and the rise of e-commerce were already putting pressure on brick-and-mortar retail before the COVID-19 pandemic. Uncertainty over office utilization, continuing inflation, and ongoing labor shortages further cloud the future of our district's retail corridors. In this uncertain environment, entrepreneurs and property owners needed regulatory flexibility to find creative, attractive, and viable uses for ground floor retail space. City Planning's proposed set of zoning text amendments would go a long way toward allowing and indeed encouraging the sort of creativity that is needed to develop the retail corridors of the future. Allowing for maker spaces, urban agriculture, and small-scale entertainment venues would also allow for more diverse and interesting retail. Updating long obsolete use restrictions would provide businesses and community leaders alike with greater clarity on how ground floor spaces can be appropriately activated. While we continue to strongly support the overall package of proposed reforms, some changes may be warranted. One area of potential concern that has been raised by community leaders, specifically in Lower Manhattan, is the possibility that the proposed zoning changes would allow too much flexibility for residents to operate businesses from their apartments, which may not be appropriate for some residential settings. Given a supportive regulatory environment, small business owners and entrepreneurs can seize this unique opportunity to create a new and sustainable vision for the future of our city's retail. As such, the Downtown Alliance strongly encourages the Commission to approve these much-needed and common-sense zoning reforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your being here. And thank you to the Downtown Alliance. Okay, Catherine O'Sullivan is next. Ms. O'Sullivan, welcome. To be followed by Susan Stetzer. Good to see you.
Good evening. Thank you, Commissioner Gorodnick, for hearing me. I guess if this text amendment goes through, this may be the last time, because as it is, the 2 minutes a community board will give you to speak is minimal, but that's going to diminish under these proposals. And the requirement for ULURP will pretty much go out the window. So I'm not very wonky, and I'm not very eloquent, so I'm going to say that I support Chris Marte. I support the Historic Districts Council. The woman who spoke from CB9, I think it was Suki, and of course Movement to Protect the People, Alicia Boyd, and LaShawn Ellis, and also Paul Graziana. I think taking a sledgehammer, making this sweeping deregulation is a big mistake. You need a scalpel. These zoning laws have grown to protect people over the years, and so just modernizing with a sledgehammer is not the way to go. They should be very thoughtfully considered, each one. I can tell you from now, from my experience in New York, I'm a New Yorker by adoption, I'm an immigrant, that getting any sort of environmental control enforcement for smells coming from a neighboring plastics factory beside a residential building is impossible. Smells dissipate. How do you capture the smell and give it to the DEP and ask them to mitigate it? I don't even know what the smell was. Perhaps my life is shorter because of it. Noise. I have no problem with dancing. I love to dance. I love dance in all its manifestations. I even do like music. But noise and excessive decibels is something that needs enforcement and isn't. I spent 10 years going down the 311 black hole trying to get some sort of mitigation to the noise on West Dykeman Street, to no avail. As it is now, we've got a open street, so Mayor Adams and the DOT commissioner, when they come to party, Father's Day in particular, 89 decibels in my apartment. 89! I mean, who do I go to? Who can I ask for some help and some sort of quality of life, some sort of livability in the city? So please, when you consider, I know that you're pretty much all sort of selected by the mayor and the real estate industry. I know Rebney rules the city, but try and consider what the city would be like without its residents. It won't be New York City. It'll be a theme park for tourists.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Stetzer, come on up. I will just say one word on behalf of the proposal, just for a moment, because I understand those very significant concerns that were just raised by Ms. O'Sullivan, and I get it. I understand the challenges of enforcement in New York City, and those are real concerns. And I think that we are trying. What we are hearing is the application of real concerns about enforcement to what we are trying to do, which we would regard as a scalpel, not a sledgehammer, by the way, as it relates to our zoning text. But we understand, and it doesn't take away from the concerns that you are raising. So I just want to say that we understand that the things that we are trying to do are the things that we can do within zoning, but that does not take away the concerns that people are raising about enforcement. We don't think that means don't do what we're suggesting, but we do hear what you're saying, and we would like to think about how best for the city to act on some of those things. Ms. Stetzer, it's great to see you. Thank you for being here and for your patience today.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am Susan Stetzer, District Manager for Manhattan Community Board 3, representing the board, and we will be entering testimony on your portal, the Community Board Resolution. But I'd first like to address 2 points that came up earlier today. And you want to hear this one?
Yeah.
Your staff is the best. They are responsive. They are informed. Last night at our community board meeting, this actually came up, and I said DCP staff was the best of any of the agencies we work with. And Francesca was there at the time. So we have been working 3 to 4 months on this proposal with your staff, and they know that we've been very critical of this, and that has not changed at all the way they've been working with us. So thank you for that. There is also a comment about our community board resolution. Our resolution was voted on properly and absolutely the way it was supposed to, and we stand by that. The objection, so Community Board 3 voted to deny with modifications. Objections, and I'll just cover a few points. Objections centered around the lack of detail to ensure changes would benefit and not harm communities, and loss of community board and local input on decisions, excuse me, that would streamline processes but would lose community voice. Community boards are means for community to have a voice in planning, and we want to protect that. From discussions among members and in hearing from the public, we hear concerns that proposals will not balance both residential and business communities, and historical experience with lack of enforcement by agencies does not promote faith in compliance. I'd like to cover 2 proposals. One is lift time limits to reactivate vacant storefronts. We have seen residential neighborhoods become nightlife destinations. We have the second highest 311 commercial noise complaints of the 59 boards. The community board handles the complaints, and I can report this is generally because of 4 a.m. non-compliant businesses on residential side streets. We also have the second highest number of non-conforming sites, and there's constant conflict between people trying to sleep and those partying below their bedroom windows. We discussed the benefit of commercial that would close by 10 p.m. For this non-conforming, but the city does not seem willing to look at time limitations. We see benefit of low-impact businesses, but not late loud bars. Use Group 3 community facilities would offer much needed spaces for cultural, nonprofit, and other community facilities. Already?
Yeah. Why don't you finish? You have if you could just wrap it up in the next 30 seconds, it would be great.
I will do that. Well, so we think the side streets could be more affordable, but for non-eating, drinking. And I want to say on Proposal 9, we are not against dancing. We do not get complaints on dancing. They are fine on commercial side streets. It is the noise that is issue and that we have to want to continue to work with.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Wait, before you go, Commissioner Osorio has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair.
Hello.
Thanks so much for your comments and your written testimony. A quick question to clarify your position on 9. I'm wondering if, as part of your conversations with the city, there was some type of discussion about addressing the issue in neighborhoods like yours that are so different in terms of the amount, let's say, of liquor licenses and of establishments? Is there an opportunity for you to adjust, or have you thought about any opportunities to adjust sort of like the proposal to address sort of like the differential impact that it will have, or the disproportionate impact it will have in communities like yours?
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Is there a way to adjust Proposal 9 to reflect the high concentration of liquor licenses and so forth?
Well, what we discussed was that when you're saying that something, is not a large establishment, so it shouldn't need so many restrictions. But our concern is that we have 30 to 40 in any area, 30 to 40 within a 500-foot distance. We measure this all the time. So you have to look at it holistically, not just this is a small business, but this is 40 small businesses in this tiny area. And, the enforcement doesn't happen. And I know you say you don't want zoning to depend on enforcement, but there is an opportunity for the city to say, okay, we're going to show you we can enforce. And it hasn't happened yet.
Thank you. That's super useful. So in other words, thinking about the cumulative impacts that this can have in places that concentrate them. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Exactly. Cumulative impact.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Stetzer. Thank you, Commissioner. And Ms. Stetzer, also thank you for what you said about the department staff. And when we appreciate it. I know it to be true, but really it's much more meaningful coming from you. So thank you. Okay, next up we have Andrea Gordillo. On Zoom, great. Followed by Joseph McAllister.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Hi. I am here to follow up on my colleague Susan Stetzer's testimony. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Andrea Gordillo. I'm the chairperson of Manhattan Community Board 3. As she alluded to, our board did spend significant time reviewing the evaluations of and evaluating the proposals and the merits of each. And although we did vote to deny with a variety of modifications, we did vote in favor of many. And on behalf of the board, I want to convey our collective concerns and objectives to two other specific proposals outlined in the recent zoning changes proposal presented for our community. These proposals, if implemented, may have significant and adverse effects on our community, and it's our duty to advocate for the well-being of our residents. So with that, I want to highlight Proposal 3, to expand opportunities for small-scale clean production. We expressed reservations about this proposal, but we are open to considering it with modifications. Moving away from use groups to allow clean manufacturing is a major zoning change that may have unintended consequences, especially in our community. Many as-of-right production uses may not serve residents and could lead to traffic problems, dark sites, and unnecessary competition for commercial spaces. Community Board 3 strongly advocates for ground floor businesses that contribute to the vitality of the community, best experienced on foot. Dark sites with production uses that do not benefit the local community should be avoided. We would support production uses only if they serve the neighborhood and offer products for retail sale. For instance, an artisanal producer selling unique goods not commonly found online would be a more suitable fit for our community. And secondly, I want to draw attention to Proposal 5, which enables commercial activity on upper floors. Our community already faces substantial conflicts between commercial and residential spaces, as demonstrated by existing exceptions for second floor commercial spaces. The adjustment to the C1 and C2 overlay to allow commercial activities on upper floors is likely to maximize the commercial FAR, leading to a reduction in housing stock. Before implementing this proposal, we strongly recommend that the Department of City Planning consider proposing zoning regulations to address the current and worsening housing crisis. Moreover, we have identified significant flaws in environmental considerations, including inadequate coverage of neighboring buildings, limited scope, covering only air quality, noise, and vibration, and an arbitrary exemption for small spaces. These flaws could result in conflicts between business and residents, particularly in the case of eating and drinking establishments on higher rooftops and higher floors and rooftops. Community Board 3 urges the Planning Commission to delay the implementation of this proposal. Time up. That was it. I was
Okay, you finish you were wrapping up. You can finish your thought. Go ahead.
Yes, we were urging you to delay the implementation of these proposals and thoroughly address the identified concerns to ensure the well-being of our community, and carefully consider these objections and concerns before finalizing any decisions related to the proposed zoning changes.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And we will, because when a community board is coming to us with, we believe yes on these, no on these, and you give us the reasons why, it's exactly what we asked you for. So we will. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, let's go. Joseph McAllister is here. Okay, great, on Zoom. Great.
Joseph, you should be able to unmute.
Unmute. Okay.
There you go. We hear you now.
Okay. Good evening. All due respect to all the commissioners on board. We worked with you for many years ago and a positive outcome that we had. My name is Joseph McAllister. I am the president and founder of the South Beach Civic Association. We founded the South Beach Civic Association in 2001 due to the overdevelopment, corruption, and greed of out-of-control building and with the building codes. We worked with City Planning Chief James Moralia in Staten Island here in 2000. We had down zoning approved back then in 2000. We downzoned to R3X in South Beach, Arica, Fort Wadsworth, Grassmere. Soon after, the following months, new text amendments followed with then Borough President Molinaro for other parts of Staten Island to be downzoned. Sandy superstorm hit us in 2012. 5 years later, 2017, the East Shore Resiliency Planning was formed, and I was on that board to reconfigure the building codes to make future building safe with proper resilient strategies. That's why I don't know if you can see that. That's the book that we had. We had other people that were involved with this also. Now today, we are here trying to enforce better quality of life needs for our future, our community, and all of Staten Island. Okay, we oppose the City of Yes plan. This plan, though, this plan is excellent, an excellent model for Manhattan, New York City. I do not object to that. This is the sketches that they showed us that goes great for New York City, everything, the 18 goals that they showed us, all goes with New York City, Manhattan. Unfortunately, though, this is not for the other boroughs, and especially not for Staten Island. We are a different lifestyle here on Staten Island. At the past Committee 2 board meetings, we were informed by City Planning they have met with the Staten Island Economic Development Corp. And the Staten Island Chambers of Commerce. These two named businesses are for the businesses of Staten Island, not for the residential homeowners or property owners of Staten Island. They work for economic and business opportunity, which is good. But again, we do not have the adequate resources to add these changes. Schools, fire, police, sanitation, healthcare, hospitals, wide and regular roadways, sidewalks, and most importantly, the buildings department, personnel. Resources for DOB has been overburdened and scarce for years. Architects have been self-certifying plans where they go and they submit it to the plans to the DOB. Nobody's looking over the plans that they submitted because they're self-certified. Whereas then we find later on houses and buildings are not up to code and not conforming with the building codes. Where is the enforcement? Okay, it's just so disgusting of what has been happening for the past 10 years or so. City planning needs to redo the plans for all residential communities, sit down with educated homeowners, community leaders to have proper insight and quality of life issues addressed to make this city of yes more acceptable.
Okay, Mr. McAllister, we lost you there. Time was up. my apologies. We're going to move on to the next person. But we understand your concerns about, again, we understand the concerns that you were raising and that others have raised about enforcement. Let's go to Maddie DeCerbo from Rebney, followed by Lucy Levine, Alan Suna, Kevin Guscott. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Maddie DeCerbo, and I'm here on behalf of the Real Estate Board of New York. Rebney represents commercial, residential, and institutional property owners, builders, architects, and land use attorneys with decades of experience in zoning matters who, prior to referral, have weighed in on various aspects of zoning for economic opportunity. We strongly support the goals of the proposed text to make it easier for businesses to grow and locate throughout New York City by providing increased flexibility through zoning, and thank the City Planning Commission for the opportunity to testify in support of zoning for economic opportunity. Rebney commends the Department of City Planning for the proposed common sense changes to modernize the zoning resolution and provide simpler rules for businesses to follow citywide. The stated goals for economic opportunity highlight the importance of flexibility in our zoning regulations, and several aspects of the proposal meet that test, such as the consolidation and reorganization of use groups. However, other provisions of the proposed text appear to work against the stated goals of allowing for more flexibility and enabling business-friendly streetscapes. Portions of the Tier B and C regulations would impose new restrictions that would make it harder to accommodate the many building infrastructure elements on ground floors of new buildings. These elements include elevator cores, exit stairs, required mechanical space, compactor rooms, building amenity spaces, waste containerization, all alongside required building areas like reception and mail package rooms, as well as access to parking and loading. The current proposal does not fully appreciate this complexity. The proposed text expands ground floor use requirements, minimum depth requirements, and other prescriptive rules to vast swaths of the city where such restrictions do not currently exist, or where the current regulations are less onerous. For example, within several special districts and high-density, non-contextual districts, the proposal prescribes a minimum qualifying depth of 30 feet for ground floor uses and increases the percentage of street frontage that is regulated. These regulations will be harder to meet, not easier, and create unintended consequences. The current retail environment in today's market does not support this proposal, and the process for navigating the new regulations is overly complicated. Lastly, consistent with other zoning text amendments such as carbon neutrality, we urge the Commission to include a vesting provision for in-process projects that will be impacted by the streetscape regulations and use group reorganization. Without doing so, projects will incur significant costs associated with redesign and will suffer delays in bringing new housing online amidst a housing crisis. Rebney supports zoning for economic opportunity, yet more work needs to be done to ensure that the proposed streetscape regulations are simple and that vesting provisions are put in place to ensure a smooth transition. And we urge the department to work with industry experts to refine these aspects of the text. In addition to our testimony, we'll submit an appendix with suggested technical fixes for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Okay, let's move on to Lucy Levine, followed by Alan Suna, Kevin Guscott. Hello.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I am speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC has submitted in-depth comments on City of Yes for economic opportunity to the Department of City Planning. What follows is our abbreviated testimony. HDC appreciates that the city is interested in supporting economic resiliency in post-pandemic New York. Unfortunately, we believe that the proposed text amendments do not provide adequate protection for small businesses and instead threaten to decrease the city's overall housing supply while weakening regulations that support special purpose districts. We are heartened to see that COYEO supports the retention of long-term commercial storefronts in historic districts by eliminating the 2-year vacancy rule that currently restricts commercial use. We believe this change will help long-standing legacy businesses by legalizing what is currently a non-permitted use, and we feel that this provision must be accompanied by commercial rent stabilization. Regarding COYEO's proposals for commercial development on NYCHA campuses, we urge close consultation with NYCHA residents around these proposals in order to prioritize residents' needs and consider the historic integrity of some campuses which are landmarked or listed on the National Register of Historic Places. We also find retention of housing to be one of the most urgent needs facing our city. Thus, we are concerned that provisions in COYEO could together lead to a net loss of housing in favor of office and commercial space. However, we are in favor of COYEO's proposed modernization of loading dock requirements, which we believe can yield more housing and ease the adaptive reuse of historic structures. That said, we are concerned about COYEO's proposed new discretionary zoning tool, which would allow DCP to waive limited bulk rules. We are concerned this would allow businesses to flout zoning at will simply by claiming that their businesses are constrained by the existing shape of their buildings. Given that DCP seems eager to allow vast changes to the size, shape, and usage of New York's building stock, we are concerned about COYEO's provisions to create consistent ground floor design requirements at the expense of special districts. The stated goal is to foster vibrant neighborhoods by activating commercial corridors, but we fear that these changes will instead lead to less vibrant streets because the city will lose the regulatory power to leverage a given neighborhood's unique characteristics to help promote its social and economic vibrancy. Zoning that treats the wetlands of Staten Island exactly as it treats the shopping corridors of Madison Avenue is a detriment to both and a missed opportunity to leverage what's already there as we create something new. Special district zoning helps maintain the specificity of our city's neighborhoods while allowing for growth. If our streetscapes look like they could be anywhere, they could also be nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to Alan Suna, Kevin Guscott, followed by Chris Walters on Zoom. Welcome.
Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon, commissioners, and to those that I've known for a long time. I'm Alan Suna. I'm chairman of Silver Cup Studios here in New York. We've been around for a little over 40 years, and I'm here to testify in support of the City of Yes and economic opportunity for all. I want to commend the mayor and the New York Department of City Planning, whose staff is terrific, for taking the initiative to create a framework here for the City of Yes in the zoning text amendment changes. The zoning text changes are contemplated will help create more jobs and an overall better New York, and it can integrate growth and change to our city in a smarter way than previously contemplated when so many of the zoning text was written. I had to say it around the time that I was born or before. So, and you know, you've listened to a lot of testimony today that's just all over the place. I'm really going to be very specific. We are one of the largest providers of film and television studios and facilities here in New York. I doubt any of you have missed at least one show that has been done at our place. A few of the proposed text changes will allow for the creation of more sound stages and support spaces, which will generate hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs in our new economy here in New York without changing the overall zoning map. Nothing I'm saying talks about adding any FAR or going into residential neighborhoods. I'm strictly focused on the M districts. The anticipated, these changes will allow us to create the kinds of buildings that are needed to facilitate this kind of work, which is basically tall, square buildings that allow sets to be built and all kinds of things to be done. And we have some of those now, but to build across the street, we have other issues that it's about setbacks that don't affect the M districts at all. And so none of these changes will be automatic. Anyone will still have to go through an application process and an approval process with New York City Planning. So, people that are fearful that, oh my God, these things are just going to happen like that, that is just not the case, because City Planning is going to make certain that those things that we want to build, which is, like I said, no FAR changes, will be, consistent with the neighborhood. Overall, this just makes the whole process easier to navigate. The City of Yes Opportunity simplifies these zoning resolutions to treat similar uses the same, allow businesses to locate in appropriate districts, and it just makes the rules clearer for businesses citywide without doing a wholesale rezoning of the city. And these adjustments are just changes to zoning text. It does not rezone neighborhoods. This is the kind of forward thinking that will enable us to create more jobs here in New York, and that's what it's all about.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
And certainly agree. So thank you. Thanks a lot for being here. Okay, Kevin Guscott is up, followed by Chris Walters, and then Carolyn Ferguson. Good evening.
Commissioners, Chair, good evening. Thank you for having me. And I'm a special projects manager for the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. So I'm here representing the position of the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce on this issue. So the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce strongly supports the Department of City Planning's proposal, City of Yes for Economic Opportunity. The Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce is a borough-wide membership and economic development organization dedicated to helping businesses through 4 channels. That is promotion, support, advocacy, and convening. The Brooklyn Chamber and its affiliate organization, the Brooklyn Alliance Capital, provide direct business services, technical assistance, and support programs to help business grow in Brooklyn. New York City needs modern zoning regulations to reflect our city's needs. Our commercial corridors are the lifeblood of our communities. And this proposal will not only help to reduce retail vacancies, but will ensure a wider range of businesses and support for job growth, which is vital for the city's economic recovery. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the importance of flexibility in our zoning regulations. Businesses, small and large, are re-evaluating how they use space, where to locate, and how they function in the face of changing consumer preferences and economic conditions. By allowing businesses that cater to the specific demands of the community, zoning for economic opportunity will be promoting a more community-centric approach to zoning. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Okay, next up is Chris Walters on Zoom.
Chris Walters is not in the Zoom.
Let's go to Carolyn Ferguson on Zoom.
Carolyn Ferguson is not in the Zoom.
Joan Gilbert.
It appears Joan is not in the Zoom.
How about Eugene Fallick?
Promoting now.
Great. Mr. Fallick, you're up. You have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Good evening.
I'm a member of the board of the Bayswater Civic Association. I support the statements of Susan Niel, Paul Graziano, Susan Spalter, and Ms. O'Sullivan. I think it's significant that all of the members of the public virtually whom you've had on today are opposed to your proposal. Businesses, of course, are somewhat in favor of specific things. When the Bayswater Civic Association recently had a meeting to discuss this, and our council members, Sylvina Brooks Powers, came, I think she was surprised at the high level of opposition. We talk about the lack of parking. People from downtown Far Rockaway, Redfern housing projects, walk a mile into Bayswater to find a place to park, and you guys think parking's not required. The elimination of council approval is undemocratic and antisocial. It continues your ongoing policy of not posting hearing notices, as Nassau County does, for anything that's changing. I suggest if you're really interested, you might take a look at bayswatercivic.org/cityofyes.html. You would allow 8 stores on a street corner. Now, when your people come to the community board, they say, well, it's not really going to happen. But you've already done things that you said weren't really going to happen. You've contributed greatly to stores in the Nassau 5 towns through your development of downtown Far Rockaway. I propose the most effective thing that could be done would be to shut down the Department of City Planning and repeal the zoning laws, since effectively that's what this proposal does. You would allow unrestricted development. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for being here. I think you know, we certainly don't see the response from the public the way that you do, sir. We've had lots of support today from members of the public, as well as half of the community boards that have weighed in favor. Even the ones that have weighed in against have weighed in with conditions in many cases. So we appreciate your being here. We also have 3 borough presidents have weighed in favor. So I didn't hear it the way you heard it today. So I will just note it. We appreciate that you're taking the time to be with us. But in terms of members of the public and New Yorkers who are weighing in, there's certainly, we've heard concerns. We've also heard a lot of things in favor as well. So, okay, let's move on to the next person. We're going to hear from Edwin Westley of the Jackson Heights Beautification Group, and then Michelle Campo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Edwin O'Keefe Wesley, former president of the Jackson Heights Beautification Group, a member of the Queens Civic Congress, and 20-year member of Community Board Q3. Thank you for inviting me to one of our outer boroughs of Manhattan. I'm here to give testimony, my first response, or the organization's first response to the City of Yes. We have before us a complete gutting of our zoning laws, total deregulation authored by the real estate industry and embraced by our mayor. The City Planning Commission was the instrument used to develop 18 separate proposals as part of the second phase labeled economic development. There was a time when city planning protected our neighborhoods, but now they act as agents for the developers. I would specifically point out that the community boards had representatives from the Planning Commission. That seems to have disappeared. I go back to Fred Lee, who was our man in Queens at our community board. He was terrific. He came out of the Queens office. He was very candid, gave us good advice. Okay. This package of proposals will remove whatever minimal protections our residential neighborhoods have today and legalize unbridled and unchecked commercial development. This is not a surprise. Since the pandemic has given the all clear, our neighborhoods have been converted to the Wild West. Unlicensed vendors have occupied our commercial streets and avenues. Fruit and vegetable stores now extend to the curb with the help of the e-bike storage on our sidewalks. Over the past several months, our community boards have been reviewing the City of Yes proposal. Many have expressed total opposition to zoning deregulations, as expressed in the 18 proposals. The community boards represents the institutional memory for each of our neighborhoods. Many boards have been overwhelmed with complex issues being presented all at once. Casino proposals, a new stadium request. In the beginning, it was painful to sit through the presentation because of the lack of information and the inability to answer straightforward questions. However, the last presentation I attended was much better, with most of the significant information presented and the narrative was quite good. So my commendations. However, the boards have been given a very short window of opportunity to review before we are expected to vote. New York City is the greatest city in the world. We can and must explore other options. A one-size-fits-all for the city as complex as New York City fails short of meeting these important goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Let's move to Michelle Campo. Is she here in the room? Ms. Campo, are you here? Going once, going twice. Okay. David West of Hill West. Mr. West here? Great. Welcome. Hello.
Hello. Good evening. I'm David West. I'm an architect practicing in New York City. I'm also a consultant to the REBNY Zoning and Design Committee. I'm testifying on behalf of my firm, my clients, and the development community in general. The text amendment has many positives that are commendable. Reorganizing and simplifying the arcane and outdated use group categories in the zoning resolution is welcome and overdue. In spite of the positives, there is an area of the text that will have far-reaching negative impacts on the design of many buildings. This is the new streetscape text, which has been described as a simplification and standardization of existing rules, but which actually imposes new requirements that interfere with best design practices for new mixed-use and residential buildings. The ground floor is precious real estate subject to numerous conflicting demands. Prescriptive use, width, and depth mandates are counterproductive and will impact proper design of such necessary components as service entries, fire exits, package rooms, bicycle storage, trash storage, and tenant amenities. Many requirements in the proposed text are clear increases from current regulations. For example, in R10 equivalent contextual zones, mandatory non-residential use will go from 15-foot minimum depth to 30-foot minimum depth, a doubling of the requirement. In similar non-contextual zones, the requirement will go from 50% of frontage to 100%, also double. While in the abstract this may seem relatively innocuous, these types of prescriptive requirements can be very difficult to design around and frequently lead to unintended consequences, crowding out other components that are necessary for these large, complex buildings. My suggestion would be to reduce the mandates at least back to what currently exists and not to impose new mandates. Furthermore, where mandates exist, it is imperative that the text be clear and comprehensive so that there are no questions as to what is and is not permitted. The current proposal is not entirely clear, for example, as to what constitutes ancillary use or whether service and egress components are permitted in affected street frontages. The social block criteria must be clarified as well. Having tested it, we see that there are ambiguities that would make this path challenging. Loading berths should be permitted in qualifying depth. Retail has been challenged in recent years. Many retail spaces remain empty, negatively impacting streetscape. By allowing more flexibility, these spaces can be repurposed for other active uses, including tenant amenities and in appropriate locations, ground floor dwelling units. The market should dictate these decisions, not zoning mandates based on wishful thinking about economic conditions. Assuming these concerns can be addressed, the overall text amendment is well crafted and will go a long way towards making our zoning more predictable and comprehensible and deserves support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. West. We appreciate it. Let's move on to Jesse Solomon. Mr. Solomon, are you here? No, Mr. Solomon. Okay. Zach Bernstein, followed by Paul Selver. Mr. Selver here? He's here. Great. Okay. All right. Welcome.
Thank you. Chair Gorodnick and Commissioners, I'm Zach Bernstein, partner in the land use practice at Fried Frank and member of REBNY Zoning and Design Committee. My working days are spent reading the zoning resolution to help clients open businesses, build new housing, and otherwise improve their properties. The city's economic opportunity proposal makes a range of thoughtful clarifications and updates to long outdated zoning. The updates will help clear up many uncertainties or barriers toward the goal of expanding opportunity for job growth and street life in our neighborhoods. I have 3 recommendations for improvement of this initiative. 1, micro-distribution uses. These small facilities have great potential to relieve street and sidewalk congestion by taking trucks, cargo bikes, and their related loading off the street in high-density areas. They also provide potential for safe, dedicated electric charging for emission-free deliveries. However, splitting the limited size allowance across multiple floors is impractical for the operation of these facilities. To accomplish the potential benefits of micro-distribution, the limited allowance for this use must be permitted entirely at the ground level. It's very important. 2, life sciences. The proposed zoning clarifies outdated terminology for laboratories in this growing sector of the city's economy. However, the special permit that may be sought for bulk waivers should be available whether or not a project is also seeking use waivers. Life science uses that are as of right may still need to seek waivers through ULURP to allow for regular floor plates and to accommodate specialized mechanical and life safety equipment. The department and the commission should consider refining the special permit to allow for this. 3, streetscape. The proposal includes new requirements for specific uses to specific depths at the ground floor of buildings, particularly in the new Tier B. These new requirements have given great pause to zoning practitioners for the potential to complicate planning for new buildings, including much-needed housing. While there are benefits from standardization of certain existing rules, the Commission should ensure that any new rules take into account site planning for functional buildings and housing. Some ways this could be accomplished are with a 50% rather than 100% requirement, and by providing common sense allowances for utility access, egress, and other necessary building functions. Thank you for your attention to these comments.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's move on to Paul Silver. Paul, welcome, followed by David Karnofsky. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. I'm Paul Silver, co-chair of the Land Use Department at Kramer Levin and chair of the Real Estate Board of New York Zoning and Design Committee. I'm pleased to present REBNY's recommendation for a vesting provision for the department's generally excellent City of Yes economic opportunity zoning change. REBNY's recommendation has 2 goals. The first is to ensure that projects in the advanced planning stages are not adversely affected by the City of Yes changes in substantive zoning controls, especially those involving streetscape. The second is to provide a template for a future zoning action that brings the general vesting provisions of the zoning resolution into the 21st century. Today, the statutory standard for vesting is contained in Section 11.331 of the zoning resolution, and it requires that prior to the effective date of a zoning change, a full building permit for development must be issued and that foundations must be completed. This text hasn't been changed in over 3 generations. During the same period, the environment in which development occurs has evolved in that, 1, land and relocation costs have soared. 2, residential tenants have received additional protections. Land assemblages have become burdened by increasingly complex zoning regulations. The entitlement process has become longer and more fraught by an overwhelmed permitting administration, by an expanded public review process, and by increasingly litigious private stakeholders. And the pace of construction has been slowed to ensure the safety of those working on site. The reforms REBNY is proposing are based on the same principles of fairness and due process that underlie the existing vesting standard. They also draw from a deep pool of precedent that include New York State's common law vesting standard, numerous special vesting provisions in the zoning resolution itself, and vesting standards of other jurisdictions across the country. They will ensure that statutory vesting takes account of the real-world timing and business challenges of developing in New York, and they will also reasonably protect the long-term investments of risk capital made to fund land and pre-development costs. The proposed modifications are as follows. Projects will be able to vest against the zoning change by filing a work permit application prior to the date of adoption of the zoning change and securing approval for a foundation, NB, or all permit within 1 year of its adoption. 2, a building will be able to be enlarged by up to 20% of its floor area pursuant to the pre-amendment zoning controls and remain vested. 3, a building larger than 200,000 square feet will have up to 5 years from the date the work permit is approved to secure its first temporary certificate of occupancy and the right to extend construction on the same terms permitted today. 4, there will be protection against frivolous challenges to a vested permit. And 5, zoning challenges will be permitted only of the first time that a specific zoning issue is permitted. That's actually substantively everything.
Great. Okay, excellent. Right on time. Thank you. Commissioner Benjamin has a question.
Hello, Mr. Selver. Do you believe that these vesting provisions are within the scope?
I believe that the vesting provisions that we're suggesting for this text are within the scope. So, I'm not suggesting that you can do anything more than work within the provisions of this, work to deal with the vesting for this text.
So you're not suggesting that we should amend 11331?
Not at this point. I'm suggesting that what we're recommending be looked at as a template for amending 11331 in a subsequent zoning action, perhaps the City of Yes Housing Opportunity Text.
So where would you put this in the new text?
This would be, they have in Article 1, Chapter 1, they have special vesting provisions for, different zoning text or map changes. The hotel special permit has its own special vesting provisions within the permit text itself. So you'd have a choice. I think here, because you're dealing with something as broad as the economic opportunity text is, you'd put it in Article 1, Chapter 1, but as a special provision for dealing with the zoning change that was approved on such and such a date under calendar number, such and such a calendar number. Which is how they've done it elsewhere.
But we have certainly done other vesting modifications. Most recently, we did a vesting modification in carbon neutrality. But 5 years is really more than we've seen before, and you don't consider that problematic?
Well, I think it isn't quite, because the hotel special permit, and I realize there were a lot of special considerations involved there, but the hotel special permit gave people a lot of time to vest. And I think what we're seeing today is that there is, on many projects, an inability to go forward, either because if you're residential, there's no tax abatement. If you're commercial, if you're office space, there's going to be a long time before we're going to need new office space. If you're retail, maybe you can't get it financed right now. So there are market conditions that could delay the start of a project, as well as inability to get financing. So it really gives people a little bit more running room when it comes down to being able to get started under adverse circumstances.
And you would propose this for new construction, but not alts?
I think the 5 years would be for new construction, yes, over 200,000 square feet.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Selver, thank you for being here. David Karnofsky is next. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Gorodnik and Commissioners. I'm David Karnofsky, like Zach, also from Fried Frank, and a member of the Revenue Zoning Committee. I'm here to speak in support of zoning for economic opportunity, but also to endorse Revenue's testimony that the streetscape provisions of the text require further discussion in order to ensure that they don't have unintended effects of creating practical difficulties in the design and construction of new buildings, contrary to the stated objectives of ZOE itself. Now, streetscape rules activate the street frontage, and that's obviously a worthy goal, but they're tricky because by requiring active uses on a street frontage, they also limit the area available to meet the many needs of a building, ranging from the location of elevator cores to exit stairs to compactor rooms and more. Competing needs for space make the design of a ground floor challenging under any circumstance, and streetscape rules can add to this complexity. Much as streetscape rules are important from an urban design perspective, they also need to take into account the importance of having buildings that work. The current proposal has two general thrusts. The first, as has been said, is to standardize and simplify rules where they apply today. That's generally along designated streets in special districts and in some high-density non-contextual zoning districts. And second, It creates universal streetscape regulations applicable to parts of the city where the regulations don't apply today at all. I'm going to focus my comments on the first category in the interest of time and to avoid some repetition. The proposed standardization of existing rules has clear benefits. For example, by creating more liberal allowances for lobby width than is the case today. But at the same time, the proposal in its current form would increase restrictions along many designated streets. For example, it would establish use requirements along 100% of a frontage at locations where a 50% requirement applies today. And likewise, the proposal would establish a 30-foot minimum retail depth in areas where there is no depth requirement today. These changes can have all kinds of unintended consequences. Today, for example, it's sort of obvious that the design of a ground floor of a building with a frontage subject to a 50% requirement can use the other 50% of the area to locate critical building functions. That would no longer be possible. And I want to note that the extent to which these changes could have unintended consequences depends in large measure on what the text will allow as permitted obstructions within the minimum depth area. This is something that needs to be better defined and understood, and I hope that we can have further discussions about that. Thank you for your consideration of these comments. I just want to add one remark about use groups, which is that when I joined the Department of City Planning in 1998, there was a lot of discussion about how we have to reform the use groups, and we never did. So what you've done is an incredible accomplishment.
Thank you very much, and it's always good to have you back here. Thank you, David. Okay, let's move on to Susan Simon. Ms. Simon, are you here in the room? No? Okay, Victoria Hillstrom. Is she is now on Zoom? Okay. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hello, Dan Garodnik. This is Victoria Hillstrom. I was there earlier. And of course, I know that you know us. Justine Almada is Carlos's daughter, just above me. And of course, we are a very, very huge fan. You must know that Carlos is a quite famous restaurateur and architect. And I truly object to the Office of Nightlife. What he was suggesting isn't true, but that's not why I came to testify. What I'd like to bring to the commissioner's attention is that we are, of course, in Tribeca. Justine grew up in our loft and on Spring Street. There have been massive rezonings in Tribeca, in Soho, in the seaports, where many of the and I should just say I am a designer. We are not adverse to development in any way, shape, or form. I design stores. My work has been published around the world. Carlos's work is quite well received around the world. And I am just very taken back that if, in fact, you believed in live workspace and many of the things that this seeks to achieve, then why are we rezoning our industrial zones when we have 1,000 loft buildings in North Brooklyn? And we have now rezoned Soho in a plan to knock down 185 rent-stabilized buildings, alter artist lofts to commercial, to office space for tech, adding big box retail, restaurants and hotels that is essentially privatizing residential neighborhoods when our need is residential. And so I would just like to say that I am extremely disappointed that city planning would ever dream in a trillion years of no ULURP, of the community no longer having a say. In our case, we converted industrial buildings to residential code, impacting design and architecture around the world. And the very thing we built, the movie industry, fashion, film, music, entertainment, and the arts, and in our manufacturing zones, that what you are suggesting cannot be put into a residential neighborhood. And what you may not realize, Dan Garodnik, is that the city did not legally convert loft buildings to market rate legally, where many of the buildings were illegally vacated, where all of the permits have been falsified. And literally, there are 46 buildings that were fraudulently converted. That the suggestion that you could do this is off the charts. So I just wanted to contribute that. I'm just very taken back by the note.
We lost you, Ms. Hillstrom. Sorry, your time was up, but I will note, for the benefit of those listening, the famous Justine Almada that she's referring to was my chief of staff once upon a time in my days in the city council, and a great, great person. As for the facts and figures here, we are not rezoning industrial zones as part of this proposal. We are not touching the loft law in this proposal. So I just, for the benefit of clarity here, but we appreciate Ms. Hillstrom being here today in person and then also joining us on Zoom. Let's go to Carol Donovan. Is she available? Thank you.
Carol, you should be able to unmute on your phone in Zoom.
Yes, thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak. I'm president of the Richmond Town and Clark Avenue Civic Association in Staten Island, and I agree with residential communities that are voicing their opinion in total opposition of this plan. I mean, in all due respect, I understand the city wants to be a vibrant place, but we want our residential communities preserved. We do not want to lose our voice in the process of reviewing applications for construction or development. The community boards don't want to lose their voice. We want residential communities to remain a place that you can actually come home to, that people can enjoy the solace of a quiet residential area. And we do not want to be like a Times Square situation, a 24/7 operation that's referenced in the project descriptions. And as others have pointed out, the city is already overloaded, if you will, in terms of our essential services trying to monitor businesses where, as others have spoken about, dance halls or clubs where everything is out of control. You have drug addicts in the street. We don't have enough police right now to enforce the law. And the buildings department is sadly understaffed. As many people will attest, if you try calling 311 with complaints about issues, they're often unresolved or it's done too late. Similarly, if the BSA, the Board of Standards and Appeal, is given free rein to approve everything with little or no input from residents, we see it as a zoning free-for-all. We don't see in any way that the citizens of New York who are paying the taxes to keep the city running, how do we benefit? We don't see it written anywhere in the language of these proposals. So, and we have heard this type of response, this outrage from other boroughs as well, not just our area. So thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak.
Of course. Thank you very much, Ms. Donovan. Let's go to Vito Labella.
Vito is not in the room.
Willis Elkins, here in
Promoting.
person? Oh, on Zoom. Okay.
Willis, you should be
Willis?
able to.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Was there in person before 10 o'clock a.m. and glad to be able to testify. So thank you all. My name is Willis Elkins. I'm the Executive Director of the Newtown Creek Alliance. We're a community-based nonprofit dedicated to restoring, revealing, revitalizing Newtown Creek, an industrial waterway that borders the IBZs of North Brooklyn, Long Island City, and Maspeth. Our organization works to clean the creek of historic toxins and ongoing pollution sources, as well as reconnect the surrounding communities with this inaccessible waterway. Additionally, we seek to preserve the surrounding areas as industrial manufacturing zones that are providing accessible blue-collar jobs and essential services that make the nation's largest city function. While we support protections for industrial and manufacturing uses, we are acutely aware of the need for thorough and forward-looking controls to properly address environmental and community health impacts that stem from specific industries. This is specifically the case when emerging trends in industrial land use go unchecked. We know this well at Newtown Creek, as evidenced by the toxic legacy left by the petroleum industry that once dominated our shorelines. More recently, areas around Newtown Creek saw the proliferation of waste transfer facilities, handling approximately 40% of the city's solid waste. Fortunately, recent legislation helped create more equitable distribution of waste transfer sites, but not before damage was done to the local communities in the forms of poisoned air and elevated asthma rates. Today, there's a new unchecked growing industry that is quickly consuming large industrial sites like Newtown Creek, and that's last mile distribution warehouses. You've already heard this afternoon from many of our colleagues in the coalition, but as with waste transfer stations, these operations are bringing elevated truck traffic, not just to the industrial zone, but the environmental justice communities that often exist next door. Every year, we see more and more massive, corporately owned, environmentally hostile facilities built here. In New York State Assembly District 37, which includes most of the Queens side of Newtown Creek, it has the highest amount of large warehouses in all of New York State. Total, there are 193 large warehouses that's over 50,000 square feet each in the 3 districts that border Newtown Creek, 193. For comparison, the entire borough of Manhattan has only 12. It is because of this unjust and unregulated concentration of distribution facilities that we are a proud member of the Last Mile Coalition. As such, I want to reiterate the coalition's ask that the City of Yes proposal establish a special permit process for last mile warehouses of at least 50,000 square feet. And I really encourage everybody on the commission to read those comments that were submitted yesterday by the coalition. Additionally, when I still have a few seconds, I want to also bring up some other concerns that we feel are lacking from this proposal. We urge the city to fully consider how IBZs can be more than just economic engines, but also create environmental and community benefits that are currently completely ignored. In the interest of time, I'll summarize. This basically means more green infrastructure in industrial areas. This seems to be completely left out of the conversation. Issues like extreme heat, urban heat island effect, increased rainfall, local flooding, lack of wildlife biodiversity, and of course, poor air quality can all be remediated through green infrastructure. Thank you. I'll submit the rest of our comments in writing. Thank you much for your time.
Great. Thank you for being here earlier and for being here later. We appreciate it very much. Let's move on to Hunter Hude on Zoom.
Hunter is not in the room.
Okay. We've heard from Kevin Kim. Karen Argenti?
Promoting.
Ms. Argenti, when you're ready, you can go ahead and get started.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Hi. I too am really surprised that you're doing this so quickly. I have been involved in a lot of planning activities throughout the years, and we always have an opportunity to talk to the people, community boards too, but also the people. I lived on a block that had a nursing home on the corner, and it's allowed, and it was very big. It was 400 beds, which is a big hospital for the rest of the state of New York. And it's not a problem of the nursing home. It's a problem of the people coming, the garbage they put, the parking spots they take, and the most serious problem is the beep, beep, beep of the garbage truck that collects the waste at the end of the night. So I think if you were to take all of that stuff out of the economic development on that has anything to do with housing and residential areas, that you would be in a better position. But more importantly, the thing that gets me the most is during all my years of being involved as an advocate, sometimes I was on a community board, sometimes I wasn't. I also worked for the city council president. So all the time you would speak to people. The regular people had a voice, and we don't have a voice. We have to go to a community board meeting, not a hearing. We can't sit down and do an envisioning like we did when we all were in a ruckus about the nursing homes, we said we need to have a plan for Community Board 8 in the Bronx. And so we went and we did a 197A. That was 20 years ago. That plan needs to be updated. If you want to do something to our neighborhoods, what you should do is give us a planner or let us all do a 197A. But at the very least, don't tell me that you've spoken to all of the people in real estate and in construction and people who own stores, but you haven't spoken to the regular people. And I think that is really a very important and critical thing. And I'll just throw 2 cents in about how the more you build, the worse it is for climate change, because concrete, cement, and iron, all it does is increase CO2, and that's not helping. And you have to figure out a way to put green infrastructure on places that are in existence, rehabilitate things that are already there, but building new, either for economic development, for manufacturing, or for housing, is not going to get you to your goal by the end of this 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Argenti. We appreciate it. Ria Garrett at the Fresh Creek Civic Association. Is she here? Is she on Zoom? She is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good evening. I was here
Good evening.
earlier. I'm back. And I'm coming to speak about the city of Yes. I have a civic association, and on last Saturday, we had a meeting and we spoke about the city of Yes. Now, I live in the a coastal area, and we have concerns about infrastructure and the fact that, are you guys doing any type of study about putting these businesses and having other people increase their buildings and businesses in those waterfront areas? And I'm in Community Board 18, and Community Board 18, we voted down the city of Yes because we think that our district is unique. We're 1 and 2 family homes. We don't live close to stores, which is fine with us. We don't mind driving to a store and getting what we need. We want to keep our area for our children, and it's quiet and it's peaceful. Now, if we have stores on every corner, then that means that there's going to be more ruckus on the street corners, and excuse me, and we're not going to be able to, have our quality of life. And as for the person that was talking about dancing and having, people dancing, I love to dance. I'm a dancer. I'm a native New Yorker. I was born and raised in New York, and I saw New York go through many, many changes. But this change right now, it seems like the city is selling out the residents. They are not thinking about the mama and the papas that built their homes for their families. And all I hear that accepting this project is mostly businesses, consulting, real estate. The city is selling out the residents, and I do not agree with this. So I think that the city of Yes, they need to go back to the drawing board and keep it in the commercial zones. Yes, we do have storefronts that's been vacant, but you need to find out why those storefronts are vacant. Okay, and some of the corridors where I live, and here in Canarsie, they've been vacant for many years. That's because the people that own these places is warehousing it for something like this, for the city to come out with this massive change, so zoning changes, so they could make money off of us. That's what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Garrett. We appreciate it. Okay, next up is Lo Vandervalk on Zoom.
Promoting now.
Hello, Lo. Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. I will be submitting on behalf. My name is Lo Vandervalk. I'm president of Carnegie Hill Neighbors, and I'm speaking on behalf of Carnegie Hill Neighbors. As we speak, Community Board 8 is wrapping up its detailed consideration of the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity, and we are following that, and we will reflect some of that in our written comments. But I just want to say some key concerns. One is what will be happening to special districts, such as the Madison Avenue Preservation District and the Park and Fifth Avenue Improvement Districts. And I know that the dimensional aspects of the Madison Avenue district, for example, will be maintained. However, the uses will be radically changed. In fact, almost all uses will be allowed. And we think that this is very concerning. One of the most immediate points that comes to mind is the idea of the dance halls and because that will you might think that cooperative buildings will prohibit such things for the ground floor commercials, but there are many condos that are where the ground floor commercials areas are privately owned, and they will not heed to the building's wishes. And that could be a very big problem. The problem doesn't occur until one happens. And we've seen that with the pop-up shops. And therefore, we can expect something could occur which is beyond our control and which does not reflect the kind of community that has existed and that we value so much. And I just want to say that the Madison Avenue Special District was created in 1973 at the same time that we got a tiny historic district. But the City Planning Commission said, well, don't worry about that historic district. We're gonna limit what can happen on Madison Avenue. And so that was sort of a pledge, and it's worked out very well for us. And so we demur that development. We also are concerned about commercial establishments on the corners of big avenues. Those are just 2 points. I will add others in my written testimony. Thank you for this opportunity.
You got it. Thanks very much, Lo. Good to hear from you. And I will just note that on the special district rules for places like Madison Avenue, we think there's some ambiguities there, and that the proposals that we're advancing here will actually add some clarity to them, and that they are, any use changes we think are actually within the spirit and intent of the special district. So we'd like you to consider that, and also certainly we'll look forward to seeing your further comments. Okay, let's go to Chris Walters next, please.
Promoting to panelist.
Chris, you should be able to unmute.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Garodnick and Commissioners. Thank you for still being here on a long day. Thank you to your staff for accommodating me switching to Zoom. My name is Chris Walters, and I'm the Senior Land Use Policy Associate, the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development. ANHD is a member organization of neighborhood-based housing and economic development groups in all 5 boroughs with a mission to ensure flourishing neighborhoods and decent, affordable housing for all New Yorkers. As a key part of our work, we convene the Industrial Jobs Coalition, a citywide alliance of policy advocates, community organizations, and industrial business service providers fighting to protect, preserve, and grow the industrial sector in NYC. And we do this work because we recognize the vital role the industrial sector plays in creating a more equitable, thriving, and functioning city. Industrial jobs offer high wages, low barriers to entry, and opportunity pathways for a workforce that is 80% workers of color and over 50% foreign-born. As industrial advocates, we're heartened that the administration is taking steps to reform outdated zoning for manufacturing districts. However, it is imperative that the zoning rules for these districts are structured in a way that, one, prioritizes the preservation and growth of industrial businesses in the core district, and two, better incentivizes the inclusion of industrial businesses and new developments in the transition and growth districts. We ask this commission to make the following vital modifications to the new manufacturing district's text amendment to ensure these goals are met. For M3A, or core industrial districts, again, to prioritize the preservation and growth of industrial businesses, we ask that you further limit non-industrial uses and provide additional density for industrial businesses where appropriate by first restricting all non-industrial uses to 10,000 square feet per zoning lot and creating additional M3A districts offering higher FAR of 4 and 5 for qualifying uses. For M2A transition districts, to better incentivize the inclusion of industrial businesses and new developments, we ask that you increase the size of the incentive bonus for qualifying uses across M2A zoning districts. And for M1As, or growth districts, we ask that you include an incentive for qualifying uses along the lines of transition districts, and again, across all of the M1A zoning districts. We've shared these requested modifications with DCP, and we will share them with the commission in more detail in our written comments. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
We do. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I have a quick question. So, we've heard from some of the other members of your coalition. We've also discussed to some extent issues or challenges with enforcement. And so I'm wondering if you have any, and obviously there are aspects of that are, beyond zoning. But I'm wondering if there's anything that you've thought of that could share with us in terms of how do we guarantee that those minimum requirements for industrial in the three proposed districts actually come to fruition. One, and two, is there a role for the IBC sort of like framework and sort of like guaranteeing that? Is there anything that we can include or consider as we're discussing these districts that can help us address the enforcement issue more directly and perhaps relying or partnering with the IBC ecosystem?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for that question. You're right that enforcement is always an issue. I think that we would say look to the existing IBIA language, but then work to improve upon that. And I think, speak to our IBSP, our industrial business service provider members who have a lot of experience. And I think ideally, right, would be, I think ideally we'd love to see where they are sort of the administering agent that is ensuring that it is actual manufacturing, that's actually the use groups that are required that are filling that space. I believe that is the spirit of the language in IBIA, but I think there's ways that can be, that we think that could be improved further. And I think that's just one place to start.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Walters. Good to see you. And yes, we've got those comments, and we'll look forward to talking with you about those further. So thank you. Okay, let's go next to Larissa Ortiz on Zoom. Welcoming her back, former commissioner. Glad you're here.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, let me get on video. I know you guys have been there for a very long time.
We have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. My name is Larissa Ortiz. I'm testifying today as a Jackson Heights resident, but I'm also an urban planner, retail strategist. This is work I've spent 25 years of my life dedicated to, specifically to commercial districts. I'm also a former city planning commissioner on this body, where I frequently champion more rational zoning policies for our city's businesses and commercial districts. And that's what I want to talk about today. Let's step back and revisit the big picture, which may be obvious, but the world has changed. COVID has accelerated so many trends. On Online shopping in particular changes the way that businesses function, but our outdated use table and retail definitions have not kept up. But businesses know that now they have to provide services, activities, and experiences that can't be purchased online if they're going to survive. So the way I see it, this is not a proposal, as some have suggested, for big businesses. Those businesses have always had the resources to go through expensive approval processes. This is about our city's small businesses, which make up 98% of all of the city's businesses. And these businesses are cash starved. On average, they have 27 days worth of cash buffer. Retail businesses have even less, 19 days, and minority-owned businesses even less, 14 days cash buffer. So what happens when a business doesn't have the resources or the expertise to hire expediters or lawyers or deep pockets to pay rent while they're waiting for permits and approvals? Well, if they even get through that process, which is a hurdle in and of itself, they start their business underwater because we have effectively set them up for failure. So I do a lot of this work all across the country, and what we're seeing right now is 80% recovery is full recovery. Businesses are still struggling to pay rent, and it's not just businesses that are affected. The Center for Urban Future estimates that we've lost about 40,000 retail jobs. That's 11% decline in jobs in that sector. And who does this affect most? Job seekers without college degrees. So that creates even more disparities, and that's a concern for all of us. So what does zoning have to do with it? Business and entrepreneurs are just trying to do what they do best. They want to be creative. They want to pivot. They want to bring in income. And simply put, the current zoning doesn't let them do this. So the last thing the city should be doing right now is making it even harder. Cleaning up the code is just a really long time in coming, and I hope you embrace this opportunity to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to see you. Thank you for being here with us. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody's waving. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go to Greg Miller, who I believe is here in the room. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to support the Proposal 9 of the Zoning for Economic Opportunity for dancing. Dancing's not for everyone. I hear it throughout the testimony, people laughing at maybe it's a trite issue, but it means a lot to a lot of people. I'm a dancer. I'm a dance advocate. I'm the director of the 501c3 nonprofit that started Dance Parade, and there are 10,000 dancers every year of 100 styles of dance that are living their passion and living their culture. And so Dance Parade started, as a protest of the cabaret law 20 years ago, about 20 years ago, and that's when we were doing our work to get the public to know that there was even a cabaret law. The zoning is the last vestige of that, and we're really excited about the current proposal. Dance Free NYC is an advocacy campaign that has collected 3,747 signatures from a petition that we are submitting to you today, 75 pages here. And I'd like to say that our city really thrives when all cultures can express their traditions, including Black, Asian, Arab, Caribbean, Latinx, LGBTQ communities, from soca and Caribbean in Flatbush to polka in Greenpoint, salsa, merengue, bachata in Queens, hip hop in the Bronx. Each should be protected as a First Amendment activity. Additionally, the expressive forms of swing, voguing, house, and whacking in Manhattan and all over the city contribute to this rich mosaic citywide. Zoning restrictions that curtail this diversity erode the essence of who we are as proud New Yorkers. The Planning Commission needs to understand that if these provisions are minimized as nightlife issues, you may unintentionally perpetuate systemic racism instead of eliminating barriers that disproportionately affect ethnic minorities. We support the proposal to consider dancing as scheduled entertainment, to allow bars and restaurants to permit poetry, comedy, painting, and incidental dancing to be in line with how live music is already permitted as a First Amendment right. Under these provisions, building, noise, and fire safety codes, among the most stringent in the nation, would remain in place. And we thank Mayor Adams for his 2020 pledge to fix the zoning for dancing. At that time, also Borough President Mark Levine, Keith Powers, they were all seeing this as a way forward from the pandemic. And it's been a marathon day and a marathon 20 years of this work for me. So I appreciate you all. Thank you for your work for the city.
Thank you for that. Thank you for being here and for offering those thoughts. We appreciate it very much. Okay, let's go to Some Dedong. All right, it's your time. Come on up. Come on up.
I feel like it's very special for me today.
Great.
I'm first time today.
Great.
Yay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Sawadee. My name is Somme Chaichong from Thailand. And special today, I come here because Greg, he invited me today. Special guest. He said, come to talk. I'm the owner of the restaurant in 215 East Broadway for Thai vegan food. I have been for 36 years, 1988 in Thailand, but I 15 years. But I bring to New York almost 7 years in New York, Manhattan is really near the Manhattan East Broadway 215. And today I feel I want to talk something about the dance. You know, dance is very special for dance. You know, I like the dance. I bring the food and culture from Thailand, you know, to show the people how the experience and how is my restaurant. You know, I build from long time, you know, when I young. That's why I know about the Thai culture. I want to bring the Thai culture here. That's why I come here. I come from small village, you know, like the northeast Thailand. It's called Sisaket province. And I went to the north of Thailand. You know, the people really poor. You know, but the simple, the values, simple, the tradition of the family and Thai tradition. At my restaurant, you know, we have carving, like the food carving, cutting the vegetable, like the art, you know, for people also. And every Saturday night we have like a small machine, like the karaoke. For the people, you know, want to join them together. And also I would like to consider of the garden labor in separate. Sorry, my English sometimes not so good. I try to learning more and talk, okay? And experiment and in the addition of the vegan cooking also. And we offer the cooking class, you know, as well. In Thailand, Bangkok, we have like the 2 locations also. And also the tradition, the Thai dancing, you know, we bring here. And I am really proud of my Thai tradition. That's why I want to bring to here. And we participate in the annual dance parade and festival with the generation Thai music and Thai dance. I am great to tell you that this form of the entertainment and from the country under of the current zoning labor because chanting only the labor mind dictionary to the nation. That's the thing of the district. I find is the strength to the let go to leave the music and be when the connect to the beautiful. And thank you for today.
Great. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your being here to testify before us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's go next to Funmi Chesney.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome everyone here. I know you guys are exhausted. Hello, Commissioner of the City Planning Commission. Thank you for having me. My name is Fumilayo Chesney, and I'm first-generation immigrant from Guyana. And Brazil, and have lived in Brooklyn ever since. I come here before you to show support for the Department of City Planning proposal to effectively end prohibition on dancing in New York City. I have been a dancer and dance educator for over 40 years with a particular focus on African dance. I have come to know the limitations on dancing through the advocacy work of Dance Parade, New York, and the Legalized Dance NYC organization. I am a teaching artist for and as well. I'm a teaching artist. I run a dance company, Fuchsia Dance Company, since 1995, and I'm a teaching artist all around the city, and working also for Dance Parade's community engagement programs. We present dance workshops in schools and adult learning centers, mainly in Brooklyn, Queens, and Manhattan, and finding space to practice my art form is extremely limited. As a dance educator with smaller children, I have created call and response activities that help children grow independently and adopt responsible behavior to their parents, teachers, and peers. For older kids, I teach about some of the historical injustices that have occurred by the slavery trade in Africa, the influence of slavery in the United States, and the systemic racism that still exists and can be seen by zoning laws that have limited dancing and cultural expression among ethnic groups. At times, I rent studios, rehearsal space to practice with my students and professional African dance company, Fuchsia Dance Company. I support the City of Yes proposal to allow rehearsal studios on the ground floor of buildings, which today are not permitted under the current zoning laws. During other times, and I must say on rare occasions, I'm invited to present dance in a restaurant, bar, lounge, or nightclub, usually in Brooklyn and Manhattan. These venues tend to be smaller establishments under 200 patrons, and current zoning regulations have prohibited venues to allow such dance, both on an intermittent level and also as scheduled entertainment. Currently, live music is permitted in any bar or restaurant citywide, but in most of these establishments, dancing is not permitted. And I strongly support the zoning for economic opportunity proposals, which would allow dance in smaller venues with less than 200 patrons. Dance for me is a lot. It's a healthy, vibrant activity that needs to be encouraged. It has helped me a lot as far as mind, body, spirit balance. Dance helps to break blocks. We all need to move, especially after today's sitting. You guys, you need to move. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for that. And I will note that one of the proposals in the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity is to remove ground floor limitations for dance studios in C4 and 5 in a number of special districts. They're often allowed, but just not in storefronts. So that, of course, would be a big and important change here. Okay, let's move on to the Zoom. Samara Cohen in the Zoom?
Samara is not in the room.
How about Bria Donahue?
Also not in the room.
Parker Ramirez?
Promoting now.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, good evening. I know you're exhausted. I'll make this as quick as I can. So, good evening to the chair and the commission. My name is Parker Ramirez. I am a choreographer, dancer, student, and cool, hip young person here in New York City. I'm here to support the City of Yes use land reform with regard to economic opportunity, specifically Prop 9. I support this reform as a student because I'm beginning to transition from my conservatory education at Marymount Manhattan College into the professional creative industry. I can tell you that COI will soften the grind of the audition process by implementing common sense rules for dance by making nightlife spaces open for social and professional growth through community gatherings for dance and creative arts events. I understand that residents are worried about noise and nightlife problems, as Bronx President Vanessa Gibson has previously mentioned, with resolutions proposed. The city already has an existing initiatives for artists and affordable housing, and I believe that zoning could include proposals to incentivize artists to take housing where nightlife venues need creatives. In my support for COI, I want to graduate in a New York where I can enjoy the vibrant community and diverse cultures that express themselves through movement, and I know that I can contribute to that future growth through my work as a choreographer. I know I am not alone in my testimony, as many of my fellow classmates are wondering where the next opportunity will come from, and with COI, I want to report to them that the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity Prop 9 will support us. Yeah, and I would just love to thank the dance community for coming out here, for this is like hour 8. I was here since 10 a.m. and that's how much I love this community. I love dance, and I really want, as a young person, as a creative who is trying to contribute to New York City's creative economy, to make a lasting impact. And I hope that, with the City of Yes, that'll, help out. And also, yeah, for those who are like considering noise complaints and nightlife problems, those I believe are personal issues. Those are individual acts created by individual backed actors, which should be dealt with by people. Like, again, this will create jobs for security, for bouncers. There's a whole intersecting community of professionals related with nightlife. And I know that dance is definitely a big engine and driver for that. So I would like to thank the commission and the chair for your time and listening today. And with that, that is hour 7 for me. Good night.
Good night to you. Thank you very much for all the hours you spent listening today. We appreciate it. Okay, let's move on to Jeremy Kozin, who may be in the room. Welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeremy Kozin. I'm a land use attorney at Fried Frank, Harris, Schreiber, and Jacobson. I am here today speaking on behalf of Builds Bio, a New York-based 501c3 organization in which Fried Frank is a member that specializes in bringing life science, design, construction, and the real estate community together through research and educational programming. Members of Builds Bio include the city's premier real estate developers, investors, owners, architects, engineers, life science operators, environmental safety firms, and construction companies. For many years, Builds Bio has worked with EDC and other city agencies in support of the city's initiatives, including LifeSci NYC, to encourage the development of the life science industry in the city. The city, and especially EDC, are great proponents of the life sciences industry, and Builds Bio looks forward to continuing to working with them on life science development issues in the future. Life sciences are a growing sector of the city's economy and foster scientific and medical breakthroughs towards a more sustainable and equitable future, while providing quality jobs across a range of education levels. We applaud the City of Yes economic opportunity proposal as it makes a wide range of updates to outdated zoning provisions. In particular, the updated use group listings provide an easily understandable framework for determining permitted uses. For life sciences, the update from an outdated term to the simplified laboratory use designation provides clarity for a growing industry. We do have one important recommendation regarding the special permit for laboratory uses. Life science facilities typically need regularized floor plates and floor-to-floor heights sufficient to accommodate specialized mechanical and life safety equipment. This is true even for as-of-right facilities under proposed Use Group 7. We encourage the Department of City Planning to ensure that developers of these as-of-right facilities have the opportunity to apply for special permits under the required public review process for bulk waivers, even where the use does not require a special use waiver as well. We thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today and remain supportive of the city's continued efforts to promote life science uses.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Caroline Engel on Zoom.
Hello.
Hello, we got you.
Hi, how are you? This is actually Sandra Jaquez. I'll be doing the testimony myself.
Okay. That's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and the members of the City Planning Commission for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sandra Jaquez, and I serve as president of the New York State Latino Restaurant Bar and Lounge Association, which represents the interests of hundreds of minority and immigrant-owned restaurants and nightlife establishments throughout the city of New York. I'm also the owner of 2 small restaurants, El Soleil and Satacos, which are located in Inwood. I would like to focus my testimony today on the City of Yes Economic Opportunities provision to end the dance ban in New York City. Current zoning law only allows dancing in high-density commercials and manufacturing districts in venues for over 200 patrons. This zoning creates confusing and arbitrary rules around dancing, comedy, and music, and discriminates against smaller venues and clubs that largely serve marginalized communities. Take my restaurants, for example. They're located in an area zoned as a C2, which currently places restrictions on dancing and other forms of live entertainment. That means if I was to rent out my space for a private event, the patrons would not be able to simply dance in place. The City of Yes proposal revises these regulations by allowing social dance to take place in any bar or restaurant in any commercial or manufacturing district under a 200-person capacity. I am here today to express that the New York State Latino Restaurant Bar and Lounge Association strong support for the City of Yes economic opportunity, specifically ending the dance ban. The proposed zoning amendments will strengthen our minority-owned establishments already struggling to overcome the many challenges present today in the hospitality industry. Our industry was one of the hardest hit during the pandemic, and many of our members are still recovering from the economic strain induced by the pandemic. City of Yes for Economic Opportunities will allow our minority and immigrant-owned establishments to expand their businesses and build their customer base by allowing for dancing in bars, restaurants, and nightclubs. It will also champion the culture of many of these establishments where dancing and music is a focal point. We urge the Commission to reconsider and consider the advantages of the City of Yes for Economic Opportunities for the hospitality industry and minority-owned restaurants and nightclubs. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the New York State Latino Restaurant Bar and Lounge Association today.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is Rob Holbrook, the Executive Director of Get Stuff Built. Mr. Holbrook, good to have you here. Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rob Holbrook. I am the Executive Director of Get Stuff Built at the Mayor's Office of Policy Plan Delivery. I'm tasked by the Mayor with streamlining the many approval processes and procedures that construction and developments follow in our city. I also lead the Office of Residential Conversion Accelerator Program, established by the Mayor to streamline the conversion of vacant office buildings to active residential use. I speak in support of the City of Yes Economic Opportunity Text Amendment with 2 perspectives. First, I would like to highlight the damage to real businesses caused by unclear and complex rules in our zoning regulations. The economic friction caused by complex land use regulations is particularly problematic to New Yorkers with small businesses seeking to create or expand commercial activity in existing spaces. These businesses are not experienced developers. Complexity in the zoning regulation is a barrier to the market for those without deep pockets or the patience to seek land use changes before us. The cost of navigating the zoning resolution, both in soft costs and time, is a burden that we can reduce by simplifying the zoning resolution. Second, there's been significant public discussion recently about the adaptive reuse opportunities to convert vacant office buildings to residential use. Providing more flexibility in the stacking requirements of mixed-use buildings, as proposed in these zoning amendments, allows opportunities for partial conversion in partially vacant buildings that have remaining upper-story commercial tenants. Regulation changes that allow partial adaptive reuse supports our housing goals and also buttresses the financial viability of commercial spaces with commercial tenants that remain scattered in half-empty office buildings. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holbrook. We appreciate it. Thank you for everything you're doing. Let's move on to Julie Stein of the Union Square Partnership on Zoom, and author of a great op-ed in today's Daily News.
Good evening. My name is Julie Stein, and I'm the Executive Director of the Union Square Partnership. I'm speaking here tonight in support of City of Yes for Economic Opportunity. As a business improvement district, one part of our mission is to strategically plan and advocate for the economic prosperity of the Union Square 14th Street District, and the health of our dynamic ecosystem of public space, offices, retail, hospitality, arts and culture, eds and meds institutions, and our residential community. Union Square is a vibrant live, work, play neighborhood, and thanks to that mix of uses and the dedication of each and every one of our local stakeholders, Union Square's journey through the post-pandemic recovery has been relatively strong, with foot traffic recovery nearly recovered to pre-pandemic levels. However, we are still seeing elevated retail and office vacancy aligned with citywide trends. Our goal is not just to recover these losses, but to modernize our commercial landscape so we can jumpstart a virtuous cycle of economic growth that propels us into the future. Today, we have the opportunity to do just that. The text amendments to the zoning resolution that we're here to discuss are meant to get zoning out of the way of opening or expanding a business in New York City. The proposals not only best position all of our neighborhoods for continued recovery, but they will usher in opportunities for innovative and flexible use of available space in the city's commercial corridors. We have the chance to bring in modern industries like life sciences, urban ag, experiential retail, and clean manufacturing so that they can contribute to our commercial district ecosystems and soak up some of the excess vacant space in our business districts. New York City's small businesses are in need, and these zoning amendments include common sense proposals to support local entertainment venues like theaters and comedy clubs while allowing restaurants, cafes, and bakeries to more seamlessly expand. Business owners are asking for clarity and necessary flexibility to allow them to invest in New York City and grow here, ultimately improving the health of our neighborhoods in the process. It's time to remove outdated zoning limitations and ensure that local retail streets and commercial centers across the city can remain lively places that sustain our neighborhoods into the future. Critically, these amendments will also provide the Department of Buildings with clear, updated guidance to give builders answers more quickly and in turn get businesses operational faster. That will undoubtedly attract new investment and industry to New York City and will lead to activated storefronts and a diversity in ground floor offerings, which means more vibrant street life to revitalize our neighborhoods and anchor business district recovery across all 5 boroughs. This kind of energy leads to expanded foot traffic, increased tourism, and a livelier public realm, all of which support businesses, increases in public safety, and it improves the quality of life. On behalf of the Union Square Partnership, I share my strong support for the passage of City of Yes for Economic Opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. We appreciate it. And congrats again on that piece today. Okay, next up is BJ Jones, the Executive Director of the New New York panel. Mr. Jones, welcome. Good to see you.
I'd like to note for the record that I may not be young, hip, or cool, but I am pro-dance. Again, I'm BJ Jones, Executive Director of the New New York. I'm testifying to express my strong support for the City of Yes for Economic Opportunity. This zoning text amendment is one of the 40 key initiatives recommended by the New New York panel, a group of 59 civic leaders and industry experts convened by Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams to develop an action plan for the equitable recovery of the city. Initiative number 2 specifically calls for updating zoning to provide businesses with more flexibility and opportunity to thrive. Businesses need a clear and sensible zoning framework that gives them the ability to adapt and grow, especially as our city recovers from COVID-19. The City of Yes for Economic Opportunity would remove outdated limitations and ensure that commercial corridors can be lively places that help sustain our city. This proposed zoning text amendment sends a clear message that our city is committed to common sense yet long overdue updates that support entrepreneurs seeking to start businesses, local stores seeking to expand, and developers who would like to rent their spaces but are hampered by these outdated, arcane, unnecessary, and confusing restrictions. The City of Yes for Economic Opportunity presents a unique chance to enhance our city's competitiveness and prosperity. As the New New York panel co-chairs Dan Doctoroff and Richard Bury said late last year in championing this initiative as part of the suite of City of Yes reforms, and I quote, "We are a city of strivers who, in times of crisis, rally to make our city greater than ever. Now is not a time for acquiescence or business as usual. Now is the time to lean into our natural adaptability and unleash New Yorkers' full ingenuity to create an even stronger, more resilient city. These are the right proposals at the right time, and we urge everyone to work for their swift implementation." I'd also like to note, based on my own many years in government, how important I believe this initiative is. Government can make a future-focused impact in many ways, but few changes have such lasting and broad positive impact like regulatory reforms such as this. And it is no small feat, requiring tireless dedication and thoughtful attention to detail from the staff at the Department of City Planning to make it possible. It is a credit to you, Chair Gorodnick, the Commission, and your team that the city is advancing this measure, working collaboratively with a wide range of stakeholders in communities across all 5 boroughs over many long days. You are paving the way for a prosperous future for all New York City residents and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that, and we appreciate the work of the New York panel, and thank you for the support. It means a lot. Okay, let's go to Derek Washington on Zoom.
Derek is not in the Zoom.
Okay, Michelle Joni in the room. And this will be a final call for anybody wishing to testify on City of Yes for Economic Opportunity. Welcome. You may end up being the last word of the day.
Wow. So the final word. Hi, everybody. I'm Michelle Joni. Thanks for having me today. I am the owner-operator of Glinda the Good Bus. I drive around. I'm also part of the Brooklyn Bushwick dance scene. I feel I can also represent a larger segment of New York and our dance scene and what is possible when we allow the streets and the whole city to be our dance floor. I like to say to people, see you on the dance floor of life. My 2-year-old will tell you, it's always time to dance. And, just dance being an expression of the soul that helps make our minds more agile and to come up with solutions together, I think is really part of what we're proposing, and I'm a total yes to the City of Yes proposals for economic recovery and expansion. And I think a big part of this is just rethinking what nightlife really is, because I think a lot of people associate dancing with the nightlife, the hours between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. and drinking. And I think what we have the opportunity to really do is make nightlife more like day life, make day life more like nightlife, and encourage in small businesses, spas and restaurants and even places to run errands. People have to be done with their errands by 7 p.m. and they have to be, once 10 p.m. comes along, you better have ordered your food or gotten your food, and you better be ready to dance and go to the club. But what if there were just more opportunities to be co-working at a coffee shop at night, or go to the bank in the evening, or go shopping because you got out of work and you needed to get stuff for your family. And, kind of blending this opportunity of taking these businesses that do need help with economic recovery and something new to be inspired by, that they can actually do more with the hours of the day that they operate, and that nightlife venues could offer more during the day, and that dancing isn't just this pigeonholed thing of this, strict nightlife activity, and that, people really need, I see firsthand all the time what it's like when I roll up and there's a dance party and people can just join, and they have the opportunity to meet people and connect. And, that's really what our city needs. And as the city that doesn't sleep, we can think about how we can encourage and support businesses in operating differently so that they can bring in new business and not have, just rethink the way things are happening, and, employ artists and musicians to do things at different hours in unusual places. I throw dance parties in bodegas. People are ready to connect and boogie, and it's not just about, it's not just about nightlife. It's about life. It's about life. It's about creating an amazing New York City that can be anything we want it to be.
Great. Thank you very much. And that it would be a great way to finish today. But I will ask if there is anybody else who wants to be heard today who has not had the opportunity. Anybody on Zoom that remains, Madam Secretary? Okay. With that, we will close the hearing on City of Yes for Economic Opportunity calendars number 30 and 31. Thank you for a great last word. We really appreciate that. We appreciate your being here. Madam Secretary, is there any other business before the commission today?
No, Chair Gorodnick, there is no other business before the commission, but I do have some public information to share. For those of you who are unable to or did not wish to testify, you can submit written testimony online by selecting this hearing on the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal, through DCP's website, or by mailing your comments to City Planning Commission, Calendar Information Office, 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271.
That's great. Well, thank you very much, Madam Secretary. I just want to express my appreciation to you, to the staff of the Department of City Planning, the best in the business. Let me just say that you guys are amazing. You know, the folks that you saw, the folks that you didn't see, the folks that are out at the community boards every day, sometimes under some very difficult circumstances, they're doing an incredible job, and they deserve all of our appreciation. We've heard a lot of comments today, which we obviously will review and reflect on and consider. There'll be follow-ups here before the commission. And along those lines, I would like to express my thanks to members of the commission who are now here 9 hours and 20 minutes today alone. It was a long hearing, an important hearing, so thank you all for your time and your patience and attention. And with that, Madam Secretary, the time is now 7:22, and we are adjourned.
All right.
Yes.